unfortunate, and that's an understatement, escalation in anti-Semitic attacks, not just in the United States, but around the world. And by the way, some of these are people who are unsettled individuals who operate on their own based on whatever stimuli they're getting, whether it's from Tucker Carlson or elsewhere. But some of them are organized, and Abby posted today, and there's a lot of stuff, but if you go to the main chat and you scroll back, she posted an article that documents how a group of people in Canada, they went on some so-called secure, I don't know how secure, I say so-called because who knows who's on there, but on a secure server, and they offered to pay people to attack Jews. And they had to videotape the attacking of the Jews in order to get paid. So these are not people who are just, brainwashed and acting on their own. These are people who are organized and being paid. Yes, I'm afraid that the observations of the people who you were with last night are absolutely on point and totally related to today's discussion. Thank you, Howard. Alan, followed by Marshall.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well. I'm glad Mr. Hamid finally got to this stage. I'd love to hear his perspective on this. This is disaster by all means. And I cannot believe my ears, I cannot believe my eyes. Well, last time when Carter did action like this, which it put Iran in a silver platter and handed to these Islamists, and President Reagan came in and he said what he had to say legitimately, and he says, we dropped the best ally we had in the Middle East. And the 47 people back then, they didn't understand. They didn't get it because just like today, they are not involved individually. They hear from distance. But the people, they were involved individually, and then life was in danger. They understood what President Reagan said. And 47 years still didn't. But now I'm wondering who's going to talk after this rotten deal. Of course, President Trump throw Israel under the bus and also throw many Iranian under the bus. But guess what? As Iranian, they keep saying, and Israeli, they keep saying, they are survival. It's not the first time happened in their life. The history repeated over and over, but they're just the hard-skinned people. And you said it, you mentioned it, I said it, I mentioned it many times. In that memorandum came out of the office of Supreme Leader, which is a dead with one leg missing, but nobody says anything, and he's in the media outlet. Everybody can be live forever. There's nobody gonna die. Everybody will stay live as long as the internet media is going. And he came in, the key word was, no matter what they says, we not believe in the enemy. And Mr. President sit down, negotiate with the people they think he is the only enemy. And great Satan is out there and never died. And Zionism is still there, they're gonna die. And tremendous amount of billions of dollars this regime has spent to have schools, special schools around the world with $125 million each for a yearly financial support to just keep this thing going. And of course, the left used the Islamists through the history to do the dirty job, and they are under the cover. The only time you see them, it's loud noise comes in. You say something, oh, no, it is this, it is that. But they're not giving up. The point is the same as Israel is trying to keep his ability under control and save his identity and save people's life. I think it's President Trump can go to Israel in 3 months, and every hour the speaker says, hit the
ordering the Bin Laden raid, saving an auto industry,
and run to the shelter. He might get to picture what is living in Israel really means. Not in the White House with all the security and everything else.
Bible.
It's sad. He just wanted to save his image. He wanted to save his midterm and
Suffragist
a
buttons.
lot of life got wasted. And these guys came in, and they still think we are enemy and so forth and so on. And I don't think so. I'm 100% confident Israel is not going to back up. They still have them guards up. They still are in the defense. And I was hoping maybe
we'd also like to take a
it's a time to get rid of the killer regime in Iran.
moment to recognize the original and
Free support of these inmates, they could just move out and go to Lebanon and live up there. So, but it is what it is. You have to take bombs. I'm sure Israel is ready for it. Iranians still did that. They're not giving the hope. Nothing lasts, but this is temporary. Let's see what everybody gonna cash out. The Strait of Hormuz is blocking and so forth and so on. It brought millions of dollars. The oil companies brought millions of dollars to Iran because they were getting 2 million, 3 million. Sometimes they said they have to go through the things. Back to you, sir. It is what it is, and God has always been with Israel, and He will be. Allah is sitting in the end of the thing, and still it's the phony things. Let them they believe what they believe. But
Thank you, Alan. So, I use the term, but it may have escaped people in the tweet from the Ayatollah Khamenei, or what purports to be from the Ayatollah Khamenei. I just want to point out once again, underscore that when he talks about how they need not adhere to the terms of any agreement, he refers to the United States as the enemy. I just want to point that out because after all this is said and done, to them, we will still be the enemy. And that ought not to be ignored by the American people. Marshall, followed by Amir.
So hopefully my reception doesn't go bad. I'm about to go to a place where there is spotty. So if I'm underwater, just tell me.
You sound good.
Top line, this is what happens when you don't do things the right way. It's no longer a choice amongst the best choices you possibly have. It's a choice amongst the best of all of the worst options you could possibly find. So you're not choosing best options. You're choosing the best of every worst option you could possibly think of. And that means that without U.S. support, that means without the Congress, that means without a clear idea of the American public, aside from gas prices, the American public don't support this. So our national interests are starting to diverge. When national interests start to diverge, you have to do something different. And if we had done this in the right way, if we had garnered support, if we had gone to Congress, if we had gotten appropriations, maybe we don't end up with
What a great Chicago.
like this. But to be frank, I don't see another way to do this. Trump wants it ended. The American
Hey,
people wants
I
it
see
ended.
what it means.
Our national interest in making this stuff doesn't support, frankly, continuing with Israel on this adventure any longer. What it supports is us diverging, going back to homes because it was an
So please indulge me.
I can't stress this enough. This throwing under the bus is what happens
For a moment, because I'm going to take a little
military action
time to do something that my husband will not do today.
No other option but
Newly independent United States,
to
there will
preserve your own interests. And as I have said many times, when it comes down to the U.S. national interest, the
Kings,
national interest,
Ending a war.
always chooses up.
Ordering the
Hey Howard, you're. Hey,
Laden rate. Say
Howard,
His
an
mic is on.
I got it. We have to choose our own national interest over everybody else. Hey, Howard. It's not. Hey, Howard. And choosing our own national interest means coming home and licking our wounds and admitting we lost. It does not mean continuing at a clip of $1 billion a day, some military engagement that has no greater fences around it other than stop missiles and stop bombs, which we're really not stopping. Again, I can't say this enough. This is what happens when the executive arranges military action in the wrong way. You are left with no other option than to abandon your friends. And you have to choose your own. British Empire has no permanent friends, only permanent interests. The U.S. Empire has no permanent friends, only permanent interests. And that means we have to preserve our interests. It means we're going to screw some people over. But again, this is what happens when you use military force in the wrong way. You are left with no other option. And I don't. That may be overly simplistic, but I don't see another way around it. Aside from Trump not wanting to do it, the U.S. doesn't support this. It's not just because of gas, because of Afghanistan and Iraq. Now, maybe if he'd come to us and he told us what was going on, maybe if he'd gone to the Congress and persuaded them to appropriate money, maybe if we had bothered to get the support of our allies aside from Israel, this would have turned out a whole lot different. But it hasn't, and it's not going to. We also have to calculate in, there have been war games about this for all of my lifetime, if not longer. And we always end up in the stalemate where we lose. The only time in a war game we have engaged against Iran that I know we've won, we had to account that 75% of their equipment just didn't work. Whatever it was, just didn't work. And all of those things put us in a place where we have to choose the best of all of the worst decisions humanly possible. And at least in the United States, the best of all the worst decisions humanly possible is to stop spending money, come home, do what we have to, support the allies in the way that we can, but we can't be forward deployed like this anymore. It's not getting us anything. It's not getting us anything at all. And so I don't know of another way around that. I don't like the memorandum of understanding. I think it makes us look weak. But you look weak when you start off weak, right? As everybody, or maybe not everybody, has heard of the 5 Ps. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. We did not properly prepare. As a consequence, we cannot continue this in a way that would allow Israel to stay in their action and fight. Now, they're going to do it anyway because their national security interest says they have to. As I said, nations should at the core pursue their own national interests. That's their job, to protect their own countries and their own people. And again, if we had just done this differently, maybe we get a different answer. But we set ourselves up for failure. I don't know a way around that. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic, but I don't know a way around
Sorry to be so pessimistic, guys.
getting any kind of victory out of it.
Victory
So
Also, I agree with Howard. I fear this is going to bring an uptick in anti-Semitism in the United States. It's just like a utterly worse way than we have now. It's going to be really, really hard for outwardly facing Jews who go to temple or wear religious ornaments or wear their kippahs. Like, I got a friend who wears his kippah all over the place. I hate the idea that this man is going to face discrimination because he's a practicing Jew. But this seems like the exact kind of situation in which that kind of hatred is broadened even more than it already is. I agree with Howard there. I'm very pessimistic about the rest of the stuff.
So I want to challenge you a little bit, if I may.
Please, I'm always down to learn.
Well, I'm challenging you based on what I see, and maybe I'm wrong. Correct me, as an inconsistency in your argumentation. Why do I say that? You talk about the interests of the United States has to prevail, and it's not in our interests to be engaged in a war with this regime in Iran. But you yourself have pointed out the numerous attacks against Americans, both citizens and military, by Iran over the years. Most recently, there was a terror plot uncovered here in New York City where a commander of an Iranian-backed Hezbollah militia orchestrated plots to attack a New York synagogue and other local Jewish community landmarks. And you are very well aware, you have pointed out the 1983 Beirut bombings, the 1996 Khobar Towers attacks, how Iranian-backed special groups directed fighters against the United States forces during the Iraq War, which was not their war. The Iranian military, as far back as 2020, before this conflict, directing ballistic missiles at a U.S. air base in Iraq. More than 100 U.S. troops suffered traumatic brain injuries from that. The 2023 Syrian drone attack, where the Iranians struck a U.S. coalition base in Syria. I'm not talking about the attacks during this conflict. The 2024 Jordan Tower 22 attack, where Hezbollah launched a drone strike at a U.S. logistics base in Jordan. 3 American soldiers were killed, 40 others wounded. There have been a number of assassination plots and cyber warfare directed against the United States. I'm not going to go through the full historic timeline of all this state-sponsored anti-American hostilities. Given this perspective, is it not in the U.S. interest to facilitate the demise of the regime in Iran? Is this all just about Israel in your mind?
No, not even a little bit. Israel is just an ancillary part. The reprisals were fine. Waiting is okay. But waiting doesn't take 6 months.
Waiting is okay.
It doesn't take the devotion of multiple fleets that we have. It doesn't take conflicts which the American public really doesn't know what the goals are. Right? I'm fine with reprisals. I'm fine with supporting allies. What I'm not fine with is a prolonged military conflict, which the United States simply doesn't support, and in which the president tries to make political hay for the midterms or for other things using the conflict. The problem I have here is beyond bombing, what good does the military do there? And
What do you want them to build roads and bridges for them? Maybe hospitals or sports theaters?
Now you're talking about tactics. My challenge to you was specifically about the question of it serving American interests and you said that it doesn't serve our interests, and that's why I'm challenged. That's specifically what
I don't think that the prolonged nature of this any longer serves American interests because we are using the military tools in ways that are not to fight and win wars. They are to stave things off and to divert a sense of politics in the United States. And that's the wrong way and the wrong reason to use the military.
So says Marshall Rankin. I know everything!
Unless we're going to properly...
I'm a subject matter expert. I have worked in politics for years. I know exactly what to do, and that's why I'm the Republican representative of the Hidalgo Republican County Republicans.
And thinking to open this trailer for voters makes us...
Excuse me, everyone. I have to go do some Adderall and suck a dick. Pardon me. It's not, I'm not necessarily gay. I'm like somewhere between sort of LGBTQ and sort of like bi-curious. Hello?
We're serving the taxable aims, which are small ball stuff.
Small balls.
And again,
Marshall Rankin's got small balls.
In my mind, it's fine. They deserved it.
They deserve it.
If you have to come back 6 months later and drop more bombs on renewed military capabilities, do so.
Oh, do it.
But this idea of just sitting in the middle of the Persian Gulf and not doing anything other than bombing doesn't...
What else should we be doing, Dr. Marshall?
I understand it. It certainly doesn't seem to get the population behind it, which is what you need.
It's not getting the population excited about never-ending war and never-ending expenses.
You define prolonged for me in your mind because different people might interpret it differently.
Prolonged for me in the way Trump was talking about this at the start was that it would be 6 weeks. We're long past 6 weeks. This is prolonged. If we're talking about...
So because of the way the president framed it, which was overly optimistic, now you feel that 3.5 months is prolonged. If he had said that it would take a year or 2 years, would you consider 3.5 months prolonged as well?
No, but I also think at that point he probably would have stated more interest. I can't tell you what the stated interests of these are. Okay, to get the nuclear weapons out. All right, fine. How am I going to get the nuclear weapons?
I understand that. I understand all of that, Marshall, and all those arguments, and I'm not challenging those arguments. I'm just asking you to define what prolonged is in your mind. And I guess you're saying that based on the president's assertions that this would be a 6-week-long war, 3.5 months in your mind is prolonged.
Yes, from what the executive said, absolutely. Now, if he had said something like, guys, this is going to take some time, it's going to be a couple of months, it's going to be a year or two, okay, fine. I get a little bit more sympathy. Because you've at least told us that it's going to take a while. But if you tell me it's going to be this hurry-up thing, and that we're not going to stick around, and that you don't want to be engaged in foreign wars that can get you into a quagmire that stick you there for 20 years, then I tend to take you seriously. And sitting around in the middle of the Persian Gulf without a clear idea of what we're doing is the recipe for prolonged military engagement.
Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Scott.
But I was trying to ask Marshall something, but I'd ask.
Sure, go ahead.
During his initial talking, he was saying, which I totally agree with it, as the national interest should be in the first. And then, middle of his talk, he said, we always lost. How possibly these people making those decisions, and if the national interest hop of an agenda, how come we come loser? If nationalists was in this situation, how come we lost? That's the whole thing is we're not winner. We are winner. We pulled out. Okay, the Strait of Hormuz, which wasn't closed. I've been told it was closed, but what actually wasn't closed. The ship was flowing by paying the amount to Iran, and they cashed out a lot. and then gas went up, everything else is gonna go up, gas gonna come down, nothing gonna come down. We are the loser as an individual. I don't know what part we lost. I hope he explained to me because I'm confused.
So what I meant by that specifically was there was national interest in punishing the Iranians, giving them a consequence for 47 years of killing of our civilians and Iranian civilians. Past that reprisal, the military wars put together by Navy,
Marshall, you're in the Matrix, and nobody can appreciate your incredible intelligence.
You go strike and come home. The United States always lost in that. The keeping of it there still just within the parameters of that war game. And so that serves our term. Why have a bunch of war games that say, heck, this doesn't end up well for the United States. In fact, we either end up in a stalemate or more than likely to play and say we end up in some sort of loss. Right? And didn't even arrange
And now you are underwater, Marshall. You are underwater now, unfortunately. Scott?
Yeah, I thought that's my end, but it looks like it.
No. He said that might happen. We'll go to Scott, followed by Amir.
Hey guys, I'll keep my comments brief. I definitely think that we threw Israel under the bus, and I mean, in this sense. So I mean, you could say it's a good thing or a bad thing. We could debate that, but clearly Trump and the administration were all in with Israel. It was, we're Israel's greatest friend in the world. And then the rhetoric really shifted, right? I mean, over the past couple of days, with the Trump sort of taking up the rhetoric about it. I mean, baby, you don't have to kill like everybody in the apartment buildings, okay? I mean, you don't have to kill them all, okay? Like there's some good people there. And Vance, you look at Vance's comments, say, I mean, they're clearly like there's a shift here, and it's just the transactional nature of Donald Trump, right? I mean, you can't depend on Trump in this regard. And I think, and just in a more philosophical, I was thinking today about Obama and how circumspect Obama was, and because of the whole, thing with the library today. And this is where presidential personalities are so significant, right? I mean, the JOP or whatever the Iranian agreement took a better part of a year. I was listening to some of the stuff about behind the scenes of that. They were flying people in and out of it, experts coming in all the time. And this thing was meticulously hammered up. Trump saw a problem, he just reacts. There's an impulsive nature to this, which got us in really quickly, and now it's getting us out really quickly. So I think that this is the nature of Donald Trump, right? I mean, people, this is what people voted for, right? We knew this about Trump. We knew that Trump's not a calculated, reflective thinker, that he's impulsive, and that's
projection alert system has been activated.
Elections have consequences.
The projection alert system has been activated.
So yes, I think that there's definitely been a kind of Israel's definitely has to accommodate. I think they didn't see it coming, right? They didn't see this tonal shift. They didn't see this kind of they were thick as thieves, right? It seemed Bibi and Trump. And so this is a sort of, I think, again, whatever your politics of it, you might think this is a good thing. You might think it's better, but certainly, I think that there's been a shift that most people wouldn't have seen coming, whatever side of the politics you're on. So thanks.
Thank you, Scott. We'll go to, we lost, no, here he is. He dropped down and he's back. Thank goodness. Amir, followed by Andrew.
Thanks, Gary. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm actually talking to you from an island in Mediterranean, Greek island. So if I lose you,
just rub it in my face. Just rub it in my face that you're on a Greek island in the Mediterranean, and I'm going to get on a New Jersey Transit train, which may or may not make it into Penn Station. Thank you for that, Amir. You just made my day.
Gary, it should be the opposite. I'm in your room, even though I'm on vacation. Come on. Right. Okay.
Well, it's interesting, too, that Marshall is in Texas and underwater, and you're on a Greek island and over water. You sound
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Okay, so, right. So, as you said, Gary, the pressure is put on Israel not to attack Hezbollah, obviously, while Iran doesn't have to stop funding proxies. I mean, does that make any sense to anybody? It doesn't make any sense to me. And the question in your title, Trump throwing Israel under the bus for Iran. And what exactly is in it for Trump and US? I mean, does that make any sense, really? Certainly doesn't make sense to me. To be honest, none of this makes any sense. I think as it said, there is definitely something in the wind. I don't know what it is. But unless Donald Trump is, I don't know, receiving a fat check for tens of millions of dollars from Iranians, none of this makes any sense. Not one iota. Last night you had a guest, Gary. I think his name was Hanson. He was a spot on, and I think Marshall referred to it as well today. Hanson said the initial attack was not well thought through. We all know that now. And the signing of the MOU is not thought through. So this is one case the two negatives do not make a positive. But I mean, at the end of the day, we are where we are, right? So what should be the focus now? I think that's what's important. I actually think that Israel is going to be Israel is going to be holding the most important cards again. I think Israel's strategy is kind of dealing with the proxies one at a time. It has been since 7th of October 7th. I mean, they dealt with Hamas. Hamas is now ineffective, almost finished now. And now Israel has focused on Hezbollah. And Hezbollah definitely is the jewel in the crown as far as the proxies are concerned. And I totally agree with that. We know that Israel will continue attacking Hezbollah. I mean, there's no reason why they shouldn't. I mean, it's possible that could even be in coordination with the Lebanese army towards disarming Hezbollah altogether. I mean, there's talks of that, as you know. So, but until then, as you said again, Hezbollah is likely to be firing missiles into Israel. Of course, Israel is obviously reacting. And Iran may have to defend the proxy of the and then it will attack Iran. absolutely no doubt about that. This is extremely valuable. So it's really make your choice and look at it in whether you think that is a prolonged way or not, whether you think that's short termism or not. I mean, this is how it is going to pan out. You know. So I mean, I don't really
Andrew, followed by our Mace.
Good evening, Gary. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
But it's very disturbing, and I mean, it's not like we don't have our own bad actors across.
Homegrown anti-Semites, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate that. We have a network of neo-Nazis that are recruiting within athletic clubs across the country.
And by the way, those people, Andrew, just in case people are saying, all Gary cares about are the Jews. For God's sake, get off of it, Gary. Those people don't like a lot of minorities in Canada. And Canada is well known as being welcoming to people, especially refugees from around the world. And they don't like any of them. They don't like the Indians. They don't like the Pakistanis. They don't like anybody who is brown. They don't like anybody who is black. They are not just as neo-Nazis Of course, public enemy number one to them are the Jews, but they don't limit their hatred and their actions to just the Jews. More so to the Jews, yes, but not just to the Jews.
Semi-equal opportunity.
That's right. They're equal opportunity races. Well put.
So that's that for that. We'll see how that all works out. Unfortunately, too, during one of the raids on some of these cells in Toronto, one police officer was killed, which I did not know until I read that today, which is terrible news. Just doing his job. In regards to your title, I'm just gonna, well, there's a couple things. When this war started, I was talking to a friend and I was lamenting about it. He says, you don't like this because of Donald Trump. I said, no, it's not because it's, well, it is kind of because it's Donald Trump. Because I never trusted this man. I know what his history is. We've all seen it. It's been in the newspapers. It's been on Twitter or X or wherever. It's everywhere. I know what this man is capable or incapable of. And we saw that on full display during this conflict. Taco Tuesdays, which was every other day. So I'm not surprised at all that it's turned out this way. I'm not surprised that Israel is kind of left holding the bag a wee bit. And I'm sure they will do what's in their best interest, naturally. But it is not at all surprising. I'm not shocked. The lead up to this, of course, was the invectives that he used last week to describe Netanyahu, 4-letter word, expletives. So that doesn't bode well if your ally is saying that about you. And what this reminded me of, I was thinking about this a couple weeks ago, in terms of an allyship, if you will. It reminded me of how Winston Churchill and Franklin Delano Roosevelt regarded the French leader of the forces, the Free French Forces, de Gaulle. They considered him unstable, untrustworthy, and unreliable, and were very cautious about what they shared in terms of information with him, and really had him on as tight a leash as they could. And I think Donald is the Gaulle of our times in this regard. So I think that's all I have to say about that. Gary, thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, and I want to admonish myself here because I listed many of the folks that the neo-Nazis are targeting in Canada. I forgot to say, although one group is considered, two groups that I considered mentioned are Asian, but I just want to say in general, Asians. They hate Asians. So
I want to escort them to the border at the point of a gun.
Of course they do. Of course they do. So this is not acceptable. And even if you don't care about the Jews, stand up for them. These other groups, stand up for yourself. Because this is the direction that we're going in. And these people who hate Jews, look in the mirror, they may hate you as well. For whatever reason. And even if you are a Caucasian individual.
I'll tell you why, because I'm disabled. And
right.
That is part of all that eugenics.
Oh yeah, of course, the disabled as well. Yes. And if you are Caucasian and you are not of the right religious background, you're on the outs too. I don't know whether they are welcoming of Catholics in their ranks, but I know in the past they were pretty Protestant. You wouldn't find very many Catholics in the ranks of the neo-Nazis. If we have anybody who is a practicing Catholic who wants, in Canada in particular right now, who wants to join these neo-Nazi groups and express their religious background, just to see whether they would be accepted. I would be interested in knowing whether they would accept you into their fold or not.
You're sending me on an undercover mission, Gary.
There you go. Are you Catholic?
I am.
Catholic and disabled, we're sending you, yeah.
And I just wanted to remark, I'm not on a Greek island, but I'm closer to a geek island. So that's any consolation.
You're in Vancouver?
No, Kitover. But I like that. I have family there, so I'm going to tell them.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Good contribution. We'll go to David, followed by Merrill. I'm sorry, David.
Hey, what's that?
I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry. My apologies. Armaze, followed by David.
Okay, don't worry.
After all that, Armaze is on the phone. Armaze, are you here? Okay. See,
we're all talking about there's an ex-CIA agent.
David, followed by Merrill.
Well, Trump's decision's got a whole lot more personal for me today. As my nephew, based on my photograph, are just sworn in today as a new Marine recruit, following the legacy of his grandfather, who was a colonel in the Vietnam War, West Point grad, and no amount of articulation could sway him from moving forward with this decision. So clearly, our commander-in-chief's decision has way more import now in our family, as this young man steps forward wearing the uniform and will maybe openly pay for his life for this nation. I hope not, but that's what he's signing up for. So throwing Israel under the bus, Gary, I hate to say it, but he had no choice. And I say that reluctantly because the forces in America were going so loud that, I mean, here's the deal, Gary. Here's the deal. If we really don't want to blame this on President Trump, we should put this before the Congress and do a vote. Do we continue
Invocation of Satan Hail, Almighty One,
put boots on the
ruler
ground,
of the unseen.
and let our representatives make the call based upon their constituents and see what our democracy, our republic would result in terms of that decision. Because what we're doing here is we're doing a lot of gamemanship, and obviously Israel had the high ground with regard to going in the first place and talking Trump into this, and maybe it was done with false information.
So I was on Piers Morgan a couple of days ago with a panel.
Two great nations and all the money we spend on military and intelligence that we could get it this long, only to backpedal with our tail between our legs and saying crying uncle when we were hoping that they would be the ones crying uncle here. It reminds me of the song "The Gambler" by what was that singer? You got to know when to fold them, know when to walk, know when to run.
So I was on Piers.
Kenny Rogers. Yeah.
So I was on Piers Morgan a couple of days ago with a panel.
That's right.
We're all talking about there's an ex-CIA agent, some guy that, just.
This is one of those cases where we had to know when to fold them, and I think at the end of the day, we couldn't outlast the regime. Our economy could not outlast it. The pain of the American people could not outlast it. The loud voices on the right, the talking heads in the manosphere and the internet and the podcasts couldn't stand it. We're too close to the midterms. And I think all that the Republican Party has worked toward, and again, Gary, I've got my issues with regard to this president and with regard to my nephew joining the Marines, particularly with the ICE issues, the birthright citizenship even being debated. You talked about the mistreatment of religious minorities in this country. And Catholic Canada, well, there's a reason Catholic Canada didn't join our vaunted revolution in Quebec. They fought fiercely to maintain their independence. That's because our founding fathers didn't show the fealty to the Pope and the Vatican. There's a reason we've only had 2 Catholic presidents, and one of them got shot. So, Gary, I think at the end of the day, America's got to do what America can do to survive as an empire. And if we can elevate and protect Israel along the way, we will, on every conceivable count. But if you listen to what J.D. Vance and the way he spoke, Gary, it was very disturbing. He was calling out strong voices, loud voices in the Israeli parliament, not really naming names, but talking about how much we give Israel in terms of defense and spending and tax dollars, and how this graciousness by our nation is under could be rolled back. And you've got these voices telling you, Netanyahu, we're not going to back down from Hezbollah. We don't care if the Americans not going to go into Iran for us. We're still going to attack Hezbollah and take care of our needs. And so I don't know if this memorandum is going to hold necessarily, Gary, as a result of those loud voices. And hopefully it does. But we are now at an inflection point where, unfortunately, on the one hand, anti-Semitism is being, amplified as a result of these geopoliticals being played out. I think that's an important learning point for us here with regard to how we defend our nation, how we beat back racism, anti-Semitism in our own countries and internationally. And somehow we got to divorce the two, because the moment defending one's country and one's interests turns into something as a negative towards this Continue Van Sant. Continue Van Sant, Gary. Again, I've got all these things I've listened to and read about, but he basically said we're the only nation in the free world that has your back. And he was saying President Trump is the only massive head of state in the world today that is protecting you guys. And, you can make the argument, someone made the argument that Vance is trying to distinguish himself between Rubio, and he's preparing for a 2028 run. And Rubio is obviously very pro-Israel. So there's fractures within the Republican Party, Gary, and I think battle lines are being drawn right now. And Israel, unfortunately, is being used in a way that is reflecting us losing out more than gaining with regard to a relationship there.
I think a mistake a lot of people make about the Republican Party is assuming those lines are new. So those lines are 2014 lines, just more defined. The only thing Trump has done as the figurehead for the party is he's been able to stop all of that infighting because he's the big figure in the room. But prior to him, the purity testing was terrible. The inter-party civil war was awful. So I agree with you, David. I just don't think the fault lines are new. I think the fault lines are old.
Yeah, but they're a lot louder now. They're not in cohesion like they were before all of this. Now
we don't have a Trump at the top of the ticket to take that cohesion and put it into a unified idea that elects somebody. Now it's just the people who will be battling for the seat, and they're going to scrap that as ugly as humanly possible. And I agree with you. Israel's got to be used as one of those tug and pull things, and you're going to, as Ted Cruz said, have a wing of the party that is anti-Semitic, and you're going to have a wing of the party that's not, which is very sad.
Well, what kind of door does that open to the Democrats we have very strong Jewish leadership? The form of Josh Shapiro.
Well, yeah, but the Democrats on the far left-hand side have their own issue with anti-Semitism too. So it's not like the other party gets to sit in judgment of the Republicans and go, "Oh, you Jew haters," right? Because the next thing Republicans will do will just be to go pick people on the Democratic side who have said anti-Semitic things, clearly hateful things about Jews, and it will just become like a mud throwing contest, which neither party will win.
Yeah, but see, here's where the pivot might happen on behalf of Israel and AIPAC, right? You got Hakeem Jeffries, you got Rahm Emanuel, you've got other places you can back and try to get your interests served. It's not a zero-sum game with the Republicans. So
they don't just donate to Republicans. AIPAC and its subsidiaries donate to approximately 300 members of the U.S. House.
Chicago.
Exactly. So my point is that if the Israeli question sows too much division and fractures the party, maybe there's an end for the Democrats to fill that void somehow. I guarantee the voice is getting louder and louder from an anti-Israel perspective that I'm seeing in the Republican Party. And you don't have a lot of politicians that are really readily embracing or addressing how serious that is, in my opinion. So, we'll see how it plays out going into the midterms. But I think Netanyahu and the Israeli government, we're at an inflection point here, where one, we can't have Iran continuing to dominate and monopolize the strait, which is what they're doing. But we can't have Israel also. We got to figure out a way to check the Hezbollah game without that destroying that. Otherwise, it's all bets are off the Republicans going into the midterms, and we'll have inflation forever, in my opinion.
Thank you for that, David. We'll now go to Merrill, followed by Dude.
Yeah. I like the name of the topic because I do think that Israel's been thrown under the bus. What amazes me is the perspective that some people have. And Gary, you talked about something very noble. That Trump could have been doing this because it was for us too. That we are victims of terrorism. I don't know if you meant it, that's your view, or if you were just putting that out there as some other way to look at different ways to look at things. I don't look at it that way. I look at Trump in a bigger picture. Let's start with he let Bibi come in and sit in the situation room, and Netanyahu presented what he thought. He said he thought they were at that Iran, and this was a weak point for them, and we'd already done this in June, and now we can try this, and it will be over in 2 months. And the real true voices that know what they're talking about were General Kane, Marco Rubio, who said this is. General Kane supposedly said that this is true, that Yahoo, he presents things and he exaggerates. And Marco Rubio said this is farcical to believe that. Trump didn't know what farcical meant. That's been reported. And Trump, he wasn't just listening to Bibi. He wasn't doing it for what you might think is a noble cause. I don't. When you have generals and people who know what it's like, they understand what is going to happen and what it involves. And you don't just put your military out there like that. You have a guy who glorifies himself using the military. He thinks bombing is great. He thinks, hey, this is, you go in there and you say this and you say that, and you're strong and you look good. And it didn't work out. And he did not want to see, in the very beginning, when everybody was getting angry, they were saying, you're right under Israel's thumb. Once again, you're doing something for Israel. And he wasn't really doing it for Israel, but it gave that appearance. And now he wants to look strong again. He enters into an agreement that it's almost bizarre, the agreement with itself, and then says to Israel, criticizes Israel for bombing apartments. Well, when he abandoned Ukraine, he didn't mind Russia bombing apartments. So that's very hypocritical here. Trump does what he thinks is in Trump's best interest. And if it means knocking Israel right now, he will do it. And another thing that he's always done is he says, hey, Biden never cared. Other presidents never cared. And that's not true. Presidents did care about Israel. They just didn't want to go to war with Iran because they knew how difficult it would be. They knew it. And I would remind you, you talked about Lebanon. Reagan, unless I'm mistaken, when Israel went into Beirut and to defend themselves essentially, Reagan was angry and he criticized them. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he held up weapons for a while. Nobody wanted to do this. And Biden was Obama was the one who said, maybe we could do this diplomatically. We'll get what we can get. And didn't 17 other countries join in on that? It took months and months and months, and it didn't take real estate agents and people with self-interest to go and negotiate. It took people who were negotiators, people who knew what they were doing. But I don't believe that Trump did this for any noble cause. I think he did it because he saw himself as a hero. He saw, I can use our military and I'll bomb them and I can say this and I can say that and I can say Biden never did it and Obama never did it. And he could brag about himself, and it didn't work out. And so now who does he blame? Now he's going to say Israel. Israel's going to create a problem now. They better not do this. They're creating a problem for me. And a deal that is absurd. We might not know all the details, but from what we know, it is absurd. There's no way. This is a man who for years told us we can't trust Iran, and all of a sudden he signs a deal and says they're really rational people, they're good people. This is stupid and it's wrong. And what I don't like is I don't like when anything noble is attributed to him, because I don't believe he did it for a noble cause. If you were going to do it for a noble cause and utilize our military the way you would have to use them, you would have done it right. You would have had the right strategy. You would have risked them. You would have put them at risk. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to take a shortcut and believe that he could take a shortcut because bombing sounds good and bombing looks good, and you say you're bombing them and you're going to bomb them right, the civilization, they'll lose their civilization. It's not normal. It's not right. And it sure as hell isn't noble. And who did get emboldened by this? I absolutely agree. Every anti-Semite. And every anti-Semite, by the way, usually does associate Israel with Jews. It's not separate. They don't normally think Israel is one thing and the Jews are another. And the far left, we can't get away. I'm a Democrat. We do everything in the world we can to get away from the far left because they have been emboldened. They hate Israel. They don't like the Jews. And you just, every day that you criticize Israel, you are emboldening the people that hate them. And I resent that. I do resent that. I have friends in Israel who don't like some of the things that are going on. They don't like some of the things that Israel does. However, they also on Passover didn't like to have to run to a shelter 16 times. So yes, he threw him under the bus. But couldn't anybody have predicted that he would? Who doesn't he throw under the bus to glorify himself? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Meryl. We'll go to Dude, followed by Left.
So I'll just say something that I noticed, and I think we talked about, was just the information war, like the spread of ideology, rhetoric, propaganda, whatever have you. We saw massive amounts of students protesting at academic institutions. I would say instead of saying thrown under the bus, that both the two men in question did a terrible job of public relations ever since October 7th.
We're not talking about. Hold on. We're not talking about PR. We're talking. Hold on. We're not talking about PR. We're talking about the nation.
Hold on.
We're not talking about the men.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
Address that.
I'm well aware of what you just said, so thank you so much for interrupting and confirming that.
Yes, moderators are allowed to do that. Gary says that we are allowed to interject.
Gary says I can be rude and obnoxious. Gary says that I can be rude and obnoxious.
So one of the things that was mentioned actually here, and this is coming from a Reuters article. It's just in France.
Marshall.
Basically, there was a bunch of the Western Democratic leaders in congregation together, and basically Donald Trump he wanted to thank Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping for being apparently neutral, and then kind of ostracize the allies for not clearing out the Strait of Hormuz. Very interesting, rhetoric. Praising the nations that are working closely together with Iran and the IRGC, Russia and China, and then also condemning the actions of the democratic Western institutions and leaders. I don't think that's going to turn out too well. It already didn't turn out well. Had these tariffs not already kind of pissed off the leaders of democratic countries, maybe Donald Trump would have had more help.
I need you to address the subject, not what you want the
Sorry, is
subject
that my
to be.
name on this app, Marshall?
Dude, whatever. I need you to address the subject.
No, I'll
You
just be
wanna address the
silent
subject?
here because of your
We're
disrespect.
not addressing the subject.
No, I'm going to stop talking because of your disrespect.
It's not disrespect. It's asking you to do something. Come on.
Come on!
It's really not that.
I'm a rude, obnoxious person, and Gary says I can be rude and obnoxious. My name is Marshall Rankin. I'm a Republican out of Hidalgo County, and I hate Donald Trump.
You want to try to continue or no?
No, dude.
No, sir.
Wow, Marshall.
Go ahead.
Somebody needs to get punched in his
If you're
fucking
interested,
face.
go ahead. I'm moving on to let's.
I'm gonna send Marshall Rankin to a re-education camp. That's it. We have to take the country over. We can't let people like Marshall Stankin Rankin blow their bad breath all day long on Clown House. It's un-American.
Well, I'll be honest, John. It would be better for Marshall to read a book right now.
That's right. Isn't that right? It's so right.
100%. He needs to read a book.
To allies,
Or he should at least start coming into your rooms more often when you do the meditation.
and by putting Israel under the bus, who's going to want to deal with the U.S. as an ally? Well, when you're just going to get
Probably anybody that wants free shit.
and Israel has been working as our proxy in the Middle East. The Middle East is important to us not because it's a strategic area, because the world's oil goes through there, fertilizer, basically the economy depends on it. And we're not there, we need someone there. And they've had our back. There was the Osiris nuclear plant in Iraq. They bombed it. We, along with everyone else, played that we hated that they did that. But that's why Saddam Hussein did not have a nuclear weapon and mass destruction when 10 years later. And then there was Stuxnet in Iran in 2010. And then Israel saved our butt too. They took those centrifuges and made it so that the uranium that it was producing was crap. And so I really hate this thing where people say that we're doing this for Israel. No, Israel has been helping us. We have a common need, and they are our allies, and we have to protect our allies, or we are going to be a second-rate power. Thank you.
So I just want to focus on something that you said. Well, it's actually your main point, and I just want to be sure that we are clear on what you are saying. There are people who are opposed to this war and who are very vitriolic toward Israel, who claim that the United States is doing Israel's bidding, that we are Israel's proxy. Are you arguing that that's not the case, but that Israel is our proxy and they're looking at it from the wrong side of the telescope?
That's much closer. Yes, what you're saying is much closer. Yes, I don't think. I think obviously Israel has a common interest, just like allies do. But we care if we think of China as being our main adversary, and the control of oil throughout history, the control of resources. Means power. And the world military runs on oil. That's been true for 120 years. And it keeps on being true. So I think that's so we have a big interest in what Iran does with their reserves and
the Strait of Hormuz and their Arab countries that are there and they've always been enemies of the Iranians and vice versa.
So a lot of discussion, Les, has surrounded, and it's been said on the stage here today and many times in the past. Marshall made the point very well that the president never properly sold this to the American people. Is one of the components of this the fact that the general public does not necessarily understand your point that this action is Israel assisting the United States, even though obviously the desires of Israel and the United States overlap, as opposed to the United States running to the rescue of Israel. I don't know. Maybe it's the fair assessment is that it's symbiotic, right? It's a symbiotic relationship. Both countries gain from the action, and one country is not controlling the other, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make.
Right. But so the other thing in terms of making the other part of having allies is that you're going to need money to run a war. And we have a constitution, and it says the Congress is the one that raises the money for the war. And when the Congress okays a military conflict, you have the population behind you, and you can sustain a longer war. And I think that is a failure too. You can't do a war. People have no attention span, and obviously wars are very expensive, and they also tie down our military. But we need to have the American people involved through their legislature, just willy-nilly, people putting us into wars and stuff.
So I think, Les, there are two reasons for that. If we are to analyze it, and others may not agree, and you might not agree, but I think the two reasons are: A, the president is autocratic. He likes to work unilaterally. He doesn't like anything standing in the way of what he wants to do, and he will do whatever he can do until properly challenged in the courts, I guess. Without, it's like don't ask permission first. Do what you have to do, and then deal with the fallout later. So that's one half of this situation. I think the other half could possibly be the issue that Marshall raised earlier, that the president anticipated this would be over in 6 weeks. And so he didn't have to worry about going to Congress because the War Powers Act would not, he's got 30 days. And then an additional 30 days. So that's within the 6-week period. And he probably thought maybe that it wouldn't even get to this point of 3.5 months.
And the other thing I'm concerned about is historically when Mr. Trump has an issue like inflation or something, he blames a predecessor or someone else. And I wouldn't be surprised if Trump blames Israel and Netanyahu for the problems.
Well, the other day I graphically described the piñata that's already hanging in the Oval Office in the shape of Benjamin Netanyahu and the president with a stick in his hand. And I could see in my mind that political cartoon, even though I don't have the ability without the assistance of AI to draw it myself. Thank you, Les. We'll go to Daryl, followed by Ali.
Hey, yeah, I didn't think I was going to make it up. But to Marshall's point and to you and Les's point, I'm a bit more cynical. You know, Marshall made some great points when he talked about the inability to kind of sell this thing, right? You know, even wars are marketed to people. I guess my question would be when we say he thought it was going to be over in 6 weeks, right? The reason I challenge that is because, you know, even to Merrill's point, every analyst had said that that's just not what it's going to be. And yeah, we can make the argument that he doesn't listen to anyone. You know, I forgot the secretary that said he doesn't read the president's daily briefings. He's a guy who believes that his instincts will always lead him to victory, even though he's had massive failures in his professional career as well. My question would be, did he actually believe that it would be over that quickly? Or was that so he wouldn't have to go to Congress? Meaning, again, we go back to this thing. This was supposed to be a skirmish. This was never supposed to be a war. Did they actually believe that this would be over in 6 weeks? Or was that a ruse so that they would not have to declare war and actually go get Congress's buy-in? Either way, this is an abject failure. And he will absolutely blame Netanyahu because
It's an abject failure because they didn't commit 1 million troops like Marshall Rankin wanted them to.
You know, when the casinos failed, it wasn't his fault. It was the Russians. When this fails, it won't be his fault. Nothing is his fault because he will always hang someone out to dry when things don't go his way. You know, look, I say this again, look at Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen was a great attorney. He's his personal attorney.
A great
all of this and all
attorney.
of that. And when things got ugly, he cut him loose. He cuts everyone loose. I think if something ever happened here,
Where's the
let's
loyalty?
just say it's a really bad thing, he'd cut his own country loose. He'd say it's not his fault. He'd blame it on the FBI, or he'd blame it on the CIA, or he'd blame it on whoever he would blame it on, because nothing is his fault.
Trump derangement syndrome
that
is
will never assume
everywhere
blame
you
for
look.
anything.
Today is the biggest Barack Hussein and Michelle Obama propaganda day ever. Every single major media outlet in the entire fucking world is toasting the grace of Barack Hussein Obama. And little old me, I'm the only one on X posting the truth.
Thank you for that, Daryl. We'll go to Ali.
I'm totally upsetting the ecosystem with Barack Hussein Obama
Hey, buddy,
today.
haven't heard you in a little bit. Good to hear you on.
Yeah, sure. I think this is my, I don't know, first time here, I don't know. I'm Iranian myself. I've done my best in the last 4 months, just educating myself on matters like geopolitics, politics, and stuff. It's not major, but I educated myself well during this period. I think America, more than throwing Israel under the bus, they have done some sort of economic future calculations. And they came to this conclusion that, it's not beneficial for them to be allied with Israel, sending taxpayer money to Israel to wage war in the region. Because first, it's bad for reputation of America, because Israel is not doing, they're basically doing dirty job in the Middle East.
To give you an idea, Israel is, America gave a whole bunch of money to Israel. Hang on, Gary, for a second.
So where do you consider? We know that the United States is withdrawing from this action, and Israel probably would rather that they not. But do you have some indication to back what you just said, that the United States no longer wants to assist Israel militarily?
So no. Indication is whatever J.D. Vance and Trump says these days, and
Well, what have they said about that? Have Vance or Trump given any indication? Have threatened to withhold military?
This is the very beginning phase of it.
But you just made the assertion that the United States has decided that it's not in the United States' best interest to be aligned with Israel because you believe that the United States is recognizing what you advocate and that Israel is doing horrible things in the Middle East. And I'm asking you, I'm not arguing with you your misplaced perception of Israel's standing in the Middle East. I don't want to get into that right at this moment. But I'm asking you, where do you see any indication that the United States is cutting and running from Israel in entirety, such as you have suggested?
Yeah, Gary. First of all, I said that this is my opinion. I'm listening.
Obviously, it is, and that's why I'm asking you the question because I'm really interested in hearing your opinion.
Gary, try to be patient. Just let me finish.
But understand that I am the moderator here, and I am trying to get you to expand on your position, which to me fell off the rails, and I'm trying to get you to go back within the guidelines of our discourse here.
Yeah, Gary.
I'm not interrupting you to start an argument. As I say in the beginning of every program, that if I are a moderator, we can do this all day. If I are
It's the Gary Baumgarten Talks Over You show nonstop.
Interrupting my attempt to explain.
I am a moderator. You will do as you are told.
Thank you. I appreciate that you are not an alligator. You actually have ears. So if I ask a person a question, it's to try to properly moderate the room and make sure that we're on target and everybody understands the position the person is making and not to start an argument. I'm being very polite with you, even though it's obvious you and I have exceedingly diametric views with regard to Israel's place in the Middle East. You made an assertion. I understand that assertion is your opinion because who else's opinion would you be articulating? Everybody who comes on the stage, if we can presume, are giving their opinion and not somebody else's. So I'm asking you how do you back your opinion up? What facts are there to suggest that the United States has decided that Israel is a bad player in the Middle East and is being completely abandoned by the United States of America?
Okay. First of all, I didn't say completely. We are just seeing the very beginning phase of it. In a level that Trump and J.D. Vance themselves started to talk about Israel and talk about negative about Israel these days. I'm talking about the last 2 days or something, okay? But understanding that Israel is a bad actor in the region, it's obvious for everyone. Don't you see the protests against Israel all over the world?
Well, that proves that Israel is a bad actor in the region. That proves I think that the caller is wishfully thinking and using this as an opportunity to use this stage to say how horrible the state of Israel is. The discussion today is not about how horrible or how great the state of Israel is. The question today is whether, in this particular instance, and maybe I had to be more specific, that we're talking about the memorandum of understanding, which I thought everybody got, especially based on the opening salvo, is Israel being tossed under the bus by Trump. Not whether this is the first step by the United States. First of all, the United States Congress is not going to defund Israel. And if the caller understood how things work in Washington, he would know that the purse strings are not controlled by the White House. The purse strings are controlled by the Congress. So it doesn't really even matter if he were correct, which there's no indication that he's correct, that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump want to defund the state of Israel. There's no appetite for that in Congress. Well, there are a couple of members.
They selfishly want what they think is good for the country, and they don't really care. It's their selfishness about their view that drives their thoughts. At least in my mind, it's their selfishness about their own view that drives their thoughts.
Gary, if you get a chance, read the message on the Facebook.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. I know what your message says. I'm not even reading it. Oh, God. Come on. You know, we've been at this too long to know what each other is thinking.
That's the beauty.
That's the beauty of it. Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, Alan. We'll go to Haran, and we'll see whether we get somebody else in there.
Sevilla Dolce Vita here.
Haran, are you with me or not?
I'm with you.
There you go, buddy.
Okay. So what I'm looking at also is how this tie in with Gaza. Because I think it's a smoke screen that's going up because stuff still going on with Gaza.
I'm sorry, all I got from that is going on in Gaza. Slow down and try it again. I'm having trouble understanding you. I apologize for that, but I'll pay closer.
All right, so what I'm saying is that we also got to pay attention to smoke screens because they still doing activity. I was talking about Israel with the United States with Gaza while the Iran stuff is going on.
So you're suggesting that all this is to divert our attention to what Israel is doing in Gaza, which apparently you object to.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Maybe, but Gaza's been pretty quiet of late, and we'll see. We'll see whether
Well, you know, a couple weeks ago they still was hitting some of Hamas over there in Gaza.
Oh, they're going to continue to hit Hamas in Gaza, of course. They are going and they are assassinating, and you may think that this is a bad thing. Other people may think it's a good thing, but you're absolutely correct. Israel is
doing it.
Israel is still in Gaza, and they're assassinating those Hamas leaders that were responsible for or participated on the October 7th terrorist attack. Absolutely correct.
And they would not let some of the residents back in. That was on the news last week.
Well, I know that there are security zones in Gaza, and I know that some people feel that that has unfairly displaced people. Some people feel that it is necessary. Some people say that it's a collective punishment. Other people believe that the folks in Gaza obviously support Hamas, and so the collective punishment is appropriate in that regard. And I think there's a debate about that. But I don't know that there's so much attention and concern right now about Gaza that the attention is switched to what's going on with regard to Hezbollah. The issue at hand really is, and that's not to say Hamas doesn't still, as an Iranian proxy, want the demise of the state of Israel. I'm sure you agree that's correct, what I just said, right? Hamas is right, okay. But the issue right now is Hamas has been relatively quiet. The problem is that Hezbollah continues to attack northern Israel, and a key component of the memorandum of understanding is that Israel will not continue its military activities in southern Lebanon, and that's why we are discussing Lebanon and not Gaza. I don't know if that satisfies the point you were raising or not.
Yes, because the reason why I said it, because I know what you were saying about the selfishness of the administration, because the thing that they had raised up, what they wanted to do with Gaza, was to make it a Riviera.
You are correct that the president floated the idea of turning Gaza into some kind of a tropical paradise, and the insinuation is that he or his family and or his associates would benefit from that. I haven't heard much about that in a long time, though. I have no idea. I'm glad you bring up the issue because I think it deserves renewed attention. Is there still a plan to turn Gaza into a Riviera? Maybe it can be a fait accompli now that the Hamas is really
physical play.
Right? Correct. Yeah. Thank you for that, Ron. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Peace, Gary. Bye. Great room, Gary. Wow. Another banger. Numbers just through the roof. Over 1,000 people. Oh my God. The ComScore metrics are going through the roof. The Nielsen metrics. Wow. Gary, what a room. Amazing. Great. Good stuff.
You wanted me to can't come around, Spirit, so you are fucking trolling us?
No.
The guy was just telling everyone you're faking it.
Damn.
You want me to invite him back?
So that's why I'm confused. I'm like, I know that there was an option for me to invite all my friends.
Matthew's not an eyewitness.
This is Millith, Selene, Sully, Frenchie, Converse, Dave. This is an all-star collection. Bob is here. The biggest waste of time in the Clown House universe. I give you the beef stage. Open philosophy.
I don't think it dissolves, right?
God is now.
God is now, except in these people's rooms.
But I don't see any reason it gives it, great credence.
It's like, it's endless discussions.
Do you agree?
Well, that's what happens when you're retarded and you got brain rot and you're redundant and you can't do anything new, so you just keep coming back and doing the same. It's playing the same video game over and over. It's watching the same movie over and over. Eventually, you go, yeah, I don't want to watch it anymore. So you got to choose something new, and these retards can't seem to choose anything new because they have no other interests. They don't read books. If these F words were to just come here and read an effing book for 10 minutes, it would make all their other experiences be uselessly wasteful. It's just a fact. Here we are.
Every breath that we take is one breath that we're in heaven, right?
I think the whole Adam and Eve metaphor thing is that we are Adam and Eve. Jesus was Adam and Eve. And, Jesus beat the game. But when you beat the game and you get martyred on a stick, ouch, that hurts.
I think that's true of everyone.
But I think the whole Adam and Eve story is you have to try to visualize yourself as Adam in the garden. And Eve is over there eating the apple, whispering with a snake, and you're like, nothing's really changed. There's nothing new under the sun. Everything that is has already been. It's Groundhog Day! Ned Ryerson?
I don't think that the consensus position gets any stronger based on the bare fact that it is consensus, right? It's just happens to be it's a fairly contingent sociological fact. This happens to be the consensus position, but the arguments are what they are for it. They don't get any better.
Just a lot of spam.
That it happens to have been.
It is. This is just spam. Spam. It's a spam industrial complex. And today is the biggest Democrat spam pump out of all time because of Barack Hussein Obama's mega event and his tower of lies and propaganda. ABC, NBC, CBS, agencies, news networks you've never even heard of from all around the world pumping out the Obama lie.
It's all departing in
the Obama Presidential Library.
Right?
Yeah.
What are the chances that like you're going to depart?
You got to go to John Kitover.
Sticking it over the ground. That's the library.
You got to go to John Kitover and X, and I think I texted you my infographic about how Michelle is trans and part of an ongoing CIA conspiracy all the way dating back to JFK's assassination. Barack and Michelle are 100% CIA puppets. George Bush and Bill Clinton put them there to continue the scam. And Barack Hussein Obama was sucking dicks in Gurney doing meth. It's on the record. The man is an actor, a faggot retard, an N-word, halfway. His mother was a CIA prostitute honeypotter. I've got the photos of Barack Hussein Obama's mama naked.
That makes your argument really suspicious.
Look, we pointed out yesterday, or I pointed out to you yesterday.
I pointed out yesterday, and I'm so surprised you don't remember the lengthy conversation we had yesterday and the past 3,000 days. But here we are.
My assessment of the historical value of our earliest sources about the writing of the Gospels, namely the Church Fathers. I think that they are much more valuable than most scholars do. And so, given that, that is what leads me to, for example, be sympathetic to the priority of Matthew's Gospel, to traditional authorship, to early dates. So all these points that you're saying go in one direction spring from this one disagreement with mainstream scholarship.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I don't know. Like that doesn't. Maybe that's right, but like that doesn't seem like. So it's just like you think that the early church witnesses that you mentioned, like Clement of Alexandria, whoever else, right? You think that the witnesses of those people, right, is so strong and so compelling that like it drives all of the other things that you think.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say it's the sole driver because, like, obviously I have additional reasons for believing in traditional authorship, but I think that is the primary sort of difference between me and mainstream scholarship. I'm interested, what do the early sources have to tell us? And I don't disagree, or I do disagree with mainstream scholarship. We sort of have reasons to discount what they say from the stuff.
So, insofar as you have other reasons to depart from mainstream scholarship when it comes to all of the points that, like, you know, are like, so let's say like Clement of Alexandria and whatever is the main reason for you departing from thinking that, like, you know, Luke depends on Matthew or whatever, or Matthew wrote Matthew. Let's say that's the main reason. But insofar as you have other reasons, those reasons are undermined by pointing out that this all goes in one direction. Also, like, shit, there's another point I was going to make.
I have a point, Dylan. Please make it, Sully. It kind of seems like, I mean, and this is actually breaking up, you guys. What about now? Am I good now?
Yes.
You are good now. Please proceed.
So, yeah, I mean, it's like when you talk about like scholarship, especially secular scholarship, it's almost built into the concept of like secular scholarship that they're trying to put themselves at a distance from being like theologians or something, or like religious historians rather than secular historians or scholars, you know. So like, I wonder how much of that like inclines them not to take certain things seriously, because it's like, okay, if we take the writings of these church fathers too seriously,
I think
like,
this F word was on YouTube doing this like lengthy 5-hour podcast.
Maybe that's like a methodology issue. I'm not sure to what
incredibly pathetic. Sully,
well read on any of this. So
only reason I'm in the room is because I'm in anonymous. These people hate me so much because I mock them for wasting all their time.
Point of contention between myself and my, Roman Catholic and Orthodox friends they'll often say to me,
Hi, can I place order for pickup? John. Awesome. Can I get the half chicken? Plantain and potato. Can I get 2 beef empanadas? That's it. Correct. Okay, great. See you soon. Thanks.
the Gospel of John was written by the Apostle John.
John?
Maybe some of that same conflation of those two.
Maybe we should read one of these books. Maybe we should read the book of John. Maybe we should read the book of Matthew.
Because, like, I don't think
It's never gonna happen.
you know, at this level,
People don't read anymore. They just talk all the time, non-stop,
it's just
every day, 7 days a week,
all of your beliefs.
80 hours a week.
Matthew's authorship, Luke's authorship, the connection between the two, like all of the things that you're using to bolster, like, you know, the first order resurrection case, right, are all just actually like from, you know, centuries later, from like people that were not in any way like, you know, close to the events, that like are like in the tradition that are saying these things.
I don't think I would agree that atheist Irenaeus and Clement of Alexandria centuries from the events.
They're further removed than the Gospels.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's like the sources that tell us that Tacitus wrote the Annals are obviously further removed from the Annals.
No, but so okay, so the first order resurrection case is like, well, these Gospels, they're written so close. They're written by eyewitnesses. They're you know, they claim to be like, you know, having sources or whatever, right? Like that's the first order case. And then like
First order.
push on that.
Don't read a book. Don't ever read a book. Don't ever read a book.
I believe all that stuff because like there are early church fathers that like said it, right? And they're not as close in date as like the Gospels are, right? And what they're saying is like
on, you know, historical sources for what we think about history.
Sorry?
I'm just saying, like, that's what we do, right? Our beliefs about history depend on what people in the past wrote. Like, I'm not doing anything different here.
No, I know, but usually when we have this debate, right, like, you don't usually just say, well, what we should actually be debating instead of, like, you know, authenticity of the Gospels or, like, how good they are as, like, you know, credible, you know, witnesses or whatever. You don't, like, you don't say, like, I mean, initially, like, you never say, well, what we should actually be debating is, like, how good of a witness is Clement of Alexandria? Because that's the major reason why I believe all of these other things, right? So, like, I think that's progress to my mind. Like, I think I've shown that the first order resurrection case that you make is basically useless, right? It's the second order part that's important.
So I don't think that's completely true, right? I think if you want to challenge the eyewitness claim or you want to challenge that they're lying about this, so those premises in the argument, then yes, I think early external like early church father sources become very important for that. Again, I do want to highlight that's not the like entirety of it because again, like on that they're not lying claim, like Tacitus and Suetonius are doing a shit ton of work there as well. So it's not just early church fathers.
I was on Pierce-Moore.
But I hear your point. So like I do think when it comes to the eyewitness claim,
some guy that
they're not lying
just
claim.
like they hated
Church fathers are important. Now, when they're saying they're not honestly mistaken claim, not so much, right? That's largely going to depend on the content of the Gospels themselves and like psychological reasons to think that there can't be mass hallucinations and so on and so forth. So I do hear what you're saying, but I guess I want to say I don't think it's completely true. Like there are some qualifications. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fair.
And some guy that
Another banger room, guys. Your debates. I mean, these conversations and debates are just fascinating. I'm learning so much.
Wow, we bored everyone to tears.
Correct. As usual. Let's start talking about pronouns, of course, and how we should always respect a pronoun. Michelle Obama arrived at the presidential library and had such grace, such poise, such beauty. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You defeated them, dude. They were so shocked that I'm like confident at speaking.
We are shocked that you are confident at speaking.
Of the Gospels that pushes back against late dating.
I do have a video on my YouTube channel. I gotta warn you, it's about 5 hours long, but it's called The Dating of the Gospels, a critical analysis, where I discuss this. But if you need like published formally, then
no problem.
I need formal publishing. Clubhouse demands formal publishing.
Compress it so we can read it.
Yeah, I can post it in the chat if you're interested.
Okay, I'm interested to look at that. Because that's one way that one can actually continue this discussion. Because most people are not actually familiar with why scholars date it late. So they just come in and say, appeal to authority, scholars date it late, and then everything stalls. So
I mean, I could tell you the main reasons. I think at least subconsciously, even if not overtly stated, a huge reason for dating the gospel so late is that Jesus just very obviously predicts that the temple is going to be destroyed in 70 AD, and there's kind of this, again, maybe not explicitly stated, but at least implicit, naturalistic assumption that, that just can't happen, so obviously they knows about this, so obviously they're writing. That's a huge amount of work in why the Gospels are dated late.
Yeah, fall of Jerusalem.
Wait, when did the temple fall?
I think
70 AD.
So Jesus predicted 70 and fell in 70?
No, he didn't say 70. He just said that it would fall. And then it happened on the date. That year.
Said it would happen within a generation.
Yeah, he also said that at least the children around him would still be alive when the world ended. That didn't happen either.
The book itself contains kind of predictions of the fall of Jerusalem. So any secular person looking at it might think it was written after the fact, right? But they can still do that probabilistically. They don't have to be dogmatic, right? Because any one of us, if you found a book, predicting events, right? At least part of your reasoning should be that, it could be it was written after. I think it's a reasonable kind of thing to think about.
Or at the very least,
Yeah, you should. At the very least, likely it was written late.
you could also wonder if there was a version of the gospel that didn't include that earlier. Yeah,
I mean, where it was
the gospel. Sort of, but the idea would be the Gospels as we know them are post 70 AD, but there were Gospels before that.
Yeah, that could be just is it Mark or Luke where they added an ending, right? Because it just otherwise just stops, right, with the women running away and not saying anything. No, that's all that was being said though, right? Is maybe that was put in, but the rest is.
All the mainstream scholars say that the Gospels we have, they're written but they go. The contents of the Gospel they're back way early. The stuff that they're writing about. goes back earlier than before.
Yeah.
Is anyone saying
The idea is that we don't have manuscripts that are actually that old, from my understanding. Like, and this is why the dating is like contentious.
That's also contentious.
What's contentious?
I don't think anyone argues that there weren't like oral traditions like going back much earlier.
Well, I was just saying Sully's claim about manuscripts. P64 is our earliest manuscript of the Gospel of Matthew. There are some scholars who put that at 66 AD. Now, most scholars put it 2nd century, so it's obviously not.
That's still 30 years later, right? All you're saying is we don't have anything.
No, but it's before 70 is the point. Like, I'm guessing that fragment doesn't contain the prophecy.
Yeah, I don't actually remember which chapters it is, but I don't think it's all of a discourse, so probably not.
Dave, do you know when the Dead Sea Scrolls were written?
Well, they're not all written at the same time. Yeah. Are you talking about when are they sealed within the Dead Sea? Within like the different caves?
Weren't the Dead Sea Scrolls like written over a couple 100-year period?
The Dead Sea Scrolls aren't related to New Testament.
Oh, a lot of the Dead Sea Scrolls, a lot of the Dead Sea Scrolls stuff is like.
Let's read a book. Let's just talk about a book. Let's never read a book. Let's talk and get our dopamine endlessly, forever, without ever saying anything intelligent or reading anything about what we're talking about. Let us continue talking forever. Let us help the non-native English speakers around the world learn our English capabilities.
It's like I think 300, let's say, the 300, something like that. Or maybe it's a little bit earlier than that, maybe.
Yeah, I've heard that. So that's why if you want early dating, you have to settle for like parts of it, like maybe like a chapter.
Yeah, but it's not even that. It's that, like, airmen and these sectors, they'll tell you that even though we have this and these were from here, the content within them goes back much earlier, right?
But converse, it is controversial because 7Q5 could be a fragment of the Gospel of Mark. We don't have that much on it, but the only known match.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, even if it's. Wait, what is?
7Q5.
And that's New Testament material?
Arguably, it's been argued that the only known match.
Then it's not. Well, then it's not part of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
It is.
Dead Sea Scrolls is from like 200 years before Jesus.
Well, I think it spans a large period of time. Yeah, that's what my understanding was as well.
No, the Qumran Cave Scrolls?
Yeah, I mean, this one was found in Qumran Cave 7, and I thought that one was sealed in the 1st century, so that's why there's a possibility for a 1st century date for 7Q5. I mean, that's just my reading. But I mean, again, it'd be really interesting if 7Q5 is the Gospel of Mark. I mean, the latest possible date for it is 50 AD, so that's very interesting. Sorry, Sully, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just saying there is a little bit of disagreement, at least with Matthew, Mark, and Luke, because Matthew and Luke, we've got arguably like 60s manuscripts, and we've got a manuscript of the Gospel of Mark that's arguably 50s. But again, mainstream scholarship, to Miller's point, would disagree with that.
I just Googled it. That was 20 letters. And you're trying to say it's like part of Mark?
I did say it was debated.
Because I think if historians use that idea, they'll just be consistent. Because if you saw secular work, where maybe the Roman emperor who used to do miracles was foretelling something, I think they would still probably guess that it was written after the fact, right? I think what nails it down is the kind of thing Sally was asking, if we had evidence that the kind of thing that temple prediction thing was floating around before, maybe some church father quoted it or something like that, where we could nail it down. That was definitely before 1780. That would settle it. Otherwise, it doesn't settle it because we have it in there, and the only thing you can tell us is, oh, it's your kind of like bias against miracles. But you really don't have to. You just have, it's just equivalent to like some Roman emperor who foretelling something, which historians wouldn't believe. If some other non-Christian source was kind of like predicting the fall of the temple or whatever, and that's all they had, they would also probably guess that it was written after the fact, unless they could really nail it down, that it really was floating around before 780. So I think they're doing the right thing there. It's not good enough evidence on its own. You need something that really nails it down before 780.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we can nail it down, barring, the sorts of fragments that I earlier alluded to. Obviously, if those are pre-70, then of course, at least.
Yeah, but Dave, I think you would concede that's not an unreasonable thing if you've got some text that makes a prediction and you only have copies of that text from after the thing was supposed to happen, then it's likely that it was just a post-diction, right?
I think it's something you want to keep on the table at the same time. I don't think you can make the question, right, and say, well, it definitely wasn't predicted because that.
Yeah, I didn't say it definitely wasn't, right? I just said, the likely answer is that it was not a prediction.
Who's typing that fast? Is that you, Joe?
I'm not typing. Oh, I'm sorry. I grabbed my car key.
Oh.
I had my car keys in my hand, jingling. I'm sorry.
The thing is, though, you've got a whole lot of evidence, a whole bunch of counter evidence pointing the other direction when it comes to dating, right? You've got, obviously, church fathers are going to date at least the synoptics prior to the martyrdom of Peter and Paul. That happened around 64. You've got, again, the manuscript evidence I mentioned. I think we've got some evidence in some of the indisputably authentic letters of the Apostle Paul that he definitely knows the Gospels of Matthew and Luke and is dependent on them in places. So,
I think you're missing my point, Dave, right? It wasn't that there can't be any evidence that it was an actual prediction, right? My whole point is just that you would accept that in other contexts, right? So that when you say people have a bias, right, against it being a prediction, right? All I'm saying is that you have that exact same bias for everything other than some Christian texts.
Sure, but I should be able to curb it, right? I should be able to say, okay, am I just assuming that this prediction, particularly if it's presented as a prediction in the text, I should be able to say, okay, I don't want to just assume that this wasn't actually predicted, so let me put that aside and see if I can find other reasons for thinking it was.
Yeah, but then in that case, you're still going off of the default, right? That it isn't a prediction. That and then looking for evidence to bring that back into play.
I don't want to call that the default, though. I just want to call that as kind of the gut reaction to it.
How's that different from a default? If that's the thing that you just think is the answer, barring anything else added, right? Then that sounds like a default to me.
By default, I tend to mean that this is something that you rationally should believe in the absence of sort of evidence to the contrary.
Oh shit, I just said a whole bunch of shit without muted. Anyway, my point is that people make predictions all the time, almost always completely wrong, right? And so because of that, if you see a prediction in text, you should probably think that it wasn't an actual prediction until you get more evidence, to make it able to conclude.
I don't see how that follows.
I think you can do it either way. I think the way Dave's saying it is okay as well. If you can gather enough evidence to actually support the fact that it was a real prediction rather than just saying it after the fact. But the reason I don't like what's going on here is Dave's then appealing to the church fathers. That's, as an outsider, I wouldn't trust that because I would just think, well, of course they would. They want to say this is a real prediction and give it an early dating. And so,
But their early dating, Chris, doesn't really seem to be motivated by like the accuracy of the temple prediction. In fact, like I could be wrong on this. Maybe Converse could correct me because he might know this better. But I'm not actually aware of like any of the early church fathers using this as like an argument that like, oh look, because like clearly the prediction happened this early because the Gospels are written that early, therefore, that's a good reason to think that Jesus is the Son of God because look, he did that prediction accurately. So I don't know. Just when they give us their dating of the Gospels, it doesn't seem to have any like concern for that particular issue. I mean, I guess you could say that's doing work in the background for them, but it's certainly not clear in their texts.
Okay, in what context did they give us their dating? Like, what were they saying when they gave the dating? How did they word it?
Sure, they're actually like it's pretty like roundabout. So in the case of Papias, he tells us that Mark wrote his gospel like for Peter. So he doesn't really tell us that much. Other than that, he would have to be in the lifetime of Peter. He tells us that Matthew wrote his gospel when he was going to leave Jerusalem, and doesn't really tell us when that was. Now, I think we can track it down that happened in 42 AD, but that information is not being supplied by Papias himself. Irenaeus says that the Gospel of Matthew is written while the Church at Rome is being founded. Again, he doesn't give us a date. If we track that down, though, I think we can show that the Church at Rome is founded in 42 AD. So again, that's doing a lot of work in why I date the Gospel of Matthew specifically to 42 AD, because they both kind of give us these independent time markers that converge on that date. Here's an interesting point. Irenaeus says that he doesn't tell us when Mark is written exactly. He says it's handed on after Peter and Paul's departure, which would seem to be a reference to their death. Again, that happened 64 AD. Clement clearly says it's written while Peter is still alive. So, you seem to have an apparent tension, at least between the two of them on that point. So it's like they're giving us very precise dates. It's just like we seem to be getting this idea that Mark's gospel is written either while Peter is still alive or pretty soon after his death.
Oh, I see. So they weren't like stamping dates on it saying, oh, this is 43 AD. They were just saying, these were the circumstances around which was written, and from there you can map the dates.
Exactly.
It should be mentioned that these things are not truly referring to, so at least Papias is not referring to the Gospel of Matthew that we have. So he's talking about the Logia of Jesus written in Hebrew. So that sounds more like some sort of Q source or something like that. It's not referring to this Gospel of Matthew that we have.
I would disagree with that for two reasons. First being that the way Papias uses the term logia, he seems to use that as a synonym for gospel. Incidentally, so do Irenaeus and Origen in some of their writings. But in particular, when Papias refers to the Gospel of Mark, he says that Mark collected the Lord's logia, and then he also says that this includes both the things that the Lord said and did. So he does not seem to use the term as a synonym for logia. Additionally, Papias' own works are titled Exposition of the Oracles, i.e. Logia of the Lord, and we can just confirm that Papias is not exclusively talking about the sayings of the Lord in his 5 books, so I don't think that Papias uses the term Logia to exclusively refer to sayings. And then regarding this bit about Matthew being written in Hebrew, Papias uses the term dialecto, that's kind of a vague term. It would translate like literally to something like dialect. It could mean Hebrew language. It could also mean something like a Hebrew style that would actually be reflected in our contemporary Gospel of Matthew because it has the most distinctively Jewish outlook and concerns of any of the Gospels. Additionally, I think that this is supported by the context of Papias. He's contrasting the literary style with Matthew and Mark respectively. And so I think that favors the translation of Hebrew style there rather than Hebrew language. And the last point would just be that there's no definite article in Papias. He doesn't say the Hebrew language, though translators sometimes supply the word the, but that's not actually present in Greek. And whenever logia clearly refers to the Hebrew language, it basically always has the definite article. So those would be my responses.
And sometimes it's used like oracles, you know, like the utterances or sayings. You know, sometimes it gets used like that in Latin.
So are you saying a Greek word is being used?
Yeah, Greek word.
You know what that means, though?
Also among the previous points, so in those points, like among other things, like we don't have any confirmation about what sayings is Papias writing his exposition on. Like it's just a totally lost work. But also like among the previous points, it's not true that Papias and Irenaeus are two separate sources. So like Irenaeus is building off, like he's the next generation, so building off of previous and making claims about them. So I don't think that counts as an independent source.
So that's not true. We do have quotations of Papias commenting on the Gospel of Luke, for example, and the writings of Andrew of Caesarea. So he does give us confirmation that he's quoting from that, at least in the case of the Gospel of Luke. With respect to, Irenaeus not being an independent source, what is the argument ending on Papias here?
Argument for what?
For claiming that Irenaeus is depending on Papias. He certainly doesn't say that.
Who is he depending on?
I think he's depending on Polycarp.
Okay, and he says Papias and Polycarp were buddies. And then he asserts something that they don't assert, that he knew the apostles. Like, this isn't so like, one guy hears the thing, and then on another place, another guy says, it's like, oh, well, look how convenient that they say the same thing, that probably must be true. It's like literally two guys who knew each other, and a disciple of one, like, making claims about what the two of them, like, did. Even though neither of them say that in any of their extant works. It's like,
no, Papias does say that. At least I think he does. And you're right, Polycarp doesn't, but only one of Polycarp's works is uncontroversially survived, so it's not particularly surprising.
Okay, so that just means we don't have any basis to, use them as a source that they knew the apostles. We just have Irenaeus' claims.
That is a basis. It's perhaps not the best possible basis, but that is a basis.
Sure, I mean, it's like Muslims with their isnads, like, oh, this guy claimed that this guy said, okay.
What's the issue? Are you saying that Eusebius isn't a different source than Papias?
Well, Eusebius very much disagrees with the claims of Irenaeus about whether Papias knew the apostles.
That's irrelevant. I didn't ask you about that.
Well, source for what? Yeah, sure, he's a source for disagreeing with Irenaeus' claims. Yeah.
Which part does he disagree with?
That Papias knew the apostles.
Okay. Where does Irenaeus say that Papias didn't know the apostles?
No, I'm saying Eusebius is a source against that claim of Irenaeus.
Oh, which part says that Papias didn't know the apostles?
when he says that Irenaeus made a mistake and is mixing up John the Elder with John the Apostle. And I don't get these questions. Like, you know this already.
No, I don't. Victor Bauckham is like the main proponent is he doesn't think they're mixing them up. So like, what specifically is contradictory between the two views?
I'm not getting what you're saying.
He doesn't say the phrase you just said, right? So like, what part is he mixing up?
Who doesn't say what I'm saying?
Oh my God, really? He didn't say that Papias got wrong John the Apostle, John the Elder.
Who?
Eusebius.
Yeah, he says,
why do I have to do this for you?
Says
You know exactly.
Irenaeus is wrong.
I'm retard.
It's fine. Go be a funny smooth brain.
Funny smooth brain, Eddie Church Feathers. You can't even track what you were talking about.
You're just babbling nonsense. That's why it's untrackable.
So what was the earliest date in which any of these church fathers were writing about the
Papias.
Papias? What date?
The proposed dates are between 95 and 140 for like a median estimate of like 120.
Okay, all right.
And by the way, that's the work. That's not extant. The expositions of the sayings.
Right, but we have a lot of quotations of it.
Who made Deepak mod, seeing as he just like DM me that he thinks everyone in this room is a fucking idiot, and he doesn't want to be friends with anyone here?
Wow, that's disappointed to do that.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I said everyone's a fucking bitch.
Yeah, fuck. Dyslexia, sorry.
What, do you disagree, Millen?
What, that Deepak's a punk bitch? No, I don't disagree with that.
King error on Millen's part.
He's on a blunderbuss right now.
Totally.
One passenger.
You guys, have you guys seen like the latest episode in the Fatima saga?
No. I haven't. That's not a show I'm following.
What? It's the greatest show in town. What are you talking about?
Well, okay, agree to disagree, but what's going on? What's the latest?
So the man himself, Scott Aronson, right? Like, he took a trip all the way to Bosnia, right, to settle the case once and for all. It's like a fascinating story. Like, so TLDR. Actually, I don't want to spoil it. Are you guys? I'll share the link, the story. But it's actually there's a bit of a what's the word for like a thing that like a spoil, not a spoil. What's the thing? You know, like a twist. There's a twist in the middle.
Plot twist.
With the plot twist, yeah. So that's what. Yeah, there's a plot twist in the middle. He's a good writer, so it's just enjoyable to read, right? Even if like the Fatima thing, you know, is not really your jam, right? He writes well. So.
The benefit of going there? Is there like local sources that you can only get there, or?
Well, it's to explore a particular kind. Like so after Fatima, apparently in 1981, in this one hillside in Bosnia, like there was a repeat occurrence. Like there were 6 teenagers who claimed that they had a vision from the Virgin Mary that was like eerily similar, right? Involved like the sun doing funky stuff. And ever since then, pilgrims have reported having like similar things happen in this town called, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like something like Medjugorje or something like that.
So he's interviewing people?
No, he's going there to the source to see if, he can like encounter a miracle. Well, that's part. I mean, both. Exactly both. And you read the story. There's a really interesting twist there in the middle. But it has a happy ending. Spoiler.
Is he a theist now?
What is the plot twist and what is the happy ending?
You mean Fatima in Bosnia is a Muslim miracle, but
No. Bosnia, I mean, I know Bosnia is like predominantly
Muslim.
It's super Muslim, I know, but it's also like.
And Fatima is a Muslim woman's name.
No, wait. You know what the Fatima thing is, right?
What is it?
Yeah, there's a town of Fatima in Portugal.
No, you don't know what we're talking about? Yeah, that's right. Okay, yes. So the Bosnia thing is like a follow-up miracle, separate incidents. Like in the
Are you sure it's Bosnia, not Croatia, like the Medjugorje?
Yeah, Medjugorje. Yeah, Medjugorje. I think it's Bosnia. He kept mentioning that Bosnia. So
check out the article.
Let me Google it.
So it's close to Croatia. I think, in fact, he lands in Dubrovnik and drives to.
Oh yeah, I just Googled it. Okay, it is in Bosnia. Damn, like I've heard Medjugorje a gazillion of times. Like Catholics here, like really are into that. I just always assumed it's in Croatia because like all the Catholics are Croats. So
Yeah, get right. No, you're right. It's pretty close. Yeah.
Very good.
There's actually like a tiny little section of. How does it work? There's like a tiny section of Bosnia that you can't. Like, there's a section of Croatia that like you can't drive through. So there's a section of Bosnia.
Let me Google that for you.
Up to the coast.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know?
Right.
Yeah, and it's like Bosnia has an exit to the sea that's like tiny.
Yeah, it's really small.
Yeah, I was actually there last year. We were in Dubrovnik and we rode the split.
They let you in?
They did. I know.
Wow.
Mistake number one.
I'm shocked.
I told them I was there for the miracle, so they believed me.
Well, you should have just said that you're going there for to work. They would have believed you then too.
Sorry, an Indian restaurant, maybe. That's a pretty place. But I didn't know about this miracle thing. Maybe I would have convinced the wife, that we should drive over and check this miracle thing out.
When we were in Mexico City, we saw Our Lady of, what is it, Guadalupe?
Guadalajara?
Not Guadalajara. I think I'm saying it wrong.
I think it's Guadalupe.
Guadalupe. Try to think about it before you talk about it.
Still atheist, but it was kind of cool to see it.
No visions, no mystical experience.
No religious experience. I mean, I didn't take drugs. Obviously, that's what you're supposed to do. I didn't do that, so maybe that was my mistake. No religious experience. The Mexicans have a really tacky. I'm not saying that in a mean way. It's almost like charming and fun, tacky version of Christianity. It's very colourful and exciting, and lots of statues and things. I like it.
But it is very tacky.
Oh, gotcha. Guadalupe. Okay.
Yeah, Frank, you get it right.
Guadalupe to Guadalupe.
You drink enough tequila, perhaps you might have a religious experience.
It's a good point, especially with the worm in it.
They're all spiritually dead.
That's fair.
Spiritually discerned.
You're all spiritually dead.
I think we are all spiritually dead. We were all like, what's the big deal? Someone painted this. Okay. It's a bit of a fish.
It was really tacky.
Were you in Mexico?
Maybe a year or so ago. I don't remember.
Okay. I was gonna make a joke about Day of the Spiritually Dead, but it's.
seemed right about the time when they were trying to convert the locals to Christianity. So
Yokels, the smooth brain yokel.
They smooth brain. They all have this smooth brain.
So I'm trying to make some money off of this, selling my soul business.
Uh-huh.
And it's not going so well.
Really?
The buyers?
No, there's nowhere to sell it. Like, there's no.
You're here right now selling it.
Size 8.5 soul. You get two of them, right? My soul will fit any foot. Don't worry.
Your soul isn't really valuable if you don't have spiritual discernment.
But that's what I'm saying. So maybe I can sell my soul to somebody that does have the spiritual discernment, so they can have benefit from it.
Money.
What if somebody that sells you can have some benefit?
This magnet's gonna sell the universe to you, but nobody wants to buy his bullshit.
Legally sign up.
selling your parts instead.
That actually makes sense. You gotta be a believer, and then you sell your soul so you lost your place in heaven.
Nobody wants your soul, bro.
Yeah, what do you think?
It's like a backup for you. What are you talking about? Just in case yours goes south, you got another one in your back pocket.
No, it doesn't work.
It wouldn't be mine.
It is.
Dude, you got
You
like
know
a
how
soul
they
that has
usually
Andromeda strain on.
You can adopt it just like a child. Come on.
You're doing it wrong. If you really want to maximize your value, you got to create a sole proprietor.
Oh, look.
How much value do you need?
Nice.
What did he say? Value?
He did. He said value. He said virgin earlier.
I feel like
You're evolving on your English skills here.
Yeah, that's what's his name from this part. I mean, what
English is kind of down.
Can you say vicissitudes?
Yeah, like who has like the and the word? Like, why do you have two of them?
They're completely different sounds, chiefs.
Literally Hebrew.
Who does that? Like, you can just have the just put the everywhere. Who's the everywhere?
German.
I was thinking German as well. Many Europeans say Mali.
Yeah.
So they're in good company.
Yeah. English, Hebrew, German, Latin, I believe.
So in grad school, I'd go to the gym, whatever, right, and ask for a volleyball because I wanted to play volleyball, and they'd give this like ugly blue thing because apparently there is a game called volleyball.
Oh no! See, this is why B is important. You get misunderstandings like that.
Just get a bit of language.
Get a bit of.
A what? Again.
So the spelling is awful. Just make it orthographic.
You're right, the spelling is like really odd.
Best language in the world, bro. Use international.
The same Selenium Converse just today, early this week.
But they already had.
The waking eye, literally.
But you're like confusing popularity for like being best.
What popularity?
English short English language.
Is it because it's best or like some accident of history and stuff?
Accident.
Yeah,
It's an accident.
Now I can ask my question to Deepak.
Oh no. All right. If you can do it in 2 minutes, go.
2 minutes. All right, Deepak. Information theory. Random sequence, incompressible, and so on and so forth. Is it possible that every random sequence actually could be decoded into, or like unencrypted, or not encrypted, uncompressed into some other pattern? Do you think that's a possible theory? Like if you do a neutron decay, so like you do a neutron decay, right? So like where like excitation, it excites, takes 10 seconds, do it again, takes 20 seconds, do it again, takes 5 seconds. These random numbers, do you think you can take a random pattern and come up with some other higher order information out of it. I got compressed down into that.
Well, is it okay?
What happened? Yeah, it looks like well, first of all, I'm gonna bring it back up, but first of all, you have to just see the individual more absence of this stuff or negotiate the plan. If I let them down, I don't want to, if T-Bob wants to answer, I don't want to.
Yeah, go now. But, I go to on the views, no, there's no such thing. But, I was just talking for a while and I realized something happened. Let's see, wait, so, okay, if it's compressibility in the sense of like common or complexity, right? Like, right, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, you're misunderstanding. I'm saying it's incompressible, so it looks like random noise. So therefore, like, that's what everything is encoded into best encryption, but that's our best compression makes it look like random noise. And that's the best way to point. So, you know, perfect compression algorithm, it looks like random. So if I think of a random sequence, and I think of the uncompression algorithm, there might be an way to uncompress it back into some information.
What's a fixed random sequence? Can I come up with what's, sorry, I know some question, like, just repeat that last one.
So if I imagine, so let's imagine like I was taking away to start looking at what heads, tails, heads, tails. Everyone would agree it's a chance heads, it's a chance tails, and therefore that's just a noise. It's just going through everything. It's different. But it's effectively a stream of bits, ones and zeros, that's incompressible, it's random. That might, I'm proposing in a weird way, that there might be an uncompression algorithm that turns it back into information using the word decompression.
Like I was seriously asking, is there a
Sure, decompression.
So actual compression is not an actual thing.
I should say decompression. So
What do you mean by turning it back into information? Right?
So if I take English, so if I take English and compress it, it's like in the ideal compression, it would look like a random sequence. And I
Hope.
take that.
You need hope to come with the same word.
It turns back into a language that we understand. So in that sense, like, is there a possibly a decompression algorithm that would apply to like a random sequence and go, oh, if we apply it to this noise, we get out this human readable form.
Like you could just build like a giant like lookup table, right? That maps every random sequence to like a sentence in English.
No, not like that though, right? It's not, I'm saying to me, like, yeah, like, is there an algorithm? Because that would just be, it's not right, like the finite list, right?
Generally speaking, most like compression algorithms are going to come with a non-compression algorithm, right? That tells you how to put the random.
He's there too.
So yes, but like, okay, so, and I think, yes, if you're talking about purely whether there's computable functions that do that, yes, I think it's, I think if there is a compression algorithm, then there's an uncompression algorithm. Now, one thing is that the uncompression algorithm might not be as easy to compute as the compression algorithm, right? There are things, special, like, I don't know how much you know about, like, things like context. There's like certain classes of functions that are like they're called one-way functions, right? They're easy to compute in one direction, but very, very hard computation in the other direction that can take place. So some compression algorithm might be like that. We have compression. Right. But not
Right, but imagine that I'm starting with a random sequence, and I'm saying, I didn't know how this got compressed. So
Here we go. They do not stop. They just keep going. They just keep talking non-stop. They just talk. They want to talk, so they keep talking. Never stop. Won't stop. Can't stop.
But I've heard people say Moleskis.
Wait. I
I soak them in olive oil and butter and seasoning and lemon juice, and then I cut them into quarters and roast them in the toaster oven. It's right.
Hey, I'm back, guys.
We were talking about you, Gus.
I can tell, yes. Mind me up. Quit playing. Yeah, Beth DM'd me. She said you guys were talking about me. What the heck?
We ran out of things to talk about. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, Beth said you guys were talking shit.
Oh, I did not, you weirdo. We're talking about Brussels sprouts.
No, you DM me, Beth. I got the message. It's okay. I got the message. I'm here now. It's alright.
Oh, that's amazing. We were talking about Brussels sprouts at Divisive Mix. And I don't know how to make Brussels sprouts, so I was listening to his recipe.
Actually, Gus, this Brussels sprouts is our code name for you.
Yeah, I knew that. That's what I was just about to say. That you guys are speaking in code now. I get it.
What's on your eyes, Augustus?
Censor bar. Because I'm always being censored. Because I got the forbidden information. The forbidden knowledge.
Are you going hunting? You got a hunting cap on.
Well, it is hunting season.
What are you hunting?
I find
I'm
retards.
for
I find retards.
Oh, poor little thing. They're just nuggets to eat.
That's right.
That's right. That's right.
What's new with Tronic?
Wasting his time.
He's good. I think that he's just disappointed with the community. As am I. That's why I'm here bothering you.
You guys got a pretty strong community going. I thought you still did.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Things are good though. I wrote an email to Elon Musk's cousin today. That was cool. On behalf of Senator Ron Johnson.
That's fun work if you get paid for it.
Yeah, I got paid for it. They're paying me good.
I should back channel you some of the crap I do with my connection.
Okay.
People don't like him, Mike Pence.
Nah, I know.
I had him in a room once, thinking about doing that again if people have enough questions. But doesn't appear people's very interested.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Zero.
what's the topic?
Hello?
Oh, Augustus. Yeah, mom me up, Zero. Okay. Co-host me.
There you go.
Fuck it. Let's go.
Pew, 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 pew.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's right.
That's right.
You go downstairs for a smoke.
So guess what? I'm celebrating right now, y'all.
What happened? You find a house?
Did I find a house?
Yeah, did you find a house?
Yeah, I put a bid in on a house, but then they took it off the market.
Oh, I hate when they do that. Yeah, that's how.
Yeah, but no, I'm celebrating because guess what? I just got a promotion at work.
Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah. Comes with a pay raise and everything.
That's hot.
Yup. Hey, how you doing? So, yeah, I'm just chilling right now, enjoying the good weather. It's nice out.
It's hot.
So I was on Pitch Morgan a couple of days ago with a panel. We're all talking about there's an ex-CIA agent, some guy,
lucky.
just like hated the way the whole investigation was on
Slowly
JFK.
packing my luggage, which is a bunch of shit that I should not have bought, but I definitely want to wear. Want it out there?
Invocation of Satan hail.
Shut up,
the mighty one, ruler of the unseen.
Florida.
Bearer
No,
of
don't talk to your
parties.
Don't talk to
Kids. I don't know if you have kids. And your kids
Can you go on and buy
Yes.
me?
Tampa.
Okay.
Going on tour, Augustus. I'm going on tour.
Sucking dick!
Oh my god. Have you ever had to like sit on top of your luggage?
Till I close it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is insane.
Are you putting so much clothing going to
Florida. You're supposed to bring less clothing when you go to Florida.
I just went and got socks, and everything I'm wearing needs black socks, so as opposed to white socks. So I'm gonna leave the white socks. Okay. I have literally like an hour to get to the airport. I still have to buy edibles.
Down.
And another weekend.
You can't buy edibles at they don't have that at the airport
In Florida?
in LA.
No. Oh, crazy.
I don't know.
Oh, Marshall Rankin's here. Bring him up.
Oh, hey, Augustus. How's it going, buddy?
What else, Augustus? Hey, girl. Hey, girl. What's up, Marcel? Not much, man. I'm just down knocking doors. What are you doing?
He's knocking doors!
I'm celebrating.
Good. What are we celebrating?
I got a promotion.
Dude, fucking proud of your ass. Glad you got it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I wrote an email to Elon Musk's cousin today on behalf of Senator Ron Johnson.
Restaurants in Chicago downtown that is owned by women and
Nice, so you're on the Hill officially.
with drinks named after
No, they don't want me on the Hill in an official capacity. The ethics committee said that it's a conflict of interest because I ran the RFK campaign.
Yeah.
So, I'm biased, allegedly. So they don't want me on the Hill in an official capacity, but I've got a good relationship with his communications team, and they've asked me to just do a bunch of help for them, which I'm getting paid for from a third party.
That rocks. Glad you're doing it.
Yeah, Ron John's the man.
I'm living on Capitol Hill though, like in the neighborhood.
You probably don't live all that far away from my brother.
Yeah, it's a small neighborhood. I think I might go get ice cream in a minute.
You might live next to my little
I
brother.
spent 104 here.
85.
Lucky bastard.
Gonna be in Vegas in 4 hours. Should be interesting.
Augustus, how windy is it?
Windy?
Yeah.
In DC, it's not that windy.
Yeah, I'm Northview, and it's really windy here.
Yeah, I'm on the roof even, and the roof isn't getting any wind. It's got a cool breeze, but not wind. Wouldn't classify this as wind.
Yeah, I had to take my umbrellas down because it kept getting knocked down because the wind was too strong.
Oh, jeez, Louise. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Edie? Look, I'm a mod.
Oh my goodness.
It was,
I didn't even need your help this time.
it was a charity mod.
Oh,
No, it was out of respect.
there you go.
They were like, wow, we respect Augustus so much, let's mod him up for all the great things that he says all the time.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
It's because I bring so much interesting conversation to the room.
You do.
It's true.
And preservation of the human race, there's a lot of good topics in there, good rooms.
Thank you.
Of course.
Edie, guess what? I'm celebrating right now.
What you celebrating?
I got a promotion.
You did? Awesome.
Yeah. With a pay raise and everything. New title.
That's great.
What's your new title, Augustus?
Senior strategist of media.
That sounds very impressive.
Thank you.
Chicken ass, that's amazing. What's your favorite medium?
My favorite media?
Yes.
Meta.
Is that growing interest for political types, or is that where they hang?
It's like a senior citizen facility or something.
There's a lot more, like freedom of speech on Meta than there's ever been. More so now than there's ever been. And hopefully, that stays this way going into the next administration. If you look at like the statistics, there's 3 billion people on Instagram and over 3 billion people on Facebook. So you're just reaching a wider audience.
Boogergate! I got busted! Oh no! Some people like to clear the boogers from their nose.
6 times the amount of
Oh, Garrison's naming his son after me.
posting on.
So you can all sleep safe at night. Like little
a
babies.
video that might get 300
Someone's
likes
out there doing something.
X,
It'll be
get, like,
okay.
20,000 likes on Meta. So I like it more because I like going viral more. No, it's a censorship platform. Yeah, they already I posted a couple things on TikTok, and one of them already got flagged. And they were like, "This is strike one. Yeah, if you do this again, we're going to ban you." I always get censored. That's why I got the censor bar over my eyes.
It was like misinformation.
Ugh, chicken.
No, they said it was a community
Oh.
violation.
Oh.
We're talking about the vaccines.
Don't talk about the vaccines. We mustn't talk about
The vaccines.
I work a little bit like that because it seems Facebook and Insta are the top two.
Yeah, they are the top two, yeah. Yeah, my organization got censored from Meta in the Biden administration, so they sued Meta and won the lawsuit. So we're back on Facebook and Instagram now, growing and seeing like tremendous growth in short periods of time. So I'm enjoying the ride.
Children's Defense Network.
Of this opportunity, you know. But yeah, I mean, I hope that X grows over time, but it's like half the country hates it, you know, because of politics.
Do you think that's why, or is it function? I don't find X very friendly. What is it? You got to get 5 or 7 deep before you can talk.
Yeah, I
don't know. You should just keep
don't know.
trying.
I really used to like Clubhouse the most, more than anything, but I don't even like Clubhouse
I'm
anymore.
blocked.
Just come in here.
Blocked by Edie or Vero or Joe.
Yeah, it used to be a much more a powerful tool. Used to be.
Yeah. I'm working on a movie. I'm writing a movie script.
Yeah. What about?
But you promise you won't tell anybody?
Of course not.
Also, all of your friends will never tell you about it.
In the audience, and who are they tell?
So, have you guys ever heard of Ellis Island?
Of course.
Invocation of Satan Hail.
Well,
Mighty One.
in the early 1900s, a lot of immigrants would come over and go through Ellis Island to become a part of America, right? Like that's how the entry point into America was for a lot of Europeans. And like that's how my grandparents came over and stuff from Italy. And
My dad came to Ellis Island too.
right, so nobody knows about Swinburne Island.
I've never heard of that. Yeah.
So Swinburne Island was actually, if you had some sort of medical deformity, genetic issue, if you were sick in any way, it was the quarantine that was off the coast of Ellis Island, and you would be sent to Swinburne Island.
Oh, okay.
So the movie is about basically you get sent to Swinburne Island.
Invocation of Satan.
If you were a little different, but it wasn't for quarantine purposes exclusively. It was the U.S. government and military doing human experimentation.
Oh, wow.
With aliens.
Oh, okay.
In collaboration. In the human-alien hybrid agenda.
Augustus, have you heard of the book Swindle to New York?
No.
It's a nonfiction book by a guy named Tucciaroni, and it's about the Italians that came to New York between 1893 and like 1905. Excellent book about all the fraud in Italy and people coming to New York and to Argentina. And poor Italians who paid the equivalent of a coyote to get them to Argentina would sign up. They didn't read or write, most of them, and give their life savings to get to Argentina, and all of a sudden they'd end up in New York, and they had all of these young Italian men with no money, and it was a big problem in New York. They had to house them all, and it's an excellent, excellent book on the fraud, and if you have an Italian background, it's a terrific book to read. So, Swindle to New York.
Wow. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks for sharing that.
Might help you with your book. It's got some. It's very well documented. It's a really well written book.
And that's based on a true story.
It's nonfiction. It's based on that whole period. It's an excellent book. I'll get a link and put it in the chat.
Excellent book. Put the link in the chat. Good one. Good one, Pizza Man.
Yeah, link me up, Joe. Thank you, brother. I gotta give you a follow, Joe. Full for you, Joe. Full follows for you. Yeah, Beth was telling me earlier, Edie, that you were talking shit.
Yeah, about
Yeah.
Well, you know. If I gotta talk shit, I gotta talk shit. What do you want me to do?
What was that whole shit going down earlier yesterday with
I don't
and Kristen?
You popped in there?
Yeah, I kept on trying to interject and nobody would let me speak because Pussy would check it out.
When Bussy's going, you can't. Yeah, nobody can interject.
Yeah, Kristen got her ass reamed.
Yeah, Bussy had a hard on for her. I was there for a while.
I mean,
Midnight talk on the floor. I draw a cold door. You slip in like a spell. With your eyes on my core. Cold on the table. And the candles lean. Rock, hope, I crack. Stirring smoke between. Your hands speak thunder. Mine answer back. Hot like a sigil. Beating off the track. All power, all power. Call it by name. We've been the dark hour. Take my hand. All power now in this bed. Life and night. Banish the fear, burn it bright.
velvet coat. I sing your secret from the throne of the note.
Big rush.
Shaking when you laugh that way.
Power of the bull rush.
Even the moon drops at the edge of day. I don't need a crown. I don't need a throne. If you say my name, I come home. I come home. All power, power, all power under the skin. We close the circle and let the storm in. I hope I can take my hand. All power now in this bed. I hope I can love and night. Vanish the fear, burning bright. No shadow stay. I hope I can take my hand. All power now in this bed. I hope I can love and night. And it's me running by. I hope I can. We are sent magic wizard. Never end. John casually picks his nose.
The cup holds water, but the shape is air. What's a path if no one?
He's offline, but I'll see if he gets the ping. I'll message him. I'll say Augustus wants you in here.
Alright.
Let's see.
Just if you see him, just tell him I said what's up.
I will.
He's a good guy. I like him. He's a good person. You remember David Duncan?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Me and him saved David Duncan's life one time.
Why? What happened?
I don't want to get into it, but yeah, we saved his life though. How cool is that?
That's very cool. That's very, very cool.
He's alive now.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I just talked to him today on the phone.
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just need somebody to sort of be in their, corner for a minute and tell them, yeah, you're all right. It's going to be okay. Pull them out of it,
That's right. For sure. I remember, you know who did that for me when I was losing my fucking mind and tried killing myself?
Who?
Cardano, of all people.
Wow.
Wow.
I can see that. I mean, as much as, there's issues there, I can see that.
I like Cardano. Honestly, I miss him being around.
Me too.
Well, that's great that he did that for you. That's amazing.
Yeah, I was trying to kill myself, and he was there for me. He got me into treatment.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I remember when you were having a little bit of a hard time. I didn't know you well, but I remember that. But I didn't know how deep it had gotten, and I'm glad you came out of that. Obviously.
Yeah.
You know, one hand washes the other. We help David. Cardano helped me.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what it's
people gotta
about.
be there for one another. You know,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
especially as men. You know,
Yeah. Absolutely.
it's too often do the men on this app just cut each other down.
I was going to say more of that and less cutting each other down. Exactly. Right.
You know,
We're all in this crazy mess together, so, you know.
that's right. You know, who's a good man is Cowboy.
Cowboy is a good guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like Cowboy. I hate Cowboy.
Yeah.
Everybody likes Cowboy.
Cowboy and I used to live in the same town.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and we know the same restaurants and stuff, so yeah, I like Cowboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I like that guy. Yeah. So,
Well,
what's up with Serendipity?
She's doing good. She's doing well. Yeah.
Every time I came in the room recently, she's been quiet.
She was probably just doing things. There was a sort of family death that she was dealing with. Yeah.
No, I could sense that.
Also, she's got a project she's working on. She's got a big top secret app she's creating that's taking her time. She's very excited about it, very involved.
Well, that's the best thing you do when grieving is just throw yourself into work.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, idle hands will kill a man.
Yeah,
you know, when you're grieving and you're just sitting around, it makes it so much harder to deal.
Her daughter just graduated high school. Her youngest. So.
That's right. So that's great.
And her dating is going to commence now that she's got her leaving the house. I'm not sure if it starts in September when she goes to college or what, but we have all that to look forward to.
Oh boy.
Just fine.
Yeah, I'm going to release the Kraken.
Yeah.
I'm going to New York this weekend.
Oh yeah? What are you doing there?
Visiting family. We're doing a barbecue. On Saturday. Big Italian barbecue.
Where in New York you going?
We'll be in Brooklyn, but we're going to the barbecue right outside of Manhattan and Jersey. I'm really looking forward to it.
When you go to Brooklyn, you got to go to Williamsburg and go to this pizza shop called La Industria. It is phenomenal. It is the best pizza shop in all the boroughs. It's fantastic.
And what's it called?
It's Italian. It's La Industria. It's basically the industry. L''INDUSTRE. La Industria.
All right, L''ANTE.
Like industry, the word industry, like a manufacturing facility, industry. La Industria.
I got it.
Yeah, okay. It's an odd name. Most people have a hard time saying it.
Williamsburg, right?
Yep. It's fantastic. It's worth the trip. I would not be telling you. They do a slice of pizza. My favorite one they have is it's a slice shop, so they reheat the slices. So they reheat the slice, and then they put a dollop of burrata cheese on top with fresh basil. Very simple, very elegant, and unbelievably good.
I'm gonna check. I just Googled it. I'm gonna check it out. Thank you.
Oh, you will not be disappointed. You'll be talking about it forever. I've been there once, and I talk about it forever.
Joel. Joel.
How are you here?
I am.
Do you miss me when I'm not in the room? Do you miss me?
Of course.
Why
not?
I want to make sure somebody does.
I was like, why? Does she think she's the most sympathetic?
No, she said it earlier. That's why I went with her.
Oh, okay.
It was a coin flip between you and her. So I'll ask you, Edie, do you miss me when I'm not in the room?
Oh, you know I love when Pizza Joe's around.
So I don't know if you guys follow the Georgia politics at all, but we had a pretty big upset for the kind of establishment Republicans. Burt Jones lost the runoff to Rick Jackson, who is a political outsider. So he's won the nomination for the Republican Party, and it's quite interesting.
I think Jackson's very compelling. I think he's very compelling.
I do too. I love his story. But I did not vote for him mainly because I just still am not really clear on what his, all his issues, where he stands. But also, I think Bert had a better chance of beating Keisha Lance Bottoms. Bert is a really solid or.
I am the charioteer of thee, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Who keep watch over the universe? Yea, who company the beer to the house of rest? Who pilot the ship of rod, advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in thee, and mine is the radiance one candle of heaven Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Oh, ye true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrath and sing onwards to the heights of heaven. Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth, behold, he is enemy, and I in him. Bright is the radiance, wherein doth the heaven of heavens. I travel on high, I travel on the firmament of I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of the new, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified wrath, giving my life to the dwellers of the
Some of the recharge criminal fraudster, some of the specific of the federalists were exploded their cup. The federal fraudsters of the state foundations is the leader area and economic trade.
Therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from available in the silence. Unutterable wisdom, all light, all power.
Hello?
I am the charioteer of the East, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the center of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Tom floweth over.
The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place, let him begin by a ritual of the enter, as followeth. H vivo preopum, o procul este profani, bahlasti, peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom from Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. I invoke, O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light in thee. I invoke, thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy limbs is the night sky blue. Sitting in a bar. Sitting in a bar, and we know more about the target than they know about us. That, right? A Chinese, most secretive organization. Iran.
So I was on Piers Morgan a couple of days ago with a panel. And we're all talking about there was an ex-CIA agent, some guy that when we know this. When we know. The most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash and shell company. Offshore cash. When we know there's a when we the most secretive organization. We know there's a target sitting in a bar. The most secret. Most secret. Most secret. Most secret.
in a bar and we know more about the target than they know about us, that's a scenario that we call information superiority. So we can walk in there and we can launch a surprise attack and basically pitch them on a cold approach.
Most
Sweet home, Chicago. And we know that. Please have us. Thank you, Panini, for that outstanding.
most secret.
Introduction.
Most most secret. Most secretive organ.
That is Barack Hussein Obama. You know that.
Most secret.
Got on.
Most secret.
Center, as well as what you think about President Obama.
Most secret.
Legacy. As
everybody is kind of civil.
Most secret.
I drew what I had.
I got it.
Most secret.
I am not immune to anger or doubt.
Most secret.
Belief in checks and balances in our
Most secret.
government and an accountability that comes with it. An independent judiciary and robust.
Most secret.
Free press.
You were doing the people's work.
Most secret.
Rescuing our economy.
It's critical. It's the library kind of. And we know. Makes Obama's two-term finally be holding its grant.
Most secret.
Opening ceremony. Hey, it's Christian Mitchell. Your candidate.
Most secret.
Running for lieutenant governor here in the state of Illinois. Very special day for me, the Obama president.
Most secret.
Yeah.
The most secret. Yes, America has made its share of foreign policy mistakes.
There's been three great scandals in the 21st century. The first was the Russian collusion hoax that was prompted by Hillary.
The most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash and shell companies. From overthrowing foreign leaders in the Cold War to deploying algorithms and drones in the war on terror. Most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore. The most. The most secret. The most. The most secret. So I was on Piers Morgan a couple of days ago with a panel. We're all talking about there was an ex-CIA agent. The astronauts were horrified to discover the most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cap. The most secret. The most.
The most.
We often say budgets are moral documents, and that's true. But in this moment, this budget is true.
Donald Trump will never know love like Michelle and Barry's.
Something more.
The most secret.
You were doing the people.
Did an ID to get in. Thought out.
The most secret.
Side the gates, different scene. Apparently, Obama stiffed the black subcontractors who built this stone.
The most.
Slab. People of all backgrounds.
The most.
They will see themselves.
The most.
In these floors. America will see.
The most secretive
itself. And Trump for today I'm in Chicago.
The most.
For the opening up.
You have made me a better person.
The most.
And have given us all an example that we should.
The most.
We'd all.
My name is Caleb Gazale. I was running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and one of the most common questions I've been getting over the last week and a half is what's next? And
The most secret. The most. The most. The most secret. The most secretive. The most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power.
The most secretive organization. The most we know that the most so the most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash and shell companies. From overthrowing foreign leaders in the Cold War to deploying algorithms and drones in the war on the most secretive Most secretive organ. Most 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 secretive organ. Most 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 secretive organ. Most 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 secretive. Most 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 secretive organization. It run
There's a lot of time posted. That's right. I remind everybody when the country burns, when the whole thing comes crashing down, when the economy completely goes bankrupt, when the stock market implodes and everybody's retirement goes to hell, there's no more future, and panic sets in. Somebody call John Kitover quick! He was right! He was right! But it'll be too late then, because John Kitover will be in the Pacific in his bunker in New Zealand with the billionaires. I tried to warn you all, I'm sorry, but Peter Thiel invited me to his special VIP bunker in New Zealand. I hear it's 1,000 feet below the surface of the earth.
Like, just cuddle. That being said, roleplay can be fun, but, you know, you go into it with the understanding about it.
Roleplay would be hard. I'm just in general a terrible sexual partner across the board. But because like roleplay would also be difficult for me. Like I would have such a.
Well, you are a guy pretending to be a woman, so there could be complications because of the gender identity.
That's right. So even if there's a multiverse and the laws differ between individual, instantiations, bubbles, whatever you want to call them, manifolds, I don't care. Right? To me, that doesn't mean that they are so physical, right, and non-supernatural. Right? All that would be saying to me is that the laws of physics, right, are more conditionalized than we previously thought, right? That like our physical laws are the laws that apply, if you have such and such initial and subsequent conditions, right? That doesn't mean that the other ones are supernatural.
So by that extension, if we agree that these laws exist, they're just different or conditioned to that particular universal reality, then by that extension we should be able to
we should be able to try to learn English without wasting everybody's time. Just read a book.
By just stating them as supernatural, we should grant that yes, there could be dimensional existence of other beings.
Dimensional existence of other beings. Hello?
Their laws in physics are different than our universal laws, and should not be dismissed per se by the same token.
Okay, so first, a couple of things, right? First, this dimension talk is a little slippery, right? I'm not accusing you of like dishonesty or anything, but like length, width, height, time, things like that are dimensions. I don't know what it means to say that a different universe. Fair enough. I don't know what it means to say that another universe is a dimension in the same way, like I wouldn't call our four-dimensional, like everyday experience to be a dimension, right? That just seems silly to me. But like, if all you want to mean by dimension is other universe, yeah, like it could have different rules. There could be, creatures living in that one, just like there are in this one, i.e. us. But that doesn't like mean supernatural. I take like supernatural to mean able to like cause effects, like efficaciousness that is able to break or circumvent the laws of physics, right? In the same way, like God would be like a disembodied mind with causal powers, like physically causal powers. So I don't know what it would mean, like why you would even want to say that, like a physical being like us in a different dimension would be supernatural. I think that's just conflating different things, right? It's just equivocation.
So you think I'm incorrect with equating what I'm hearing from you, which is because we exist in this universe, we have laws that are defined by this universe. However, if there is an existence of multiverse, they should have their own physical laws. They should have their own laws per se, and the exist.
How do you say you're retarded without saying you're retarded? I am trying to learn how to speak English, so I am coming here to talk about anything that I can talk about to use my English words.
The world turns outward, but it spins from some picture. But that you know now, we're all talking about this next year. I think it's here, you think it's you, but every shadow swallows true. So I was on picture. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways, it disappears. A bird in flight, a thought half born, each one a circle where the void is born. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. Look at the edge of what you know. It's not an end, it's just a glow. Inside the silence, the echo.
Oh, wow. You're not throwing it in my face again.
I'm trying to treat you like shit. It's awful.
Bro.
Hello?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're cursing at me and stuff. Like, I
Because
haven't
you
cursed
fucking
at you.
swear and you say the N-word every 2 fucking seconds.
Really?
I'm trying to speak at
When,
your level.
whoa.
I'm
When
trying
did I
to
see
speak
the
at
N-word?
your... I think you're saying
I called your ex a fucking pedophile. That's what I called you.
Ooh.
That's what I said. That's all the curse words I said.
Damn.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You could obey
Go
this.
confess your sins.
That's fine. I'll kiss the black stone. That's what I'll do.
Wow.
I don't give a shit about Blackstone.
Zabu, did you do it?
Think about it. Like anyone can go to the confession booth, but no one can really kiss the black stone. Like you have to get out there. You have to be healthy.
Yeah.
What?
I was just gonna ask if you did any squats today to work on that ass.
I went on a 24-kilometer run or a bike ride.
Wow. Well, that'll work that booty.
Yeah. You should talk to Daniel.
What's up, Daniel? What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk again about my petitions for Congress for the 100th time?
You know there's a target sitting in a...
Well, anyways, I just want to say, like, have you guys ever tried to use Clubhouse but, like, not speak the entire day and then just observe how other people behave?
So...
Hello? Because there's a saying that says, you know, the present moment is all you really have. And you can't lose what you don't have. But the fact of the matter is, you know, if you're here every day, that's your presence and your awareness and your concentration. You could say it's meditation. You could say it's not meditation. But the point is, it's an opportunity cost to be here. Now, as the laziest person here who just clicks a button for a living, I mean, I have literally simplified my career to just clicking a link, aka a button. Many of you here are still so vigorously interested in having these never-ending debates and playing the same little game over and over and over and over again. It's like playing the same video game day in and day out, watching the same movie or the same television show forever. When do you finally hang up the phone and say, not today. I'm going to do something new with my life, something more creative than what I did yesterday. I'm going to push the boundaries of creativity. Have you ever thought about it that way? Hello?
Most secretive organizations. You are the subject. You are the thing. Most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash and shell companies.
Let us live. Let us breathe.
The most secretive
Free as
organization.
air.
Their guns and their black.
No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe that we'll rise again. No hatred, no
Upload a verification selfie. Wow.
Free from strife. No way.
Getting censored on Instagram. They deleted my account. Selfie verification. You upset Obama. You can't say Obama's CIA. Hello? Hello? Sorry, I'm getting censored on Instagram because I said Obama was a CIA agent.
Of course he is. Why would he not be?
It says it on his Wikipedia page. His first job out was working for Business International Corporation, which is a CIA analysis group. So it's right there on his Wikipedia. And I
whether he likes it or not, he did work for them.
Yeah, I mean, the president is the head of the CIA. You know, he's the superior president to the CIA director. He tells the director what to do. So, anyways.
No, the director is a front man. He works for them just like, like, some people are crazy when they say stupid shit like that. Like, of course he worked for the CIA. All presidents work for the CIA.
I know, crazy, right?
Well, I mean, like, this just 1 + 1 is 2, and 2 + 2 is 4, and 4 + 4 is 8. Should I go on? Hello?
Hello? I mean, his new library cost $1 billion, and he had to borrow or steal $300 million from the taxpayers just to do the landscaping. And today was his big party. He had Bruce Springsteen and John Legend and every major politician and billionaire. It was just
living his best life.
hello. And so, anyways, his mother was a prostitute that ran a honeypot for the CIA because I've got naked photos of her. Have you ever seen naked photos of Obama's mom?
No, please stay with you. Oh, no.
Never seen them? That's okay. Anyways, I'm just saying I got kicked off of Instagram because apparently you can't call people a faggot retard or a retard faggot. That's against the law, and it's abusive hate speech to call retard faggot.
Truth Social? They allow you to say stuff like that.
You can say faggot retard on Truth Social? I didn't know. I never say the N-word. I just say the N-word, you know.
Negro?
No, I never say that. I just say the N-word. I just use the letter N.
Oh, you just gonna call me an N-word?
Yeah, I just say the N-word. That's it. I don't use the N-word. I just say the N-word.
The word when you say the N-word.
Well, maybe it's a good thing that Instagram kicked me off because, you know, maybe I'm just using the internet too much and I'm not out in the garden, you know, touching grass, petting bunnies, feeding squirrels and birds.
Man, the grass is dry right now. It hasn't rained for a while. Hello?
Hello? You know what? You know what amazes me about these never-ending Andrew R. Christian debate rooms with Zeleny and all these amazing people is that they spend so much time talking about, you know, Christian historicity or Christian truth, but they never actually read what they're talking about. Like they'll talk endlessly about Matthew and the years and John, but they'll never read what they're talking about. Never even play an audiobook and then talk about it. It's the weirdest waste of time. It's almost like people are retarded faggots or faggot retards. I can't figure out which one it is. But anyways, you know.
Are you talking about those guys who smoke cigarettes over in Frankie's, the retarded face cigarettes?
Tell you what it is. Let me tell you what it is.
What is it? What's happened?
We're not trying to have a serious conversation right now, please.
I am joining the conversation. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but don't be serious about it, please. Please do not.
What do you mean? Don't be serious about it.
Like, don't bring intelligence and educated stuff into this, please. Please, just don't do it.
Come on, you're talking to Fatima here, bro.
You're always talking some smart stuff.
Let me just quote Fatima and say, "Shut up,
You're always
bitch."
making sentences and all this other stuff. I don't want to hear none of that. I just want to hear hello.
Hello.
Fatima, you know I just gave you praises, right? So just so you know.
Are you Christian?
No.
You know what? I think people should learn, especially on this app, because people know a lot of things, right? Impressively, a lot of things on this app. I have noticed. Big people, you can know a lot of things that doesn't make you understand what you know. You get that?
You know what you know, but sometimes you don't know what you know. Hello?
No, you don't understand what you know. You just know it. You know, have you
That's
ever thought that?
That's right there.
From understanding knowledge comes wisdom. From not
No. Wisdom comes from knowledge, not with knowledge comes from wisdom.
Wisdom comes from understanding knowledge.
I think you read an encyclopedia, you may not end up being a wisdom.
Wisdom, an encyclopedia is not wisdom, that's just knowledge.
Encyclopedia is knowledge.
Yeah.
Sometimes grace. I told you, Fatima, not to bring some serious, intelligent stuff to this conversation. Hello?
This is not intelligent, this is just normal.
Oh shit, it gets more than this? Fucking A.
Yeah.
Can we talk about Obama still again? So what's going on with his wife?
You mean his husband?
Yes, his husband. She's got very skinny and it looks like she's going to some stuff, man.
Yes. It's very, very hard to maintain a trans appearance for this long. Her teeth are completely smushing in because of all the procedures to shave down her structure.
About Macron having a dad and now Obama. Is this something that the right just likes to accuse?
No, I honestly think it's like because they're in a cult and trans ideology is extremely significant in that cult.
So she may be related to the ancient Anunnakis who were, what do you call it? When you had both gender at the same time?
Yeah, I mean,
what is that called again?
Adam Cadmon, the first.
Hermaphrodites? No, not that. Both sex at the same time, like the gods of Greeks and stuff like that. What do they call them?
See, what's interesting is.
You're a smart person. Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, I've been telling it 3 times by internet, by the way. It's androgynous.
Okay,
androgynous. Yes, androgynous. Maybe she's androgynous. She's neither male or female or female. You know, those bloodlines, they produce those type of beings.
Yeah, I thought.
Hello, I'm trying to talk right
Hermaphrodite. Yeah, I thought there were these things called hermaphrodites, but then when you Google it and you look at the pictures, you realize it's just enlarged clitorises that look like penises, and so no one's ever been born with a penis and a vagina. It has never happened. It's because of genetics. Maybe some of you've heard of the XY chromosome and how that works. Hello?
Oh my God, shut up, you fucking idiot.
You demon, stop talking like that in front of Fatima. She's a pious female.
No, if Fatima uses any profanity, she's promised that she will only do it in her native language from now on.
Alhamdulillah.
You know what I also noticed? People on this app, though, they might sometimes know a lot and don't understand what they know. But what I've also noticed on this app is that what I'm going with.
You know what I've noticed on this app is some people notice other people on this app, and they notice that they're wasting all their time, and they don't even listen to audiobooks, let alone read any real books.
You people are wasting your time because you are doing all the same shit and you are doing the same shit. You're always saying everybody's wasting his time, and you also on the app while saying everybody's wasting their time. So you belong to that group you are criticizing.
Well, somebody on YouTube wrote, "Why would I vote for a libertarian when they ran all crimes and election tampering, war crimes like all the rest? V for Vendetta, we don't need a punk that never grew up. Kit Kat that." Hello?
Wait, what? I missed the last part. What? Kit
Kat that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What's up, Phoenix? What's the deal?
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Even God or who have like thoughts about that.
So do you think that Obama married a man?
No, the ones who don't want to have thoughts, or they're not the problem. The ones who don't believe in God, like and they wanna prove other people to prove them that there is a God, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have this mentality on this app, right? If you go with this mentality and you want to believe it or you want proof if something exists, but the mentality they have, they already go like with the mentality, I will do everything in my power to prove it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of listening, the people on this app that don't believe in God, that want proof of God's existence, they don't. You see that they are not ready to listen to someone talking about the experience of God's existence.
Well, it's know-it-all syndrome. It's narcissism, know-it-all syndrome. Like Cora here, if you talk to Cora about anything, she knows she has an answer for everything. And so how do you explain that? How do people on this app assume that they know everything and that they're subject matter experts and superior to other speakers? It blows my mind. The whole green bean thing is so stupid that people who live with it, like they're really like, I don't feel bad for them. I'm just like amazed at like the level of retardation. Yes, Fatima, go ahead, doctor.
About fucking doing
can you guys keep this conversation less intellectual, please?
It's not about knowing everything. It's not about knowing everything. You can have all the knowledge in the world. It's about understanding it.
Phoenix, are you following this shit? That makes no sense.
Dina, you can barely speak English and you're talking about understanding stuff. We barely understand you half the time.
That's not nice.
But she wants to make all these comments about all the conversation. Where's the conversation around you?
Hold up, man. Without a doubt.
She comes in and says the N-word all the time, and she wants us to be like super sympathetic to everything, every request that she wants. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Why do you feel personal attacked by what I'm saying?
Yeah, Fatima, can you shut it for a few minutes? Because
listen, all you want to do is just come in and just make everyone feel uncomfortable with you saying the N-word. And it's like, who's going to be the first person to kick her out of the room?
I'm not trying to do
and then none of us do it because, you know, we care, but then at the same time, it's like, yeah, but then we have to put up with everyone in the room being insulted. So we have to choose you, right? That's what you want us to do.
Yes.
Eventually, what's going to happen, I'm not going to choose you anymore.
Why not?
And you're just not going to be allowed to do it. Because it gets boring.
But I didn't.
You did it again today. Like, you do it every day, so it just gets boring. It just gets boring. I'm not your therapist. I don't care. Request to come up 100 fucking times. Just go say the N-word in another room. Just do it in another room. That's it. But don't you understand? It's just that simple. And then I have to put up with it just because I want. Like, come on. Like, if I did that, I wouldn't be allowed anywhere. Fuck, I'm not allowed anywhere, and I've done less. But you what? Because you. I don't understand. What the fuck? I have to treat you like you're my cousin or my sister or something. where you're allowed to say whatever the fuck you want? No. Go do that shit in another room. I don't give a fuck. That shit gets boring after a while, man. The same shit. It's like every day, man. Fucking let it go already.
The room. What up, Moshe? Sin.
Who's this?
It's Hawk.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I know Sin. I know Moshe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's the funny letters you got in your name? What's the funny letters you got in your name?
Katavi, Paleo Hebrew.
Oh, Paleo.
Okay. What does it mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Yitzhak Hagadol. Yitzhak Hagadol. I can't hear what you're saying, Phoenix.
Okay, what does it mean? What does it symbolize?
Oh, it's my name.
No, the picture.
Oh, this is 231 gates of creation. So the Sefer, you ever heard of the Sefer Yetzirah?
No.
Yeah, so Sefer Yetzirah. So basically, it means the book of formation. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Ayin Sof, developed, created the whole universe with the Hebrew language. The Hebrew language is the built-in blocks of creation, basically. So that's what my picture represents.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And in fact, my last name is Kitover. And guess what? In the book of Genesis, after God, Hashem, created the universe and the earth, he said Kitov. He said that is good. So how is my last name Hebrew for that is good? And anyways, the aleph bet, in fact, Clubhouse is, I think that's aleph. I have books on Kabbalah and all this Hebrew, and see, this is the reason why Clubhouse is so fucking retarded. At least Megatron has spent some time digging into the Arcanon and all this weird Catholic stuff, which is basically all mysticism and part of Kabbalah.
Well, they have the Miriam, right? The Miriam represents the Shekinah. It represents the divine Shekinah.
Yeah, exactly.
The feminine essence of God. Because that's why when I read, like, Brit Hadashah, right, I look at that Yeshua is an embodiment, right, of Israel. It's a Kabbalistic embodiment, right? So it's supposed to represent, in Christian Kabbalah, right? I'm not a Christian, but in Christian Kabbalah, Yeshua Natsari, or Yeshua ibn Maryam, right? Yeshua ben Maryam, represents, the Gilgul, right, of Adam Harasham, right? Adam Kadman represents that. The second Adam. So I believe that, obviously, like the Brit Hadashah is based on some history, but I believe most of it's allegorical. It's actually deeply Kabbalistic writing that was created by Flavius Josephus.
And it was Kabbalah?
100%, it's all Kabbalah.
Okay, so Kabbalah is esotericism or mysticism?
It's
science.
Science. It's a yes, Phoenix. It's esoteric. It's exoteric. It's mystical. You have to read it, though.
If you want to look into what it was, if you go looking for Kabbalah, you're not going to find anything. But if you look for Merkabah, you will.
No, Kabbalah.
The first letter of the Torah.
Kabbalah, the base book of Kabbalah is the Zohar. That's considered the bulk of, but it goes on forever.
Yeah, but I think that Kabbalah is mysticism.
Yeah.
But it was influenced by Native American.
Native American?
Yeah, when that was someone who called Falcon Dog.
Yeah, I mean, you could get close to that, but I'd say they're distinctly unique. I do have a book on Native American wisdom, and there's a very important saying in Native American philosophy, which is, if you can say it, it is not true.
Yeah, but there is this part of Native American which is esoteric. Esotericism is not in esotericism is in secrecy, but mysticism
Did he
is
just
not.
say terrorism?
No.
You know, something I wish we had more writings from, but we're probably never going to get, are the Greeks that went east and ended up, like in Afghanistan area, and they became Buddhists. They even have found like stones, or they've carved in Greek letters like the Four Noble Truths and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be really interesting to.
Cora, there's 100 billion books out there. You're worried that you're not going to be able to access this minute little experience. There is so many books out there and so much information that it's so shocking, and it's so difficult to even get access to it or have the time to read. It takes a fucking word. We have to find out a way to do an upload into our brains.
Bro, this guy, bro, it's like honestly, man.
Hello?
Every fucking room. It's like all you do is complain, bro.
Like me saying that I had a desire for a particular type of lost knowledge, and you're just like, go read a book. And I'm like, this is stupid, John. It's stupid.
Yeah, projection alert detection system activated.
That's the book I want to read.
I have this incredible book.
I'm in the fucking library.
It's called the Akathist Hymn. You've never heard of it, I'm sure, but it's called the Akathist Hymn. Have you ever heard of it? Doubt it.
No one ever hears of the things that you hear of, John.
It says that the Akathist Hymn is a profound devotional poem which sings the praises of the Holy Mother and the ever Virgin Mary. So the Greek Orthodox hold Mary to such a high regard that she is basically a goddess.
What does that have to do?
Mother of God.
Greeks who practiced Buddhism before the advent of Christianity.
Well, this is called a book. I can't transmit 50,000 words in just 1 to 2 sentences for you. I'd be happy to read to you the Akathist Hymn if you'd like to hear it.
No, I'm good.
Okay, well, that's why, when you complain about me, it's just projection.
I wouldn't remember it. I would have remembered it if you read it to me. I'd remember it if I read it myself. So just put the link in the chat.
Sorry, it's a hard book I have in my hand. There's no link. It's called a book.
There's a Wikipedia to every book in this world. What it should be.
They actually did a study that showed that some people retain information much better by listening to books on tape.
Yeah, so
I have to read it in order to remember it.
Yeah, it's different for some people. Yeah.
There are still
Though it does help sometimes. Like I do remember it. I mean, I think everyone does, like songs and shit like that. But when it comes to actually retaining the information, for me, I have to read it.
Yeah, there is a hidden library in the Vatican, right?
What would it say if it was hidden? What do you think it would say?
Yeah, it is esoteric.
No, I'm just saying, why would they keep it in the library and not share it with the world?
Because it is an esoteric. I think that Catholic Church is a bit esoteric and a bit mystical. But there is also a hidden library in Iran, right?
I think the only stuff that they keep, because they do have esoteric stuff there. I would think more of like the stuff about the exorcisms. There's said to be some books that were written in the medieval period about exorcisms, and there's probably books like that. Hymns, things that are not made public. Possibly. I've read some of these, exorcism books. They're not that impressive. It's just really long prayers.
Like, have you been there inside the library?
Sorry, I was just saying that, I was just adding that there is indeed a whole library which is there in the Vatican, which is it's only accessed by some of the people who are in the Vatican, including the Pope. And it's otherwise the public has not been privy to it for some time.
Like the whole library online, bro. You can watch, you can look and see what they have online.
There's a secret, not a secret library, but it's a library only for the Pope and a few other people.
They have all the books posted online.
Those books are not posted online. Those books are just within the Pope's library. There's no other copies of those books.
Sing on with me.
And also there is a hidden library in Iran. I forgot what it's called. But the two hidden libraries today are in the Vatican and in Iraq. So it is not open source, right?
What's that?
Not open source. It means that not everyone can access them.
Okay, I'm going to get you the link for this Akathist hymn. And I went to a Greek Orthodox church, and I met my wife 2 weeks ago there. And so this Akathist hymn is very special, and the introduction to it is like 30 pages. But if you'll give me just 60 seconds of your time to hear just a brief first page, I think it'll be very beneficial for you mentally, psychologically, spiritually, holistically. Link is in the chat. Okay, moderators, do I have your permission to just read 60 seconds? Even Steve Appel gives me 60 seconds.
Yeah, please, yes, read.
Okay, the Akathist hymn, the faithful stand, the doxology. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill to men. We praise you, we bless you, we worship you, we thank you for your great glory. O Lord, King, God in heaven, the Father Almighty, O Lord, only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, and Holy Spirit. O Lord God, Lamb of God, the Son of Father, who takes away the sin of the world, have mercy on us. You, who takes away the sins of the world, receive our prayers. You, who are seated at the right hand of the Father, and have mercy on us. For you alone are holy, you alone are Lord, Jesus Christ, to the glory of God the Father. Amen. Every evening I will bless you and praise your name forever and ever, and unto the ages of ages. O Lord, you have been our refuge from generation to generation. Okay, that's the first page of the Akathist hymn. And it's all in Greek, translated into English, just for you.
So there is a prayer that is Islamic, if you guys don't mind if I share it. And the thing it says that if anyone actually prayed with it and followed it with something else, the prayer is going to be answered, which is to be used carefully. And the prayer is, O Allah, we call you with every name that belongs to you, that you have kept in secret within your knowledge, or you have taught one of your creation, or you have preserved in somewhere, and then you follow it with whatever you want, but it should be something good.
Well, I was reading Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness, and she claims that no matter what happens, the future economy will always be laissez-faire capitalism. What do you think about that?
Talk about capitalism.
No, I'm saying that the theory is that the economy will ultimately always revert back to laissez-faire capitalism. Always. It's an all or nothing statement, I know, but other economies and other forms of altruism can't survive the competitive nature of laissez-faire capitalism. And laissez-faire capitalism really just operates in the background. So it's just international. Like laissez-faire capitalism has escaped. The genie is out of the bottle, and it just operates in tax havens all around the world. And the game is, how many billions can the billionaires pull out of, let's say, surveillance and control or possible seizure of those assets? Because like a lot of these narco-terrorist organizations have like 300 billion, sitting in international bank accounts. Some of it probably is just dead money. Like there's nobody to actually retrieve it anymore. There's probably a lot of dead money sitting in banks.
Let the market do whatever it wants.
Okay, this is page 2 of the Akathist hymn. I said, Lord, have mercy on me. Heal my soul, for I've sinned against you. O Lord, unto you have I fled. Teach me to do your will, for you are my God. For in you is the fountain of life. In your light we shall see light. Extend your loving mercy to those who know you. Grant, O Lord, that we may be kept this night without sin. Blessed are you, O Lord, the God of our fathers, and blessed and glorified is your name forever and ever. Amen. Let your mercy, O Lord, be upon us, as we have hoped in you. Blessed are you, O Lord. Teach me your commandments. Blessed are you, O Master. Grant that I may understand your commandments. Blessed are you, O Holy One. Enlighten me by your commandments. O Lord, your mercy is everlasting. Despise not the works of your hands. To you belong praise, adoration, and glory, to the Father and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, now and ever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. The symbol of faith, the creed. I believe in one God, Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and of everything visible and invisible, and in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not created, of one essence with the Father, through whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation descended from heaven, and was incarnate from the Holy Spirit and of the Virgin Mary, and became man, and was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate. He suffered and was buried, and arose again on the third day according to the Scriptures, and ascended into heaven, and is seated at the right hand of the Father, and he shall come again with glory to judge the living and the dead, whose kingdom shall have no end. And in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father, who together with the Father and the Son is worshipped and glorified, who spoke through the prophets, in one holy, Catholic, and apostolic church. I acknowledge one baptism for the remission of sins. I await for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the ages to come. Amen. The Magnificat of the Theotokos. It is truly befitting to bless you, O Theotokos, the all-pure and the mother of our God, more honorable than the cherubim and incomparably more glorious than the seraphim, you who incorruptibly gave birth to God the Logos, verily the Theotokos, we magnify. The canon, the first ode, the fourth tone, the hermos, chanter or choir. I shall open my mouth, and filled with spirit, I shall speak to the Queen Mother, and I shall be seen gladly rejoicing, and shall sing with delight all her marvels. The Troparia, most holy Mother of God, intercede for us. When the great archangel saw you, O pure one, the living Bible of Christ, sealed by the Spirit, he cried out to you, Hail, O vessel of joy, through whom the curse of the first mother is loosed. Most holy Mother of God, intercede for us. Hail, O Virgin Bride of God, the restorer of Adam and the death of Hades. Hail, O blameless one, the palace of the only King. Hail, O fiery throne of the Almighty. Subnote, usually in Greek, before each troparion, we hear or read the verse, Most Holy Mother of God, save us. This presupposes the Holy Mother's intercessions on our behalf to her Son, the only Savior, our Lord Jesus. I chose to use Most Holy Mother of God, intercede for us. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Hail to you, who alone blossomed the unwilting rose. Hail to you, who did bear the fragrant apple so pleasing to the King of all. Hail, O unwedded maid and the preserver of the world, now and ever into the ages of ages. Amen. Hail, O treasure of purity, through whom we rose from the fall. Hail, Lady, sweet-scented lily, so pleasing to all the faithful. Hail, O fragrant incense and priceless myrrh. The third O, the hermos. O Theotokos, living in an inexhaustible fountain, strengthen those who sing your praises into a spiritual fellowship and in your divine glory. Deem them worthy for crowns of glory. The Troparia, most holy Mother of God, intercede for us. As a clear and untilled field, you sprouted the divine stock of wheat. Hail, O living table holding the bread of life. Hail, O inexhaustible fountain of the living water. Most holy Mother of God, intercede for us. Hail, O heifer, who bore the blameless calf for the faithful. Hail, O ewe, who gave birth to the Lamb of God, who takes away the sins of the world. Hail, O fervent intercessor, Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Hail, O brilliant morn, who alone did bear Christ the Son. Hail, O dwelling place of light. Hail to you, who dispelled the darkness, and who annihilated the gloomy demons. Now and ever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. Hail to you, who are the hope, the only gate through which only the Logos had passed, and who shattered the bars and gates of Hades with your birth-giving. Hail, O praised, who are the divine entrance of the saved. The fourth ode, the Hermos. He who sits in glory on the throne of divinity, Jesus, the Most High God, came in a light cloud and saved with his holy hands those calling aloud, glory to your power, O Christ. The Troparia. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Hope you enjoyed that reading from the Agathis hymn. Oh, axe away.
Yeah, what is the clown thing?
That's the Fool in the tarot deck. I think that's the Aleph. That's the beginning. So with enough time, the fool becomes wise. But you got to keep being foolish. It's a little bit like being a child. You know, if you want to get into heaven, you got to be like a child. So it just means be playful, have more fun, more joy. You know, it's creativity, really, because the comic is a good comic is infinitely universal, like Jim Carrey. You know, he's someone who can take on any role and be funny. You know, that's his magnetism.
The Fool has nothing to do with
there's this trickster entity, right? Some people experience it not in a pleasant way. So some people through their
organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash and shell companies. From overthrowing foreign leaders in the Cold War to deploying algorithms and drones in the war on boot. Invocation of Satan, hail, O mighty one, ruler of the unseen, bearer of light and shadow serene. Grant me power, wisdom, and might. Guide my path through the endless night. Keeper of secrets.
That's the
He starts right here.
That's the thing, though, it's a trick, right? It's not really as bad as it seems.
not bad. But most of the time, the people who the trickster
actually make him a little bit uncomfortable from the people that he is creating, right? Because sometimes the trickster symbolizes craziness and losing control over.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the tarot deck right here. That's part of the Fool. I have a really cool tarot deck because it gives you the positives, the negatives, and then like a little quotation. And yeah, the Fool. Spread your wings and fly. Anticipation, wonder, curiosity, awe, new journey, care is needed, and potential. The reverse is naivete, recklessness, apathy, inexperience, hesitation, unwise decisions, and indecision. That's the Fool, Air, or Uranus. I know you like Uranus. Beginnings, endings, and innocence.
Hey, brother, I'm a cop.
Well, you're an Ace of Wands. Take action on your ideas. Will to create energy, inspiration, creation, force, strength, and gain. False start. This is the reverse. Vexation, cancellation, delays, misunderstanding. But since you're at top, you're like a Six of Wands. It says you've earned every one of your successes. Progress, confidence, conquest, public recognition, and triumph. Reverse is pride of riches, delay, fear, apprehension, doubt, and being ignored. Do you find yourself ignored at times, Phoenix?
By myself?
Well, usually if you feel ignored, that's because other people are ignoring you. But since you're, looking at it that way, I'm just saying, what kind of Messiah is Isa ben Mariam? Because, obviously Mother Mary, as we just read in the Theotokos, very special. What did Muhammad think of Mother Mary and Jesus, baby Jesus? What did he think about them as he wrote that charter and said, pay up or I'm going to fuck you up? That's basically what the Constitution of Islam is. Pay up or I'm going to fuck you up. That's called mafia gangster doctrine. Join us, pay us, or die. It will be war. And if you question Muhammad, just question him. You're a non-believer. And when you get stigmatized, you get doxxed with a non-believer status, to the believers, oh no. They're going to come for you. They're going to come for you. They're going to be very upset with you because you're a non-believer. It's not a non-believer in Allah. It's a non-believer in the divinity of Muhammad, the messenger. See, Muhammad is really just Hermes in Uranus. What I'm saying is Muhammad is the messenger, which is just a metaphor for Hermes, Thoth Trismegistus. Yeah, that's all it is. Why do you think they call Muhammad the messenger? It's just a metaphor for Hermes.
Yeah, so...
Wait, was Muhammad a trader, a businessman?
No, he was an illiterate pedophile.
Well, Hermes would have to be a businessman, a trader, so your attribute doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? Hello?
Well, he was involved with camels and donkeys, which they go on trips to transport intelligence and goods for trading. It's all just a metaphor for the hermit.
If you don't make an association with Hermes, you have to make sure that one of the attributes of Muhammad would be that he is a business trader.
Yeah, that's part of the caravan legend.
Well, you're now changing your story. Initially, you did not say that. You say he was just a nobody. Which one is it? Are you just making stuff up again? Hello?
Hello?
I'm saying in the context of 2026, he would be considered a scam artist today. But in the year 667, he was innovative.
As you go along, you just
He created one of the very first gangs. He created a doctrine for gangsterism.
One of them Italians who throws spaghettis at the wall.
Have you ever read the Dhammapada by Buddha? Because when you compare the Dhammapada by Buddha to the Quran, the Dhammapada is so much more intelligent. But the Quran is mystical. That's what people don't really see is people, Western Americans, hello, Western Americans do not, if you fear Islam, it's only because you don't know tarot. You don't understand the mystics, the mystical, esoteric, exoteric teachings of Muhammad. He was in a cave. He was meditating. He went within the dark cavern and he saw the abyss. And the abyss stared back at him. And then he said, I'm going to write the Charter of Islam. And he wrote the Constitution in 665. And he said, Jews, you're going to pay up. And if you don't join us, we will wage war on you. And it was at that time where my ancestors looked at each other and said, I think this guy is going to kill us. And they said, well, have you heard of Germania? Let's go to Germany. I hear they still have plumbing from ancient Rome. The Romans had plumbing. Let's go to Europe. So all the Jews in the middle of the night secretly gathered their belongings, their donkeys, their camels, their horses, their sheep, their goats. They went through the desert and made it to Italy. And from Italy, they went to Germany and settled in a beautiful river city called Berlin. And they said, we are free from that crazy guy, Muhammad. That was crazy. He was going to kill us. Thank God we're in Germany now where we're safe.
They went to Andalusia, they went to Yemen, and actually today, like all the Arabic world, you will find if you make a DNA test that they have part of them that is actually from Jewish ancestors, more than like. Not to dismiss like the Ashkenazi, but today, if someone made a DNA test, like a lot of Arab people, even including me, that will have part that is actually from Jewish ancestry, from Arabic ancestry, from even Persian ancestries. So today we don't have that kind of pride that you say that they are your ancestors. Then I think that they are my ancestors too. So in a way, we share the same history. And I think that a DNA test is going to make it so people will discover that today we are really mixed. We are like unicorns of ancestries. And you don't forget that Muslims in the past can actually marry Jews. And when they marry Jews and the mother of the person is Jewish and the father is Muslim, what he is going to be? He's going to be a Jewish Muslim. So in a way, today if you see it, we are all mixed. We are all unicorns. Yes, some people will have this, we don't marry from other people. But even today, that Christians marry from Jewish, Muslims marry from Jewish marry from other kinds of religions. And today we are one. To say that this is my tribe, it is not your tribe. So if I have 10% like DNA, if I make a DNA test and it is 10% Jinn, then I call them my ancestors. Doesn't make sense.
Well, see, a lot of people talk constantly about genetic testing and this categorization, classification. I'd just like to say, hey, let's read a book. Let's talk about the book club. Book categorization, because labeling our bodies is one thing and understanding the history is another, but really it's the intelligence. Why do you think that kings and queens are intermixed with the religious order in their country? It's because they go to them for advisement. And a lot of time, the priests are actually the ones suggesting war because they know philosophy. And strength is joy. So if you have a weak king who's unsure and unsure of himself, a lot of times back in the Middle Ages, whatever European country it was, they would go to their clergy for advisement. That's why I think that television show Game of Thrones is just so amazing, because you get to see like a full type of like medieval society with its cult, with its royalty. It's a fun show. I think I watched every episode.
Yeah, but it revealed that there is these generational curses in every kind of elite kind of classes. It's not a fun game to be an elite in the Dark Ages. It can actually, one day it can be really beautiful, and the other day it can be really ugly. All about peace, and these things that happened in the past, to bring them to our days for esoteric manifestation. It's going to ignite something that is going to affect the future negatively. Especially Gen Z. Gen Z today, they are not into these things. They are into computers, they are into technology, they are into Bitcoin, they are into other stuff for the future. We want something from the past. Why we don't bring the good things and we leave the bad things?
What's up, Tim?
What's going on, Skinny? How are you? Heard some trouble things.
About me?
Yeah.
Like
what's going on? Like your husband, man. Did you spit on him?
Oh, yeah, that was a long time ago. That was.
Can you know what happened?
It was like a long time ago. Oh, well. I talked to Andrew. They don't let me up. I have so much to say. I have interest in this. They don't let me fucking up with their fucking God and stuff like that.
Hello?
Yeah, that's fine for dinner.
Of course I'm not gonna let you up. It's like a censored ass room. It's so sad. Like,
yeah, so they are debating about whether there is a God or not, and which dimension, or if he lives outside of dimension, this, that, blah, blah. They don't even know what. They cannot even visualize what dimensions are. That's the problem. People know, but they don't understand. If you visualize dimensions, right? So there are 4 dimensions that we can factually state exist, right? We exist in a 4-dimensional space, right? Time and space, but time is something special. We exist in a 4-dimensional space 100%, but how does time come into existence? Let me tell you. So we exist in a 4-dimensional space, and we observe it through the physical body in a 3rd-dimensional view, right? In a 3-dimensional view. We observe the 4-dimensional space.
The stream economy killed millions by wearing vaccines.
Our awareness, our observer is in the 4th dimension. Our observer is 4-dimensional in the 4th dimension, and it takes the mind is the awareness, so it's in the 4th dimension. The mind saves all what the physical senses are taking in, like images, feelings, and what they hear, and other stuff. Now, so that all gets stored in the mind. So listen, so we create time. We create time in the physical space that God gave us. Do you know how? Because of everything we perceive through the physical senses goes to the mind, and the mind stores it. So there's the timeline, and where there's the timeline, there's time. So we can go back, we can remember our memories, blah blah blah. Right. But there's something else. So people think we only live inside a 4-dimensional space, right? And from with time that we create through our brain, our mind, that saves everything we see and other senses that we see. So we can also control and observe our mind. So the observer cannot be at the same place as the observed at the same time, right? So if we can observe, control, and program our own mind from what we see, right? That means there is something doing it from another place, another space. That means another dimension, a 5th dimension that lives outside time and space. Because we can. It lives out. It lives outside. It lives outside time and space because it can control our minds, and therefore the timeline it's created, so it can control it. So it's outside that dimension, 5th dimension, and here comes something crazy. Humans can create and destroy, create beyond what they see, right? So our mind cannot create new things that our senses have not perceived. So where does our inspiration come from, our creativity? Where do we get these visuals that we try to recreate in this world? So think about it. So there is another dimension that our soul dimension or awareness dimension is taking inspiration from, mixing it with what the mind has saved with the physical senses. And that is the spiritual dimension, I think. I'm not sure, I think. It's the dimension of wisdom. So the mind is a dimension of knowledge, and then there is the 4th dimension, then you have the 5th dimension. Our awareness, our soul, the dimension of understanding. And when you understand something, you can go to the 6th dimension, the spiritual, and then you get wisdom or inspiration or creativity, and then we put that creativity from 6th dimension into our soul, because our soul is what makes us all unique. Nobody has the same perspective in life, because even if we are at the same place seeing the same thing, we never have the same physical perspective, and also not mentally. We can be in a total different mental state. So we are unique. Our soul is. This is proof that this is actually what shows the difference between us and other animals, the soul. So the soul is something that is created between the fourth dimension, the mind, and it is also it's a mix. It's like in the middle. It's like, I don't know how to say it. I can visualize it, but I cannot say. It's like from the spirit. The soul is a mix of the spiritual dimension and a mix of the sixth dimension, the spiritual dimension, and a mix of the fourth dimension, the mind. And animals, they are animals. They only, so animals are only like they do have like some kind of soul that goes to the spiritual realm, but it's not like us. We are different. Like, they don't have it like us, the mind and the soul and the mix of the spirit, and they cannot create beyond what their physical senses perceive. Animals, they can't do that. They don't create beyond what they see. They don't do that. That's us. So, and the mind cannot create new thoughts, right? The mind cannot create new thoughts. That's a fact. So where does these visualizations or inspirations for sound come from? It comes from another dimension, and it's a higher dimension because it's something that is not coming from beneath the lower dimension. So sixth dimension already, and I think the seventh dimension is the dimension of God. I think what makes us different from angels and why the angels might have been jealous at the humans is the soul, because the angels are just spirit and we have the ability to enter a physical body and, create a mind of our own, and memories we can go back into in time, and we can go in time when we want to, if we are out of the space and out of this dimensional space and time, we can, with the things our mind gave to us, our soul, we can do greater things than angels. That's why they're jealous of the human. We're jealous of the humans that, rebelled. I get it now why they were jealous. I really get it. Yeah. God gave us a mind of our own. He made us. It's like God himself. God himself has a mind of his own. We too. Angels too, but it's different with angels. It's different. Angels are made with knowledge. We are born to discover it and understand it.
Isn't that fascinating? Well, I can't stop watching the videos coming out of Moscow as it burns to the ground, because eventually, I think the Russians are going to have enough of this, and they will maybe detonate a nuclear weapon. I can't see how the Russians at this point are going to tolerate their flagship city being burned to the ground without a devastating response. And now that Obama has inaugurated Mordor, the Tower of Lies and Propaganda, and we know how big the CIA is at $100 billion a year, running military operations all around the world, funding Zelensky's military-industrial complex in the billions. I mean, how much is enough? How much war, lies, deception, and Bruce Springsteen are we going to have to listen to until we finally figure out that all is not well in Denmark? There are two Americas. There is the Democrat industrial spam complex, And then there is the military-industrial complex engaging in a $100 billion covert war annually, blowing up Russia, a nuclearly armed country. This isn't Iran we're talking about here. We're talking about nuclear Russia that can launch an intercontinental ballistic missile and take out Manhattan. And I don't know how long Russia's going to play around, because if Russia implodes, if there's a coup d'etat in Russia, which there's people are speculating that's already happening, will the regime in Russia just go into their bunkers and engage in nuclear war? Because if Israel is prepared to drop a nuclear bomb on Iran, well, Russia might be prepared to drop a nuclear weapon on Ukraine. So, anyways, I'm sorry to share such disturbing news about World War III, but somebody should say something, as Obama and Bruce Springsteen and Tom Hanks are dancing in downtown Chicago overlooking the lake and Moscow is burning. Well, you know, Putin is worth $1 trillion. He's the head of one of the largest military organizations on the planet. And as the Democrat industrial complex dances and parties at the Obama Tower of Lies and Propaganda, Moscow is completely engulfed in flames. And I'm just wondering, is Russia going to escalate? Because I'm just worried. I think that as Chicago dances and celebrates Obama's presidential library, the world could be moving and preparing for something unexpected. And it's because of unrestrained warfare and attacking civilian areas full of oil with highly explosive drones. I don't know. Maybe it's just me and there's nothing to worry about.
I mean, that's supposed to be their post-war rules-based order that was created when they was actually behind Russia and China not being our allies no more, because the communism that went into Russia via the Bolsheviks and Mao, all that shit came from Britain and everything. And that post-world order, literally, they control all the finances. They don't produce.
Karl Marx was German.
They run the markets and whatever. And America's supposed to be their security arm. So I think that's why all those Gulf nations was investing so much money for this shit to go on in Iran or whatever, for Lloyd's to pull out and all the other financial backing, insurance and everything to pull out. And they keep saying, there's something a lot of them keep saying. They keep saying sovereign nations, because none of the Middle East was literally sovereign. It's just been managed by someone, and Israel was supposed to be like the czar or whatever. And anything pop off, then we supposed to run to the fucking rescue. And he's like, nah, we ain't doing that shit no more. Matter of fact, fuck y'all whole system. Going back to what Meach was talking about earlier, he was talking about Mr. Clay. Mr. Clay got that from Alexander Hamilton, and that's called the American system. That's why FDR was arguing on the phone with Winston Churchill before the war. He was like, y'all system is bullshit. If you don't bring up none of the fucking nations that you go into and extract these resources, you leave them without shit or whatever, and then you cause your little proxies and keep tensions going between them while you extract all the resources. That's not the American system. The American system is these nations that you get these resources from, you bring up.
Invocation of Satan, hail,
As you
Almighty One.
up, you bring them up. That was their big argument back then. And that's something that he's going back to. That was some shit that Kennedy was trying to tell him. Because remember, he didn't even want this whole thing about nobody wanting Iran going nuclear. Kennedy didn't want Israel going nuclear. They got popped for that shit.
Well, Moscow is burning. Well, Barry Soetoro Obama, the CIA, scammer, is dancing in Chicago with Bruce Springsteen. They're connected. Moscow is on fire. Vladimir Putin is not Iran. He is a nuclear-armed major military power who can pop nukes overnight in a second on Ukraine, on Europe, on America. He can launch an intercontinental ballistic Russian Hellfire missile system and take out Manhattan and Wall Street in 30 seconds. And we're burning Moscow to the ground as if we're Napoleon. Napoleon is not in Moscow burning it to the ground. It's the CIA and their $100 billion budget with Voldemort Zelensky and his military-industrial complex selling fucking drone technology, unarmed and unmanned vehicles. This is World War III. Prepare for war. Well, Barry Soetoro dances like a faggot in Chicago with his faggot Hollywood faggots.
They would have fucking did it already. They would have been used. If you go back the last 10 years that all the world summits, the ones that Russia kicked out of, and only Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump and sometimes Xi are the only 3 fucking world leaders that talk about denuclearization. So if they wanted to nuke a bitch, they would have been did it.
I'm just saying Moscow is burning, and we are going into unrestricted war with Russia. Unrestricted war with Russia. Moscow is on fire.
One at a time, bro. One at a time. Can we get one more?
Hello? Hello?
I thought y'all was playing a video, and I thought O'Dane kept talking on the video. I was gonna say, O'Dane, you the fuck up, bro. Hey, me too, bro. I thought that motherfucker was recording too.
Oh, y'all just heard that good. Man, that's crazy. I just heard the white man voice.
I'm sitting here like, yo, I'm on high. Like, why the fuck?
You think I would be doing that? You know I ain't that type of nigga.
I'm like, O'Dane arguing with her. I thought it was damn.
Damn, bro.
I know until you got combo though, but that was fucking funny.
That was so
I had to
that's
come to the
hilarious.
phone like, oh, what's the actual person he's arguing with?
But it was because he wasn't responding to nothing no dang
Yeah,
it was like fucking shit. Like,
I thought it was just me, bro. That's funny as fuck.
Well, I'm not a comedian. Unfortunately, I'm giving you the truth of the earth from your birth to your death. Barry Soetoro is a CIA faggot. His mother was a honeypot, and he's the birth of a honeypot. He is George Bush's installation to keep the war in the Middle East going, and he did. He expanded the debt $7 trillion, and now he's got $1 billion Tower of Mordor, lies and propaganda in Hyde Park to continue with his lies. This is the master deceiver, the master deception. Michelle is a man. Those are not his children. He is an actor and a dick suck from Schaumburg doing meth sucking dick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do not insult my Barry. Do not insult my Barry.
Think about it. What's the only African nation that was brought forth at the G7? The same African nation that he's from. When they're making moves, the only African nation that they fuck with is Kenya. Everybody fucks with Kenya, and then he happened to be supposedly Kenyan. But we be looking past all of that shit. And if we look deeper into Kenya, now I say that it's so bad, but if you look into their government and how it works, then you'll see the play.
Obama, bro, niggas actually like in real life, like actually think Michelle Obama's a man, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know June is LGBTQ Pride Month? It's not part of the culture. It's part of a cult. Trans ideology is satanic cult worshiping.
That's why I brought up that cult thing, but I don't think I watched the videos.
Michelle's baby pictures and her younger pictures, she looks like a girl, I ain't gonna lie.
There's no pregnancy photos. Private birth at University of Chicago. No pregnancy photos. Not one.
Okay, all right. Let's
stop. I'm doing too much now. Look, guessing here, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, clearly you tune it out and you don't care, but when
people talking like we don't like really talk about so I got a quick question for you. What do you think about the Beyonce pregnancy? When we all saw her belly fold on TV when she was sitting down, you think that was real and she was never really pregnant, or you think that's bullshit too? Neither of them has anything to do with the other. I just want to see like
yeah. Personally, bro, I could be wrong, but I thought that was just her dress folding.
You watched the video.
I probably gotta go back and watch it.
Yeah, so the video was that she was never pregnant either. So the reason I didn't really see anything to do about Michelle being a bitch because she very well could be, bro. If you look at Michael Laverne Robinson, which anybody can Google right now, and then you look at Michelle Obama, like damn, like these motherfuckers could be the same people for. And then you look at the kids, like how they don't look like either one of them. And I know somebody gonna say, "Oh, you don't gotta look like them. You look like your grandparents. Your great grandparents." Like this ain't that. I don't know. It's just some funny shit going on here. It could very well be true. I'm just saying until we see otherwise, which we're never gonna see. We're never gonna see what she looks like naked. We're never gonna see her medical records or any of that. We can only assume. And just like Lowe brought up Bridget McCrone, Candace Owens was on her ass. Like she brought all the proof from all the documents. So it could very well be a thing. As a matter of fact, a couple months ago, we looked at all the first ladies, and all the first ladies look like men. Every last one of them.
I was about to say, you go further.
George Bush.
Go back to the beginning of time. That's what you see. Like if you go look at all the original first ladies, bro, you insane if you looking at them pictures and thinking those are women, bro.
And that's why I made that statement earlier.
Okay.
If you say insane. But you know, George Bush loves Michelle. But the thing is that we're having a conversation about all this. Obama dropping that thing we're doing it because all the other presidents were there had a fine interest in that happening at the same time. And if y'all want to be, we want to be messy. We can say he did it more privately, but that's just me. But if you ain't, think about it.
If you look up Barbara Bush right now, you can't tell me that that's a white man.
And I'm really looking at Hillary kind of funny sometimes. I know she might truly be a woman, but I be looking at her and I'm like, she kind of like a dude.
See, this is all meaningless nothing. The country is 200 trillion in debt. 200 trillion. Illinois is 200 billion in debt. Chicago is 60 billion in debt. Those are things that matter. What these fucking liars are doing, these politicians are spamming us with relentless bullshit. John Legend, and fuck, who gives a fuck? The country's broke, the city's broke. These faggots are dancing in the moonlight. They did this. They're responsible for this.
What's around him? What's the?
I love his energy. Thank you. Somebody said.
You know John Legend and his wife when they was on that interview on the red carpet. And
he is a little.
Well, hold on, they was talking about Obama. They was talking about what was going on with Obama, some sexual activities, and that nigga was damn near giving her the cue like, "Yo, you saying too much." Y'all remember that shit?
Well, there's a letter that Obama wrote in college to his ex-girlfriend where he says that he makes love to men daily or something about sexual relations with men. You can look that up.
Tucker Carlson has a guy saying by Six Flags Great America, north of Chicago, he was sucking dick for crack, and he was a prostitute. And it was his wife didn't give birth to his children. They have a private doctor at University of Chicago. It's all a scam. He is a CIA agent. If you go to the Wikipedia page, his first job out of Columbia or Harvard was at Business International Corporation. It is a CIA front group bought by The Economist. The man is a faggot CIA born and bred. His mother, there's naked photos of his mother as a CIA honeypot prostitute. The guy is an actor and he's good at branding and imaging, but he is a deceiver. And if his husband is trans, it's because the CIA is interested in mind control, breaking gender, breaking sex, fucking people's brains up. It's a real program, MK Ultra. And the fact of the matter is George Bush and his father, they assassinated JFK. And to this day, Barack Hussein Obama is a part of that legacy. The LBJ Johnson, who also killed Kennedy, thanked Obama right away today, said, your fucking library looks great. It's because they're all in cahoots. It's a giant fucking stage, and Barack Hussein Obama is a faggot dancer.
Thank you. Finally, somebody.
I'm sorry if I say faggot. The country's $200 trillion in debt. Illinois is $200 billion in debt. If you can't say faggot, well, fuck it. Faggots.
Hey, real quick. So look, listen, I'm gonna play this real quick, but it don't.
You can't say faggots. Fuck it. Faggots.
Actually, click the link in the chat, right? But this is the red carpet situation I'm talking about with John Legend and Chris.
Break it out, read it, and answer.
Public place, you did it. This is the best or the worst? Okay, the best. Probably the Obama thing.
John, listen, oh God. What is your wife talking about? I don't know.
We are millionaire.
So, in that clip, right? So before she even started talking, John Legend, he wiped his face, he's sweating already. And then for your wife to say, talking about a sexual activity, and say, oh, the Obama thing, you come off and you say, you gotta look at the video. Like, nah, I don't know what she's talking about. Like, bro, that's crazy. Maybe it's me looking around shit, but what you say, John?
Nah, you don't remember when that video came out and then all the tweets came out about how she like to eat babies and all of that shit, and they put the tweets with the video and all of that shit?
Yeah.
It's like niggas want to say niggas be making some shit up, but it's like if we don't.
Because it sounds crazy, and that's the thing with these. Well, I don't even call them conspiracies because it's facts, but that's the thing with these facts. Like, it sounds so fucking outlandish and sound like some shit that would be filmed in Hollywood that it's hard to believe this kind of shit, bro. Like, a lot of this shit we talk about, average person is like, yo, all y'all niggas is crazy.
The fact is, Barack Hussein Obama has killed millions of people through war and vaccines.
Yo, mind your business. You heard me talking over? Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll land here. But yeah, a lot of this shit we talk about is kind of crazy, and I can see why niggas look at this like, you know, be crazy. How you doing, sir?
I'm just saying that Barack Hussein Obama, Bill Clinton, George Bush, they have killed millions through war and vaccines. They have caused this country's economy to disappear. We're $200 trillion in debt. They have destroyed this country. They are liars, frauds, criminals, and traitors.
I agree with all that. And what you said, doctor?
I said you called his ass sir. And I'm gonna call him sir too. Hey sir. You know they always been there ever since they stole this country and started, right?
Well, I think it started with JFK's assassination to 9/11 to COVID-19.
Man, fuck no. Man, fuck no. Ever since they came stealing little Indian princesses off the goddamn shoreline. Fuck no. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but as soon as African Americans joined the Union Army, they became conspirators themselves. 600,000 people died during the Civil War, dying to liberate African Americans. It's your country now. But Barry Soetoro Obama is not with you. He ain't even ADOS. His mother is a CIA prostitute.
What the fuck was that interdiction about 600,000 black people?
Hey, look, hold on real quick. Let's do this real quick.
I just woke up, so it's probably one of the night.
Yeah, me too.
I'm rolling up.
I don't know what the fuck that interjection was.
It's good. That's why I want to keep it on, like, you know, kind of like how we going with the conversation and topic. All right, so doctor, you here now, right? All right, so based off the topic, what's going on right now? J.D. Vance talking greasy to Israel and Netanyahu. Trump been talking greasy to these motherfuckers for the past couple of weeks, going back to a couple of months, right? All right, so I've been saying this in two scenarios. Either they moving the way they want to move,
and they really saying, look, I don't give a fuck what any administration did before us. We ain't rocking with this shit. Y'all on some bullshit. And they really doing something that nobody had the balls to do. Or two, because it's only two options with this, right? Or this shit is all a show. But if you feel like, I'm trying to bring it back to the you know. So even if you feel like it's a show, right? What do you feel like the play is? If you feel like the first option ain't what it is, what do you feel like the play is when it comes to the second option?
Who's that question for?
Well, it's for Doctor. Cause we ain't had too many opposing people that really don't fuck with, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying, in the room for the most part. So I ain't trying to make it like a whole echo chamber situation. I know he don't fuck with him, so I'm trying to ask him. I know you were just talking about him. Yeah, bro.
Simple and plain. The only reason there's a quote unquote beef between Israel and Trump is, or Netanyahu, or Israel by proxy, is that they've come to the realization that there is no win. Like, the only win would be actually taking over Iran, and they're realizing that shit is not going to happen. The terrain is too fucked up, too treacherous.
What the fuck are they about to think?
You hear me? You feel me? So now he's trying to. Wait a second. Sir.
Sound like bro was about to get in his bag real quick. I want to hear that.
After I finish, he said, y'all kicked him out the road.
Nah, he in the good. Go ahead.
I don't know if he was coming up here trolling or not, but I think he heard something about.
I don't think so. I think he just got passed.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit rude. Yeah, got it.
The thing is, that's it though, bro. And Trump is trying to gracefully back the fuck out, right? And save face to the American public simultaneously.
Wait, back out of what? Back out of what?
Out of Iran.
Prove me wrong. Hey, just mute your mic and we'll put one mic on you. Chill out, man. Unless you troll, let me know now so I don't look stupid. Alright, cool. Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, Doctor, back out of what? What are you backing out of?
Out of Iran, period. Out of the conflict. And try to find a way to look like he actually got them to adhere to some of the things that he wanted, right? And simple and plain, Netanyahu just wanted them to continue to let full forces, throughout Iran, the Strait. I believe he probably wanted them to bomb the island, like all that shit. And Trump realized that that's not smart because that's going to totally devastate all oil production in that area. Like, that shit is going to cease because Iran is going to make sure that the UAE not sending no war, nothing, if they should get involved like that.
So look, let me ask you this real quick.
So you talk about they trolling or not?
Most secretive organ.
Can I add my opinion next?
Hey, African man.
So go ahead, woman. Yeah, what ain't a woman? Man, kick that down. Let the soft voice go.
No, just to answer, I guess, whatever's going on with Netanyahu, we know that Israel plays a big part in AIPAC. We know that they put a lot of money into not just Republicans, but also Democrats, with Trump especially. So I think, Trump did have his back to a certain point, but, I don't want to be, let me put my tinfoil hat on. But, so if you look into Israel and, they're still waiting for their Messiah to come, right? So there's a video, it's on Twitter, I'll post it in the chat, but it was a long time ago, and they're pretty much, these rabbis are trying to speed up the events of their Messiah coming, but that would consist of them rebuilding their temple. And if you know where their temple is located, it's also located where there's a holy site for the Muslim community as well.
The Dome of the Rock.
Yeah,
that and that built on there. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly, and Israel knows if they with this escalation, they're highlighting, we're fighting terrorists, we're fighting Islam. That's how the regime or whatever the case may be. So, but they know that this main regime, Islamic regime, would have the major problem if they were to mess with that site. They know that it will cause proxy.
Look, also in the Quran, they will never destroy it because Allah protects us all the time. So it will never happen. But that's what they're aiming for. They're digging underneath.
Yeah, so why does so many Muslims?
I'm not Muslim, but I do understand your perspective.
Getting away from this.
Yeah, Muslims bomb the shit out of us.
We're on it. We're talking about it.
It's not about Muslim or Christian. It's from Abraham.
I know, but you just mentioned the Quran, which is Muslim.
Anyway, look, go ahead. Finish it.
Yeah,
well, I understand you felt the need to, hold on to that holy site, and I'm not, I'm not for either side, so I'm just gonna put that out there. But long story short, with this escalation that's happening in the Middle East, we know that Israel has been doing what they want to do regardless, and we can see that Vance said in the video, like, America is one of the only the greatest nation, I guess, supporting them. A lot of people want, like, they're calling for the arrest of Netanyahu. So with him going against Trump and escalating things with Iran, I definitely see them as, trying to definitely start something, and I'll just lay it right there. Thank you.
But I also think they have something on Donald Trump because there's no limit. They can push him.
Listen, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are distancing themselves from Israel. They're going to get tens of thousands of more voters for Congress people at the midterms. And then the Israelis are going to attack Lebanon, and they don't give a fuck, because if the fucking Hezbollah people are attacking them, they're going to attack them back 10x. You can't stop it.
Yeah, I suddenly think Trump really cares. Like, Trump will bomb the shit out of Palestine and all those Middle Eastern countries still.
Real quick. So go and doctor, because I'm trying to get like opposing views, because for the most of the room, it ain't really been no pushback on just like what Trump doing. So let me ask this question one last time, and one of y'all, whoever come off mic, can speak and answer. But I want somebody opposing, right?
That's you, bro.
When it comes to him doing what we've been asking for, it's always the conversation of we too tied in with Israel. Every president that come into that seat, they kiss the ring, they bow down to these niggas, and now we're seeing what's actually happening, which is the opposite of what we're speaking about. So when you witness this, are you in the mind state of, okay, he's actually possibly one of the first to really do what we've been wanting to be done? Or you feel like it's a show and it's a play? But if you feel like it's a show and it's a play, what is the reason?
How isn't he kissing the ring?
I mean, we both just named it. I mean, I was going to get into the temple as well. That is one of the major reasons. That's the reason. Like, they want total control of the whole area, and they that's why when they made them. Trump put the press on them to stop bombing Lebanon and all that shit. That's when that shit really started. Fucking friction really began. Like,
look, you were supposed to speak up.
He did that multiple times before Lebanon, because every time we hear Trump speak on Israel or Netanyahu, and he's saying like, this motherfucker don't know what he's doing, he's out of control, all this shit, it's always because he's doing some bullshit that we all as a collective would agree on is some bullshit, and you just wilding because you know who's behind you.
Can I choose? I think
so. Are we not? Hold on, real quick. But are we forgetting the whole past going on 6 months that they were totally in alignment with Israel with all of the bombing?
Exactly. So what I was gonna say was, does it ever maybe like come to mind that maybe they just saying what the people want to hear? You know what I'm saying? Like,
hope and change. It's all slogans. It's all spam.
like now, like the times when he come out and say like, Netanyahu doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Just that maybe it's kind of like a
do you ever think like maybe it's a reading the room type of statement?
So let me ask you this question, 10, right? So why this whole time we supposed to have been under Israel thumb? This the first time they want to make this play. Like it's the first time with Trump to where it's just like we gotta put on the stage play because shit they happened with Biden, it ain't happened with Obama, it ain't happened with all the presidents we know we done seen that have been on the same page with these niggas. Yeah. We saying for the first time in history, it just had to be Trump to where now we gotta put on the show.
So can I let me yeah, I don't know how true that is, but do you so when Trump was running, would you agree that he was saying everything that pretty much we wanted to hear, and you know he was speaking like this America first?
He was speaking to the collective unconscious of the herd.
Yeah, exactly. He was speaking to the collective.
Say, can I give you a straight answer? Talk about Obama and talk about Donald Trump. This is why you have touching on America, and this is not America first anymore. This is right in first now.
Okay, cool. So him running on certain things that's going outside of the conversation. I just want to get a real solid answer when it comes to every president before this motherfucker. Everybody that moved the way Israel told them to move, did everything they told them to do, and then now we're hold on, let me say this. We're finally seeing something that looked like a shift to where it's like, hold on, this nigga ain't really putting up with this shit.
Yeah.
If you say it's a part of a play, I would also want you to explain to me why it won't happen with Biden.
I got you.
Trump is moving further with Israel than against them.
So what I said that to say that we've seen what's happened before, and now people are becoming more conscious and catching on, and so he said the things that we wanted to hear, but now we're starting to see that it's actually it's the same. You know, like Israel is controlling all this shit. But when he was running, he said all the things that we wanted to hear. You know, we saw the shit that happened in previous administrations and things like that. But everybody's starting to like really catch on more. We have the internet, we have AI, we have more access to information, and people are becoming more aware. Maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong though.
Okay, so pretty much you really don't got a way to explain it. It's just kind of like the way you're thinking about it, right? You don't really got a way to explain it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I feel like this should be an easy question to answer, being that this nigga is supposedly a part of the program. He gonna fly it down Israel regardless. But there's no explanation I'm hearing that can like explain the way shit is moving right now. Not only with Trump, but we got Hillary Clinton coming out saying the same shit, doubling down, even though we know how they was rocking with them. So I'm trying to find an explanation why now.
Hold on.
But saying it and doing it is different.
Here's another thing, though.
No,
you can go all the way. You can go all the.
Hello?
You can go.
Hold on, Glenn. Let Exo go real quick. There's a lot of niggas talking right now, including me. Go ahead, Exo.
My bad. I ain't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, he got all the information that he needed. It's like the algorithm been working on that whole program for a long time with these people. Plus, they know the jig is up. So it's just like all of them, everybody is having their own issues. You gotta think. I mean, down to the artists, they're all having a lot of issues because the jig is up. Everything. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, they're in danger. They know that these people basically know everything about America. It's really not that complicated. Like, simply, they're on the same program, but different actors. Whether it's Hillary Clinton, Obama, Trump, they're on the same program.
Okay, so this is where we get to the basis of the conversation. I'm glad like people actually saying things, right? So Gia just said it's the same program, right? So Gia, what program is it and who's running it?
Israel is running it. America first thing is a whole bullshit. That's it. It's Israel first. That's it. They're killing people, and nobody can say anything. Period.
Okay,
what do you think?
I agree with that, and let me just have this one last discourse with it real quick, right? So, all right, so they're running everything. So, are they running everything because they infiltrated the United States? Are they running everything because they have military power around the world? Why would you say? Because me personally, I believe they're not running everything, and I believe if you believe in manifestation, they're not really doing shit. And the fact that we believe they're doing it and we keep saying it, we manifesting that shit more for them. That's just my opinion. But what's yours?
What's yours and why you say they? There's a lot of things that we do not know. Epstein files is one of them. They have a lot of things or videos. They have something on America where America became the bitch of Israel right now. So.
Did you see what happened in the United States when the Epstein files was released? Did you see what happened?
They didn't release everything. They released some.
Well, okay, so when the files were released and they said like, you know, because these are in the files that they're eating babies and all this weird shit.
How people moved on.
So Gia, hold on real quick. So Gia, what happened in the United States when they released those files?
And then suddenly it was like, we're going to attack Iran.
No, what happened when they released the files was nothing. Niggas went back to their job. They started going back to work again. They started playing their game system. They kept going to the
immediately they distracted everyone with, we're going to attack Iran because they still like, you know, they have.
Gee, nothing happened. I'm telling you.
All right, real quick. We're dancing around the simple fact that the biggest contributor to our economy is the petrodollar, right? And the fact that this war is destabilizing world economic or trade, right? And Israel doesn't give a fuck because the bulk of their economy doesn't come from oil. The bulk of their economy comes from the tech sector. So what they can do is afford to have this war. They don't give a fuck because their economy is not suffering. The reason Donald Trump has to make the deal is because our economy depends on the fucking oil business and the petrodollar. That's simple and plain, bro.
Hey, doctor, so let me ask you a question real quick, right? So when the petrodollar was dismantled, because you know what it was, right? We on the same page? You there? Yo.
I'm here.
Okay, so when that shit popped off, and what was it, 22? When they said, fuck y'all, the petrodollar, we done with y'all not gonna be able to move like this no more. When did it get reinstated, or when did it come back? Because I might have missed something. I'm just seeing if you know. Well, I'm asking doctor because he brought the petrodollar. All right, well, he probably looking at it with something. Go ahead.
And also, quick question.
If you didn't know, all major Gulf exports are still through the petrodollar, including Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Kuwait, Iraq, and Qatar. What are you talking about again?
How much weight does it? I know it. So here's the thing, because before you came in, I laid out the whole situation when it came to that, when it came to the Prince of Saudi, all that, right? So what's the weight? What's the level scale if you're talking about the petrodollar that has when it comes to the way we're able to move and do what we want to do, or it can stop us from moving how we move? Like, what's the weight of that? If you could put it on a graph, a scale, how would you weigh that? How would you weigh that?
You're gonna have to rephrase the question.
Yeah,
okay.
I think, doctor, I think you should say that whole thing you said about the petro. I think you should say all that shit one more time.
What happened, bro? They're under the force that countries don't operate through the petrodollar anymore. That shit was only for like a brief second. I think maybe a year. After that, they went right back to that shit. What are you talking about? All those countries I just named.
Hey, why they stop though? What was the cause of that? What was the cause of
Because
that?
they wanted independence and they wanted to get from up out of that shit. And then after certain proxy wars was waged and certain heads of states were eliminated, then they were right back on it. What are we talking about?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's why we bring up Saudi Arabia, right? And I'm just gonna say, do y'all research on the Saudi prince? Do y'all research on the Vegas shooting? And do y'all research on when the Saudi prince left Vegas and went back to Saudi Arabia, why the 7 families died? So I get the surface level explanation for certain things, but I'll be trying to see who really be going into what's really going on when it come behind that.
Go into it then.
Well, I did. This would be like the 4th or 5th time I did it tonight, so I don't want to keep on repeating it. But I'll just say, Doctor, even to you, listen to what I'm saying and looking at it. You can say like, fuck it, whatever. You ain't saying shit. But I feel like unless you go into that, you would have to come and have a different view, or maybe you won't have a different view, but most likely you would on what that shit was really about. And then now, even with separating from Israel, it plays even a major part, because now we talking about the whole Saudi Arabia connection to 600 billion from them to the United States, the 250 million in arms and weapons to the United States. Like now it's a different conversation. You see, like what's happening today. Shit, I would say this nigga lined this up to move like this from the time he got in office. He just let them keep wilding out so they can give him enough rope to hang themselves. And that's what it is.
I still think it's multiple agendas going on. We got that John, that a cult. That's why I'm saying I don't know. Maybe I don't know if you ever watched any of the videos I said put in the chat. Still.
Yeah, we got dialogue. My bad. I was trying to.
No, you good. I'm just saying, like,
Sure, what's going on?
These niggas is fighting. It's like how we watching the World Cup. So we see everybody. It's just like the NBA. Like we can look at politics as like the league, but every country got their own their own franchise, and everyone's fighting to be the champion. Because that move that Trump pulled, like even them saying that, the UAE is the one they're literally calling the UAE the second Israel. They're the ones that's been dropping the bombs. They're the one that dropped that shit on Qatar. So they're the ones that's bombing Iran. They're bombing Lebanon.
Wait, dang. So Israel said that, or who said that?
Trump said that about. I'm about to take this call, but Trump said that about the UAE. It was in one of the links that I dropped. He said it in the G7. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we left from that when he was talking about the dialogue. But yeah, they just be the questions I'll be trying to get answers to, bro. And I feel like at the end of the day, when people say how they feel, I feel like you should lead with saying, look, this is my opinion. And I think most of these conversations would go more smooth, bro.
Well, why you not doing that?
Why ain't do it? I've been saying
why you not reading with that?
I've been stating my opinion all night long. You just got here.
Everything.
You've been asking questions instead of being straight up.
Because earlier, I don't know if you was here, the room was in one direction. Everybody was kind of agreeing on shit, and I'm trying to get niggas I know don't fuck with Trump or whatever the case is to lean in on the conversation and for them to have their opinion. Because the shit get weird when it's just like, all right, and everybody just saying the same shit. Like if you ain't hear me earlier when I said go, doctor, anybody I know oppose certain shit, like I just want to hear what y'all got to say about it. But I've been doing that all day since we had this conversation, bro.
It's my opinion that all communication is political. All communication is projection. All communication is spam. And all communication is hypnosis. Barry Soetoro Obama, he pushed the vax on us. We need serious mass arrests in this country. The COVID-19 ZAV is the greatest carcinogenic event in human history. Millions of people died in 2020, 21 from the vaccine, not from some Wuhan fucking virus that Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates were building. No, it was the vaccine, you dummies.
hypnosis.
That it came out of.
Exactly.
Dr. Fauci.
Who funded the biolab? What the fuck are y'all talking about? What's
They know about to put COVID on Trump. Right? Then we gonna need them to explain it.
I'm very worried that the Israelis are going to attack everyone again. I'm worried that the Israelis aren't going to respect the deal that appears to be in process.
A few seconds later, a shower of glass. The doorman of the Statler Hotel yelled to
Nazis for help with unethical experiments. These are the 50 most insane and disturbing CIA facts you
No, but he did offer like different.
This Johnson, you know what? Never mind. I'm high and I'm about to start defending Trump.
Oh, so which stand we want?
No. Wait. See, that's the crazy thing, right? So what I'm gonna do is, and people that might be having a different view, I'll see if y'all do the same thing, right? What I'm gonna do is, we can play his actual words. We can play his actual sentiment when it came to the vaccine, because if y'all feel like it was some bullshit and it was pushed on us and it's propaganda, all this shit, whatever the case is, even Operation Warp Speed, I feel like people don't even really look into that shit. Because if you really look into that shit and you look at cabinets and everybody that's around, like, you would definitely have a different opinion. But how does it make sense when the president is coming on live TV and saying, I feel like you don't need a vaccine. I feel like there's holistic options. So if we listen to him say that, we play that clip, then we say
Nazis for help with unethical experiments. These are the 50 most insane and disturbing CIA facts you never knew. Number 50. The CIA Assassination Manual, drafted in 1952, states most efficient accident.
Like, what else do you want? Like, the president say, listen, you can take a holistic route, fuck a vaccine. Did he not say that?
His action said otherwise.
Okay, and the action you talking about is what? Operation Warp Speed? What you talking about?
Yes. Because here's the one thing, you can't talk one thing and say something else. Like, your actions gonna have to line. Otherwise, either your actions don't mean shit or your words don't mean shit.
So Operation Warp Speed was put together, structured, put in a package, all by Trump. That's how that went down?
Operation Warp Speed. Operation Warp.
Because I'm the one who brought up Operation Warp Speed. I wasn't bringing it to tie Trump.
Nazis for help with unethical experiments. These are the 50 most insane and disturbing CIA facts you never knew.
Democratic policies that had people forcing to distance, and a lot of red states were still open, like Florida. So I'm not even gonna dive that deep into it. I just brought up Operation Warp Speed because I don't recall Obama being a part of the vaccine.
The vaccine program and the funding was launched by the Pentagon under the George Bush administration. Tens of billions a year in annual defense funding for biological and chemical weapon research. It's all bullshit. Barack Hussein Obama helped push it.
Obama was a part of the manufacturing of the disease. We're not talking about linking him to the vaccine. That's not what anyone's saying. Like, those biolabs, the gain of function with Fauci, all of those emails that came out that the niggas just want to act oblivious to. Like, that shit was manufactured in the Ukraine. A whole bunch of biolabs all along the borders, and they're released. Like, we did all of this shit the whole 2020, 2021, and 2022. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, besides the vaccines, I think there's a... Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I also want to say that he was a part of the SARS-2 whole epidemic as well. And COVID-19 is SARS-2. So, yeah. It's just SARS-2. It's literally SARS-2 repackaged. And then the vaccine doesn't even have the whatever is in the actual, strand of the what is it called? Of the disease. Like, it's not even a part of it.
Damn, I'm at a misheard response to my phone. I had to get on my other line. But sheesh. I don't know how we gonna put this all in on one person. That shit kind of crazy.
Well, besides the vaccine, we know like they're trying to, because I think the guy.
Unethical experiments. These are the 50 most insane and disturbing CIA facts you never knew. Number 50. The CIA Assassination Manual, drafted in 1952, states the most efficient accident is simplest.
So many ways. So I'm not.
Most secretive organization. Most secretive organization.
When we know there's a target sitting in a bar and we know more about the target than they know about us, that's a scenario that we call information superiority. So we can walk in there and we can launch a surprise attack and basically.
So I was on Pierce Morgan a couple of days ago.
Hey, right there.
Invocation of Satan, hail, Almighty One.
That's what I'm trying to
Ruler.
Look, I'm not pushing no narrative. I just be asking these questions because you like, yo, shit, I could miss some shit. I might have missed some shit. But I'm still not seeing how he, when it comes to that, like, he's the full force behind it. Like, yo, this nigga pushed the backs on all of America. I'm not seeing it.
They started Operation Warp Speed under him.
There's a video of Obama, Clinton, and George Bush pushing the vaccines on all of America. They put up public broadcasting messages of the three presidents saying, get vaxxed. It'll save you. It'll save your community. It'll protect your grandma. It's all a fucking scam. And it's to depopulate and sterilize our population.
I agree with that point. They definitely have celebrities coming out and trying to tell the masses. I mean, they was giving out free cheeseburgers for vaccines, so they was pulling out all the.
They had lotteries, multi-million-dollar lotteries. Go get vaxxed, you get a lottery ticket, you can become a millionaire. The cities and towns were doing that. It is the biggest mass carcinogenic event in human history. They did it to the whole planet. Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, 100 other manufacturers, Indian manufacturers. It's all proprietary, all patented. It was plandemic, scamdemic. It cost us $10 trillion. We need mass arrests, and we need them now. But Kash Patel and J.D. Vance, they're faggots. They're never going to do it.
And then Dragon Pharma.
Look, are you gay? Hey, I ain't gonna hold you. That's why it's not happening. This Trump con was a long time ago, bro.
Hey, bro, that's why I just stayed on mute. I'm like, man, look, I'm not about to start.
Yeah, John, they did that in California. They did a raffle for the lottery for the vaccines.
He the one that held off on giving a vaccine as long as he could.
Who held off?
Okay.
He the one that started the program to develop it.
He held off on giving it.
He kind of, yeah, he did.
Bill Gates did. Bill Gates was at the forefront. Him and Fauci were at the forefront. And
Trump was the one that actually put it through as something for the government to develop.
Hey, Glenn, let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
Would you trust Donald Trump to perform any type of surgery on you if you was in a fucked up position? Would you trust him to do that?
To perform a surgery? No, he's not a doctor.
He's not a doctor. So as the president, when we see how Operation Warp Speed went down and who he leaned on and relied on was who? The medical professionals. So that's why I be like, bro, I be like, yo, hold on, wait, not even a doctor, not even a scientist, not even been in none of this shit. And y'all saying like, yo, he pushed. No, bro, he did what he was supposed to do. And it's no way to know everybody on that side, their background, whatever.
I'm 38 years old. I don't want to settle or compromise. I have a degree and a job and I'm single. I just want to find someone who's also single. My annual income is $500,000 yen. Why can't I?
To get vaccinated or
I'm 38 years old. I don't want to settle.
I know people that was in that situation too that actually didn't take it and they brought them back in.
Operation Warp Speed doesn't have to do with the mandatory, what your jobs require, like having the mandation as far as taking your job. I mean,
hey,
as far as taking the vaccine.
Did you take it?
What, the vaccine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm diabetic.
All right, I ain't even gonna go there then.
Yeah, I'm high risk. But anywho, that's beside the point. Like, I get if you have a problem with the mandate side of things, that's actually not on Trump. The mandate didn't come out till 2021 while Biden was president. If you want to put on for, Biden on with the mandate thing, you definitely do that. But we can't act like Trump didn't have a part in the vaccine when he's the one that pushed the government to develop a vaccine.
No. So the part y'all leaving out,
military endeavor.
The part y'all leaving out is that the vaccine in question did not have an mRNA in it, while the other two did have mRNA in it. That's the part y'all leaving out. I feel like, and I think if you really look back at what happened, you'll see that he gave niggas an option. Like even the shit that they was pushing, the nigga was talking about zinc, ivermectin, the nigga even said the shit about bleach, and everybody went crazy about that when it was a fact. The nigga said, he even said sunlight, bro. Like the nigga gave people options. It was pushed by one person and band-aided by one person, and we're not gonna rewrite history.
That nigga said there's holistic options for you. Every alternative that he gave is in medical journals of the past that actually fucking work. And the medical professionals that he had on stage that everybody was listening to ain't mentioned shit, ain't nothing about none of the alternatives he gave. That man ain't fucking dumb. He had already researched that shit. He got medical patents his damn self.
Trump got medical patents.
Yeah, look it up. When he was talking about putting a tube with the light down your throat into your lungs and all that other shit, that came from Tesla. It was used way back in the days.
What patent Trump got?
Now everybody got.
It's not about the Trump patent. It's Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, the Indian manufacturers.
Where y'all take up arms for this whole motherfucker?
With an Indian pharma.
I talked to my mother. I said, "You got vaccinated?" She said, "Yeah, I went to the firehouse. They vaccinated me at the community center." I said, "What? A fireman and vaccinate? You didn't even go to a doctor?"
A firefighter vaccine.
So, as people are saying what they're saying, you should be coming off mic.
The vaccine gave Russians, but not the good.
Okay, facts. But that's how these conversations go, right? When people are saying what they're saying, when they land, you come off mic and you say you're wrong. This is not correct because of A, B, and C.
Clown world.
And the conversations always get weird when niggas just say, "Oh, you just this, you booty clapping, you A, B, and C." Like, cool. Like, I ain't mad at your opinion, how you feel about certain shit. But as it's going, and when these points are getting ran through, it needs to be stopped by when that person mutes up, gets off mic, and you should say, "Bro, this is why you're wrong." Like, is that not how these conversations should go on my trip?
Yeah, that's green bean fascism censorship world where green beaners think they know everything.
I don't know, bro. I'm just saying. That's why I feel like the conversations just be like a never-ending loop because it's like, bro, niggas be talking this whole time saying certain things, and it's like, hey, y'all just defending this nigga. Cool, you can have that opinion, but like, why do you feel like that? What was said that you feel like somebody is just defending him and just saying like, whatever? Like, why is it? Because you can teach somebody something. There's somebody that's saying something that you could be like, yo, this why you wrong. You could put them on game. So like, I feel like, is that not the better route to take than to come off mic and say like, y'all niggas is defending niggas? We all trying to get to a common ground and figure some shit out. So I don't know.
What was on that link? Wait, I'm double checking that right now. I might have to take that back. I'm double checking it.
We need to arrest Dr. Fauci. We need to arrest Bill Gates and Borla from Pfizer. Let's start there.
Didn't Biden pardon?
I was just about to say that. That's going to be kind of hard.
Yeah, Biden did pardon them. Yep.
Why he do that?
Because he knows that they're guilty. And Trump was coming after them. Not only that, like, when Trump got into office, didn't he dismantle the the us being a part of the World Economic Forum.
He pulled us out of WHO and he started to break down the CDC.
And the CDC. Okay, that's because Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, he did a study, and he's been studying vaccines and a lot of the medical issues, and he's been winning a lot of lawsuits prior to him being a part of the administration. And what he came up with was that Israel created a vaccine, which is what they did, and they administered it, but it only attacks people that are not a part of their bloodline or something. Like, it has very specific people that are in mind, or blood strands, or I don't know how technical it gets, but basically he said that on record. And this is when he got initiated into the administration. And Elon was, doing his thing with finding out about Doge, and getting down to the bottom of where the money is going. So I think that Trump is not necessarily playing a game, but understanding more about what devil he's dealing with and how to deal with them and how far they'll go. So that's why I feel like he's switching up his tone, because it's like, okay, how far are you willing to go? Are you trying to kill everybody, in sight in the Middle East, or are you just trying to get, Israel back and have an issue with Iran? Now it's leaking into basically the entire Middle East.
Hey, so I agree when it comes to the whole situation, but for different reasons, right? Because when we see how the WHO was moving when it comes to the summit of the future, the pact of the future, that Benjamin Netanyahu was able to walk into that New York building, even though he was guilty of war crimes, and the president at that time let him just do that shit on his own. When it comes to that, they passed everything using, and any of y'all can look this up and listen to what I'm saying. They passed it using the silent procedure. The World Health Organization, they passed all this shit under our nose using the silent procedure, right? One thing that the World Health Organization would have been able to do is classify any pandemic or epidemic under whatever reason they wanted to. Don't believe me? Go to the World Health Organization website right now. One of those causes that they said they could claim to be a pandemic or an epidemic, an infodemic. So they said, if there's too much information we don't deem to be valuable or true, that will put you in a state of a pandemic or epidemic. This is not me. This is just what they say. And why the fuck are we even wanting to be a part of that shit? And if we get removed from that shit, why does it have to be a play? Why can't it be like, yo, shit, we didn't fuck with that. We don't want somebody telling us that the information on the internet is just false and they get into whatever they get into. I don't get it. It's just like, this is just been asking for. Like, I don't know, bro.
Who necessarily got patents? That was who said that?
Who said what?
Trump had the patents on the medical.
It was a girl.
Was that low?
That was me, and I corrected myself. That was Donald L. Trump. But Donald L. Trump and Donald John Trump have collaborated.
Okay, yeah, because I like to be factual when I post links. I'm like, hold up, let me double check that. Then I put the patent link in the chat, so anybody that wanted to search there. And then I put the original clip where he said what he said in the chat, and I was looking to see if the patents had anything. So I correct myself also.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't see anything at the U.S. Patent Office with that nigga.
Yeah, that's why I brought the rest of that shit I dropped in the chat for further reading.
See, Fauci's in trouble because he was actively engaged in covering it up. And he was funding through EcoHealth Alliance and Peter Strzok. It's a big business. It's not these weapon biodefense labs, they're offensive weapon lab systems, global, in 30 countries. As a taxpayer, you're going to work 3 out of 5 days a year to fund the military-industrial complex, the Medicare-Medicaid industrial complex, the judicial, legal, political industrial complex. You're a slave in this country because the country is now $40 trillion in debt. If you own a home, your property taxes over the next 10 years are going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. The system is broken. It's upside down, and now it's become a debt slave economy. If we don't have politicians willing to file federal bankruptcy to discharge public debt and rein in the spending, it has become a communist slave state, not laissez-faire capitalism. It has become a communist gulag slave system. It's called altruism, socialism, sacrificing yourself for others. It's a scam. Affordability is a scam. It's a spam. It's a communication spam. And these socialist, criminal, liberal, progressive Democrats are fraudsters, liars, and spammers.
And if they'll take money from the ADL, they'll take money from you. And APAC. Those two organizations.
You're worried about 10 million Jews trying to defend themselves from hardcore Muslim terrorist jihadists? Your Democrat industrial complex in this country is modern day terrorism. They are domestic enemies.
Defend themselves.
They do overdo it. You can't lie.
Well,
Even though we're doing it, they ain't defending themselves.
it's force multipliers. The U.S. government has the same policy. If we lose 10,000, our enemies are going to lose 100,000.
It's not that. They're expanding outward. And that's not defense.
It's proactive defense. When a rocket comes into your backyard and kills 30 school children, well, there's going to be some Jews that got the weapons, the technology, and the will to go kill, to stop that from happening, to create a security buffer.
Some of you are Zionists, honestly.
Wait, but do you really think Iran has the military equipment that can reach America?
Not Iran. They can hit Europe.
Say it, tell it. He's been saying it since the 90s. Iran is 1 month away. They're 6 months away from a nuclear weapon. 30 years of that shit.
Hey, Glenn, you know what else BD been saying since the 90s? That I don't even really got to worry about the United States. Like, they just like a little, you know what I'm saying, I can do whatever I want with them. You know what I'm saying? We had that old video when they recorded him when he went to, I forgot where it was. But that's why we asking these questions, bro. I'm not, like I said, I'm not even trying to take a stance. I just want somebody to explain their thoughts and feelings on what they feel like is really going on, being that now all of this Israel, United States connection, gang banging, we all for one. Like, why do y'all feel like, or whoever, bro, I ain't speaking to nobody specifically, just like it's cap. Yeah, that's all I want to know. It's like, hey, it could open my mind up to something. But like, why do you feel like it's cat? You feel like it's cat, man?
Yeah, like, let me say this. BB been barking up the tree for damn near 30 years trying to get somebody to back Israel on some shit. Trump is the first person to actually put some shit to it. Bombed them last year in the summer and said we completely took out their nuclear structure, but then somehow back when it came through the winter, that bombing that we did in the summer didn't pan out, so now we got to attack them. Trump is the first person to actually go as far as BB wanted him to go. So I can't say he's standing up against the man. He's gone further than anybody else did. But now you got
what happened in Gaza when Biden was in office?
What happened in Gaza?
Yeah.
You're talking about October 7th.
Just Gaza in general. What happened to Gaza when Biden was in office? When you say go as far as he wanted him to,
with Iran.
Like Trump, you feel like Trump went further than the last administration did? And look, I ain't gangbanging, I ain't picking a side. I'm just trying to ask questions. You feel like
this current administration went further than the last administration did when it came to Gaza?
I didn't say Gaza.
Well, I'm asking about it.
I was talking about Iran. Like, that's an entirely different thing.
Yeah, but it's still on topic, though. Because, all right, so let me ask you this. What do you feel like was more of a genocide, Gaza or Iran?
Gaza.
Okay. So if you feel like Gaza was more of a genocide,
Iran isn't a genocide. That's just an attack. That's a war.
I agree with you. But if you feel like Gaza was more of a genocide, who did that go down under? Because you said them taking as far as they wanted to. So I would think if we can agree
with
on that,
Iran.
What was that?
With Iran. I said Trump went as far as Bibi wanted it to with Iran. I didn't mention Gaza.
Well, well, the way I'm taking it, correct me if I'm wrong, when you say Trump went as far as he wanted to, you're saying there's no other previous president that went as far as Netanyahu wanted them to go.
With Iran.
Okay, if you're saying specifically with Iran, okay.
Yes. How many times I gotta repeat that shit?
Yeah, you good, bro. We just having a conversation, right? But when I heard you say as far as they wanted him to, I'm just thinking about everything in general. I'm not thinking about just Iran. I'm thinking about how far Israel was willing to take it with whoever and whatever previous president was in a line with that.
Hey guys, can I get in the combo?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Iran was not Israel's plan. They have shared interests. Israel.
That's what I was kind of like thinking, but I ain't want to go ahead, Ryan.
In the combo, why you talking about people not reading what their opinions, but you not?
I'll try to
Hold on,
let Randy go.
Okay, so yes, last year the U.S. and Israel dealt a major blow to Iran's nuclear program. This year's war is about a new topic. Iran's ballistic missile program, which is separate from its nuclear program. Iran has been ramping up its ballistic missile production and targeting them against Israel. And so that's the difference between last year's war and this one. Plus, Iran.
Damn, who moved them to the group? Hey, Randy, I'm bringing you back up. I don't know who moved you. I don't see anybody in history moving you, so I don't know if you went to the audience on your own. But go ahead.
He might have clicked it by himself by mistake.
Go ahead, Randy.
What are you saying?
Obviously, somebody doesn't like what I'm saying and moves me to the goo.
Well, we can see the history.
Well, I didn't move. You can see the history. You can see that I didn't move myself.
Chill out, man. Just say what you gotta say. Keep it.
I didn't move myself.
That's cool. I passed that now, so say what you gotta say. Keep it.
Okay, I was in the middle of saying, okay, a couple of mistruths have been spoken here. Number one, this year's war is about the ballistic missile program. Number two, Israel's not expanding its territory. They're clearing out Hezbollah strongholds. There's a difference. As far as, Iran having a nuclear weapon is not just a threat to Israel. Iran is a jihadist country. They are not rational players in the way that other countries are. The normal theories of, in other words, they are willing to sacrifice half their population if necessary, if it furthers their agenda. They're not just another country trying to get nuclear weapons. They are a jihadist, Islamist extremist country, and if the world is safer with them not having a nuclear program. The Trump deal that he just signed with them, the capitulation deal, makes the world less safe. Okay, the world is not safer with Iran having a nuclear program. The world is safer with Iran not having a nuclear program.
And this is where my balance of not being biased or just looking at one side comes into play, because I'm gonna completely disagree. Like, that's why I be saying, like, I just want people to prove like what they talking about, right, bro? You me personally, I have no belief that Iran had any type of nuclear weapons, no capability of bombing the United States, fucking United States up, fucking Israel up. I'm not gonna believe that. Even if Trump said it, like, and he did, I don't believe it. I don't believe that.
You don't believe that Iran has a nuclear program?
No, not at all.
What country is at war with most of the Middle East?
Interest in anything nuclear over there in Iran is to obtain the fucking material to test the isotopes, because Hillary sold the fucking uranium one shit to Russia, and Russia passed it off to fucking Iran.
I would
That
agree
is
with
his
that
main
more.
interest when it comes to anything fucking nuclear in Iran.
I would agree with that more versus than we just sit here saying like, yo, Iran got all this nuclear equipment, they about to fuck America up, all that shit. No, I'm not agreeing with that because there's no evidence, there's no proof of that. I don't care who said it. Trump, current administration, there's no proof of that shit.
Here's the thing about it. Israel does all the attacking that it accuses that Iran of wanting to do too.
What I would say, just to kind of agree with Randy to a certain point, because I'm not biased, I don't think Iran is competition for America military, but I do know Iran is known to fund little terrorist groups, Hezbollah, the IRGC, the Islamic Brotherhood. They're funding group actively right now in Congo, where there are some Muslim terrorists, part of different organizations, like in Nigeria. If you guys recall, Trump having to bomb Nigeria because of what was going on over there. But I would say Iran is not as innocent as we are trying to portray.
Israel under Netanyahu has a lot to do with that too.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like,
they're not innocent at all. We just can't pretend that we're. My bad.
No, you good. Let me just say this real quick, bro. Because now I'm speaking on something that, as I was previously speaking, that you would think I would be on the same side, but I'm like on the opposite side with it. I don't believe it. I don't believe Iran has anything. And I believe if Iran had anything, they would have been did what they was. Ain't they chanting death to America? If they over there chanting death to America, why has they not went ahead and went through what they planned? Why have they not went ahead and went through it, bombing us, bombing our allies, whatever the case is? Like, it seems like it's just weak. There's nothing going on, and it reminds me of 9/11 when we see saying these niggas got weapons of mass destruction, bro.
And to add to that, why are they chanting death to America?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that North Korea has a nuclear weapon?
I feel like anybody, I don't feel like they do. I feel like anybody that has a nuclear weapon, looking at how the world is being ran right now, and looking at who's in control and in charge, if you really...
The niggas gotta have something.
Man, well, hey, look, it's a possibility, right? But I'm just saying, like, looking at how things are moving, why nobody busting a move? What they waiting for? So somebody tells me
that's like how people in Atlanta are. Everybody got guns, so you think twice about pulling guns. Everywhere else, just like you're the bully and you're the only nigga with a gun, you bully everybody. But when niggas got the same artillery you got, you think twice about that shit. They not have a destruction. They got something, bro. They got something that'll level this motherfucker.
Hey, to me that sounds like they really ain't got shit, because if you feel like everybody got what you got, and you feel like somebody might have a little bit more than you, you already feeling like shit. I really can't even do nothing. This is my last resort. Like, okay, if it really do pop off, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and push the button. But it's not a scenario of shit. I can just shut this shit down if I want to.
This is short destruction, what Chop is describing.
You said what?
It's called a short mutual destruction.
Yeah, exactly.
Where it's pretty much like, it's like if one person press off with it, the other person press off, and they're both gonna die. It's like the short. It's 100%, and nobody about to survive. So don't nobody actually want to do it, but they also don't want to get rid of it because they don't want the other person to be able to take them off.
That still sound like a last resort to me, though. That still sound like
a managed proxy nation is not to make a move until they're instructed to make a move.
But everything changes once you have a martyr, a system that praises martyrhood. In other words, North Korea has a nuclear weapon, but they understand mutual deterrence. They understand that if they use it, it's going to be used against them. Iran is the first country that believes in shaheeds, martyrs. They are willing to sacrifice half their country in the interest of advancing their Islamic resolution. Mutual deterrence will not work with Iran. They are different than every other country.
Is that what Israel not?
Right, so is what I'm
They literally bombs on themselves.
They literally did that. So
Who literally did what? Just so I understand.
I mean, you're sacrificing your own people for I don't know if you're a part of that.
When did Israel sacrifice their own people?
You're doing it right now because Iran has been bombing you guys, like literally, like it's still going on.
Well, they're at war.
Yeah, it's a war, but it's provoked. You guys provoked them. You guys just did them. This last time, there was so many peace deals.
God is funding proxies, Hezbollah, and Hamas. It's time to get rid of the head of the snake.
No, the thing about it,
Israel helped with the funding of Hezbollah and Hamas.
Hold on one second. You guys.
Like I said earlier, the nigga is Zionist.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Let's just call a spade a spade. Like, you guys have been the aggressor. You've been the aggressor, since October 7th. And that's the God honest truth.
Okay, first of all, I'm not Israeli, so when you say you guys...
You're a Zionist, though.
Okay, first of all, you learned a big word there. By you saying I'm a Zionist, what does a Zionist mean?
What? It means a person that believes... I'm calling you that.
He said it so that
Somebody's called me a Zionist. I just want to know what they mean. What does a Zionist mean?
Hold on, bro. He said it, so let T respond. What you mean, bro?
Yeah, a Zionist is someone who believes in Israel's right to exist. I mean, personally, I think it's someone who believes in Israel. Yeah, well, Israel's right to exist at the expense of other countries or whatever.
Oh, now you're not an altruist.
Yes, other people are trying to remove their existence. So they were at peace. October 6th, they were at peace. October 7th, they were attacked. At any time, Hamas could have released the hostages and ended the war, but Hamas held on to the hostages and killed them and raped them and did a lot of shit. So yeah, Israel.
Hamas.
It's a complicated situation, though. It's very complicated, though. You just simplified it.
But you a Zionist. Does it matter if he's from Mars or Uranus? If he's got an accurate opinion, it doesn't matter if he is from Uranus.
Listen, October 6th, there was a ceasefire. Okay? Israel left Gaza in 2006. Right away, Gaza elected Hamas. Hamas declared war on Israel and fired thousands of rockets into Israel between 2006 and 2023. These are facts. Now you're saying, Israel had no...
They had no military, though.
But they had rockets.
This didn't start.
There were 50,000 people in Hamas. When you say they have no military, they sure do have a military.
They don't have a military. And
there's 50,000 soldiers in Hamas.
Okay.
They don't have airplanes, but they have a military.
You guys have America.
And that's by the help of fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. The Prince of Qatar already exposed his ass for Operation Black Raven.
Okay, but you guys have America.
Right,
so
and Hamas has Iran.
But so then it's equal. It matches up. You can't just be like.
So we've come a long way.
Yeah, we've come a long way. I mean, hey, listen. If this is how if I live in America, so look, however y'all get it done, right? I'm just stating the obvious and the facts. The facts, I learned the facts from you guys or from that group. You know, the rabbis, they do have YouTube pages now. So if you guys don't want people to know this information, don't share it. It's easy to find it.
There's nothing else. I'm trying to understand what should they be sharing?
Randy, I'm gonna give you the mic because
mic is going to be solely on you when I ask this question, right? When you make this statement about that 50,000, I want to know, where did you get it from? What news source you got it from? Yeah, yo, Chop Chip. What news source you got it from? I just want you to put in the chat, when you say 50,000, I want to know where you got it from. Are you able to put that in the chat for us to see and view? To be on the same page with you. You there? Yo.
The fact of the matter is that this didn't start October 7th. It was provoked October 7th by whichever side. It's happened since the Geneva Convention. You guys, they went over there and they took the people's houses. That's just like what's happening in New York right now. It's not even being televised. They're taking them people out in New York too. They're trying to.
Well, what area of history are you going to focus on explicitly? Do you want to go back 3,000 years, 10,000 years? What part of human history and suffering do you specifically want to focus on?
No, this is like 1950s, 1960s. This is not 3,000 years ago.
There's people still alive from it.
Well, I hope you all know that black
people's houses in New York.
No, you can't talk. Answer that question.
I tried to. She interrupted me.
You can't speak.
She started talking about people's houses in New York.
Where you got 50,000.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Because you heard me talking.
I know, and then I tried to answer, and she cut me off. She started talking about people taking houses in New York.
Okay, so but before we proceed, can you drop in the chat before you?
Okay, I'm gonna answer you now. Here's the deal.
No. Don't.
No. I'm not your intern. I'm not your intern, bro.
Okay, so drop in the chat your evidence of that 50K. You can come back on stage. Like, why we gotta do this? Like, we know how these conversations go, bro. Like, what?
Nah, my nigga, the chat mine. So y'all ain't gonna let me say shit on stage. The chat mine.
Yeah, why y'all be so emo, bro? What's wrong with y'all?
Nah.
Yeah, how you gonna say ain't nobody let you speak, bro? Your mic is overpowering and you can let you speak the whole night. What are you talking about?
That shit crazy.
It ain't. Only when you speak, then you shut the fuck up.
Man, Randy, you gotta chill too, man. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but this ain't that. Hey, on another note, in the background, I was listening to Belly Gang at 21. This shit, alright, bro. A couple people dropped some nice state. Tierra Whack, YG, and Pusha T. It's a couple people.
I'm posting everything I was gonna speak about in the chat.
Bro, just say it. The floor is open.
Shit, I'm almost done now. You see how much I put in there already?
I'm not even paying attention, bro. Honestly. I'd rather you just say it. To be for real.
Bruh, everybody looking at this shit all fucking wrong, just like I was telling their ass. They keep trying to make a distinction between Iran and Israel when they share a common fucking interest. Neither one of them want an independent state of Palestine. So you move Hamas and the motherfucking Palestine to Gaza. When you fight them, you call yourself fighting them, but you're destroying everything and the people there. Then you move the other motherfuckers over there in Lebanon, because Lebanon, Yemen, and other Middle Eastern nations all agree on the independent state of Palestine or whatever. So y'all motherfuckers is literally causing a fight between each other to destroy the people and the lands and shit over there. They working together, but making it look like they're not. And Netanyahu behind the funding of both Hamas and Hezbollah. They do that shit via the IRGC and the Muslim Brotherhood. The motherfucker that's over the Treasury has already tracked they fucking accounts. That's why he seized the crypto. $1 billion in crypto. He used to work for the London banks. So he know how to find all the shit in their shadow banking network. That's why I'm going to say, that's why that bank went down over there in Switzerland or whatever. And the MI6 involvement with the Muslim Brotherhood, helping build their mosque in Egypt, Yemen, and again, Lebanon. All the same nations that agree on the independent state of Palestine. This is where you put your fucking brotherhoods and shit. And the MI6 calls all three locations strategic assets. This shit is bigger than Israel, bigger than Iran, and all of it goes right back to fucking Britain, City of London, and all that other shit.
Wait, did you say that Hezbollah is in Lebanon? Because I've been trying to figure out what's going on with the recent strikes over there. So you're kind of like putting something together.
Yeah, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas is in Gaza. But their money and shit coming from the same sources. And Netanyahu, he came out his mouth himself to prevent a Palestinian military. He was going to fund Hamas because he does not want an independent Palestine. Iran doesn't want an independent Palestine either. So thus, the enemy of my enemy becomes my friend. And we keep this shit destabilized, and who's making all the fucking money and who controlling the global shipping routes and setting the price of oil and everything? The British motherfuckers. That's why Trump breaking away from their asses too. He literally just took the whole global economy.
The British aspect that you mentioned, that's putting a lot together as well, because I know a lot of people were coming against their prime minister, whatever the guy name is, because he wasn't coming out to speak against Iran. But Britain itself, they've been having a lot of protests over there. People are talking about how it's the IRGC, they're operating over there as well. But shit, that's a whole nother story.
All this shit, all of that shit is.
Remember when the king came over here and he visited like a few months ago, and he was talking about something that we signed with them.
Yeah, the treaty, the two-pillar system, where their post-rules-based order, and that post-rules-based order has come to a close. He was trying to face on this shit, however, but it's literally coming to a close because the guy over there, Starmer, he's saying it. Mark Carney, he's saying it, and everything. Without America, that shit doesn't exist. They was even talking about their military plans because they haven't made military plans in the last 30 years. They always depended on us. NATO was not going to get involved in none of that shit down there because NATO was only supposed to protect the lands of Europe, even though they got a fucking navy. They ain't supposed to get involved in nothing else.
Right. But the whole reason why America got strong is because a lot of nations wasn't being protected. And we said, okay, well, we'll protect you. That's how we got to be as globally big as that we are now. Like, but the fact of the matter is that the king they still have some interest in Canada, America, and Israel. And they want interest and need to keep interest in the Middle East because they just lost Africa. So keep in mind, Africa is receiving their independence as well. So
right, but if they still want to have any interest in this, they have to play by different rules, not the rules, the game board that they established to run all these other proxies. They've been using America as a proxy, Iran as a proxy, Israel, every nation was being used as a proxy against each other. Britain, EU, they don't produce shit, but what? Wine? Somebody mentioned the shit earlier. When your nation ain't producing and always depending on other nations, this shit is about more strong sovereign nations, and all these other nations can produce and sustain their own. They can make money and trade however they want to. That's what we moving to. Nations operating, trading with who they want to trade with, not because you say we got to. And you set the price on everything. Now we want to negotiate for this and that. We should have the freedom to do that. That's why a lot of the Gulf states invested so much money before this shit with Iran even kicked off. And when he's saying that, okay, they came to a deal, and he's talking about investment in Iran, the same Gulf states are the ones that's going to invest in Iran.
No, here's the thing. The big thing that people are not that Iran is playing chess. So when they close the Strait of Hormuz, that is a big trade route for America, right? And they've already made agreements. So every time that we send a ship through there, we literally have to pay them money. We're going to be making Iran so rich, and they're already rich. But the fact of the matter is, they weren't going to allow us to come there at all. And we have so many different people so many different companies that ship through that strait. It's like, I think 30% or 40%.
Yeah, but when you go back and look at how this whole post-World War rules-based order was established, and you look at shipping and maritime or whatever, that shit still goes back to Britain over 150 years ago and everything. Iran really wasn't running shit. Iran really wasn't running shit. They call it a choke point for a reason, because many nations depend on that choke point. That is a main choke point and everything.
Right. They did a deal with China already.
Finances and everything is not controlled by them. You remember when people always talk about, we're going to have a World War III because only these banks are not Rothschild central banks. That was some bullshit, because British took over that shit when they put in the clerics. When they on King Reza or whatever put the clerics in, they've been running since. That's why it's called an Iranian central bank, because it's connected to their system. There's only that SWIFT central banking system. They've been in control of it. Or I say they give you these people or whatever, and you really think they're running shit, but they not. In the background, this is what they call it. They call it a soft power. Just like King Charles was talking about, the soft power of leadership over America. Because in 1871, they came and took this shit back.
What I'm saying is, regardless of all of that, Israel got a problem with that. Israel has been making their life a little fucking hell, alongside a few other countries. So that right there has already ruined the relationship between a lot of countries, specifically with America, because we did have a great relationship with Iran. But Iran, the Middle East can sustain themselves. They have oil money. They have oil. They have a lot of fucking resources. They have rare earth minerals that we need, that we ain't even getting from Ukraine. They have shit that we actually need to sustain us in the future. So it's not just about money. This shit is about land and what we need in order to what are those things called? The fucking microchips and shit that we need from Taiwan and stuff. Like, this goes beyond that. So if we can't even get import and export through the Strait of Hormuz, which is 20% of the global importing and exporting, that's a huge issue. And now Israel has made it to where we now have to pay them to go through that motherfucker. So it's gonna cost people around the globe just so that they can get goods.
Again, I'm gonna tell you about how the maritime structure was set up.
But it's not, because they're not gonna allow us
the financial control of the Strait of Hormuz resides in the city of London. For the last 150 years, if anything pops off in that region, they only use the United States Navy. For the last 150 years, America has always had a presence in the Strait of Hormuz and that whole Gulf Sea region, because of who has the financial controls of the entire region.
Iran got control of it now, and that's because Israel keeps breaking their agreement.
It's not because of Israel. It's because when America started bombing, who pulled out of insuring all the vessels traveling through the Strait of Hormuz? Who charges all the vessels a tariff premium on the oil? An actual double tax. It's not Iran. They don't make the money from that. It's not America. Starting that made Lloyd's of London pull the fuck out, and they have not come back. So now control can be given to the people of that region. And all the Gulf states are going to work on a sovereign status. That's what this shit really been about.
Well, one way to look at life is to come to the conclusion that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, that everything is as the way it is, and there's nothing new under the sun. And there never will be anything new under the sun because everything has already been. The question is, if you are coming on Clown House every single day and just repeating the same shit, well, you're the kind of loser that goes to a casino and plays a slot machine. Because the slot machine is just a blown up version of your cell phone, and you're putting money into it. It's no different. It's the same thing with Clown House. If you don't modify your experience, well, then you're just redundant, and you're a placebo. You're just doing the same thing over and over and over again. So how do you change the material world? How do you manifest? How do you make the subject into the object and the object into your subject? Well, it starts with a book. Any good book will do. Any kind of mystical adventure like Rumi or Lao Tzu or Confucius or any kind of philosopher. That's the real joy of life. That's how you get the strength you're looking for. That's the spam and scam that Barack Hussein Obama and his husband do every day. She sits there and praises him. Oh, Barack, you gave me the strength. You were always there for me. What do you think Judaism is all about? The alphabet. The alphabet. They create with words. And the subjects take the suggestions and the conditions and they say, oh, is it true? Is that the truth? Or is that a lie? I can't tell. Because when you lie so good, it sounds like a truth. I done said too much. I'm going to the Barack Hussein Obama and Michelle Obama after party up in the private soiree zone in the library. I'm with that race hustler, Reverend Al Sharpton. See you all at the soiree.
Y'all done yet? All right, so I got something here. I've been having some last couple of weeks. I just update the information that I be getting. Talking with AI, whatever, fact checking a lot of shit and everything. So what it's saying or whatever, what I got right here is a comprehensive timeline that organizes the centuries of intelligence history to strategic calculations that illicit financial networks and explosive military collapse of the 2026 ceasefires into a chronological sequence. Now, the phase one, it take you back to the historical groundwork in the 1940s and 50s with the MI6 alliance and the post-World War II era. British intelligence, MI6, identifies the early Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt as strategic asset. They covertly funded some first mosques and regional.
Let us live, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. Let us walk, let us heal, free from strife. Wait on life among the weary. We'll stand tall, a gentle voice for one and all. Happily there, we'll rise again. Love praise, love praise,
Yeah, but why is politics and political action like a gay magnet?
Oh, well, they're all in Model UN, and they just really thrust themselves into their academics.
Like, you're telling me we can't get straight politicians?
Tom Cotton.
If you're looking for a hotel, like some of the best gay Chicago, because I feel like it's a black hotel, they can get your kids look at you gay.
Do you know how I love my gays and those? It's a choice. It's not. I would choose gay every day.
Why is it okay?
Dual income, no kids, rich, share the wardrobe, rich. You fall into every diversity, equity, inclusion shit. So easy to get laid. Like if I could just choose to be gay. I do hanging out with Peter Thiel laughing about fucking SpaceX.
Well, I have two theories on the only people who don't choose to be gay is because the environmental estrogens, the birth control in the water, like something happened when you were in utero, like in the womb. So maybe those people don't choose to be gay, but I feel like for everyone else, they're under possession or sway of some sort of demonic
supposed to be
entity.
another round, correct?
And that's why they have to like fight internally against being gay. But
I think it has to do with what hormones you get in utero.
I just said that though.
Yeah,
but you think for everyone?
In utero, mostly. Well, I think some of it's child
That's
abuse.
why pregnant bitches shouldn't use fucking fingernail polish and toenail polish. It's one of the fastest absorbing endocrine disruptors that a woman puts on their body during pregnancy is fingernail polish, toenail polish. One of the fastest. Yeah. It's like taking a birth, like it's like giving your unborn son birth control pills before he's born.
So then,
well, you don't want to get pregnant before he's born.
No, but Q, you were cooking. Keep going with this. I want to hear.
I was busy with how
It does.
so
married right away.
wouldn't that just be bad anyway? You're not.
And so I stayed single a little longer. So and I only had one kid because I really loved my career. It was crazy fun. So
Sounds like
yeah, we were on every background, every studio.
So you were living in LA?
No. It was our offices were in Wilmette, and then our other offices were in Martin Grove. The two different companies I worked for that were in the direct business. But Hollywood #1 came to us all the time. All the stars came to my offices. #2, we did our sales meetings right near Universal Studios at the Registry Hotel, which is no longer the Registry Hotel, but that is where we had our meetings. But all the studios, Wined and Dine us, they would come to the hotel to promote all the new film that they were distributing. And so they would come and make big presentations to us. And then in the evenings, they would each have us for dinner, an event on one of the studio backlots. So we would be on the Western set, like they would take us to the Western set, set it up, and make us a Western barbecue, with cowboy hats. And then one studio had us, it was when Clint Eastwood had the film Pink Cadillac. There was a film with Pink Caddy. And they had the Cadillac out there. And then Disney had us there. And at that time, Michael Eisner was the head of Disney, and we talked to him. I ran into him in the parking lot, and we did Disney a couple times. Once on the backlot for Down and Out of Beverly Hills, which was a movie with Nick Nolte at the time. And then another time, we came, and they had us for a party in the commissary. That's where all the actors eat, on the studio lot. And the costume department rolled out costumes for us to wear for the party. It was crazy, like poodle skirts and sweaters, and so that was kind of fun. So yeah, it was that's what I'm saying. I didn't get married right away because I was having such a good time. So that's a little bit about in 87. So, and then
right. That's why your son's a little bit younger than me.
Yes, I had him in 90. He was born in 1990. He went to Iowa, University of Iowa. And now he lives in Palatine.
Oh, really? But you're out of state then, right?
Huh?
You're out of state though.
What do you mean? I'm in Illinois.
Oh, I thought you were in Minnesota.
No, my brother Bob lives in Minnesota.
Okay. So are you in suburban Chicago or no?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
nobody's.
okay. Oh, so he's
I'm in Buffalo. I don't. Listen, I'm not too concerned about being doxxed. I'm in Buffalo Grove, just so you know.
Okay.
Because I don't cause trouble in any rooms where anybody would have to leave.
Right.
So, yeah.
So
Hi.
your friends in Chicago.
Who's here? I don't know who's here.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Just saying hello. Go ahead. You have
How's it
friends
going?
in Chicago. Good. Out of them, the friends there.
No, I said that's what I said. Now, how are you gonna say shit against me when I'm the one who fucking said it in the first place?
Okay. Well, thanks for dropping by.
What the hell? What the? These people. This is what always drives me crazy.
But I have a ton of friends in Chicago, and I'll go there in a couple months. But then my family who lives there, they all live in Deerfield.
Oh, your family's here in Deerfield?
Like I have a bunch of first cousins.
I'm in Buffalo Grove. That's might as well be in Deerfield. You know what I'm saying? That's my backyard, basically. Oh yeah, I mean, my turf. My family. My brother has a home in Highland Park. Mm-hmm. We're in Buffalo Grove and Deerfield. We have cousins in Glenview and Deerfield. That's the whole. That's the area. Lincolnshire, Buffalo Grove. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So very cool. So your parents are still in Deerfield?
No, my parents are here in Detroit. These are.
Oh, okay. Got it.
These are my first cousins who grew up here in Detroit, but they ended up marrying men who lived in.
There you go.
The Northwest Chicago.
Yes, of course. Okay, so you're in your folks live in the core area in Detroit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So we have friends, a lot of friends that in Detroit. Well, not in Detroit, but in the burbs of Detroit.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's similar. Very similar. My sister-in-law's sister lives there. And we've been there quite a few times. So yeah, I mean that's nice. And you live in the city, or are you also sort of in the burbs?
I live in an inner ring suburb that touches the city. So I live like 5 miles from the city limits. So
yeah,
from downtown is like 20-minute drive.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
No, that's good. No, my son has to work. He's hybrid. He works both at home and in the city. And so he has to take the train. Palatine has a really good train because they run late, in case he wants to do something in the city. Mm-hmm. And he has a parking space in a garage by the train, right adjacent to the tracks, not one of the distal lots. So he's got a really cushy setup, for commuting.
I wish we had that, like in suburban Detroit, like a train that went to the city.
Oh God, yeah. You didn't really want to live in the city. I did. I lived in the city, but it's a hassle because, well, you need a garage as part of your apartment. You don't want one of the old buildings where you don't have parking because it's a nightmare. And because you can't leave your car on the street in the winter, you know what I mean? They'll tow it or whatever. So here he's spending extra on his rent to get a private garage here in the apartments in the burbs. So that he doesn't have to clean his car off, in the winter and stuff. Sure. And it's safe for these big complexes with your car in the garage. But it's a private garage. It's not like under the building kind of thing. So there's not many of them. So, but he works really comfortably.
Susan Mendoza.
That's how the Illinois works.
No, it's very
No, he's not. Oh, he's not the same number.
No, not good. There's the factor with the money. She's in charge of a bunch of the money. Oh my God. There was a terrible situation, so she took over. Really bad. She's really turned it around. Now she's running for mayor. His boss is running for mayor.
Of which?
Chicago.
Oh.
Chicago. Yeah.
In Chicago. Oh, okay.
Yes.
God, they need a good mayor there.
Yeah, she's Mexican. Susana Mendoza, she's really, I love her. She's a doll, she's very sweet. And she's good friends with my brother. And so now, I donated to her for mayor. So she, even though I don't live in Chicago, I still think she'll make a good mayor. And they still have a new boss. So supposedly she's nice. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, we will see. But it's an interesting job to work for the state.
Well, you know, there's a clubhouse person who's running for mayor of Chicago.
Oh, please, do not go there with me. Our friendship ends here. I'm going to tell you. I know asshole Kitover very well. When he first got on this app, he came to the Jewish room with his shtick.
Do you know? Have you met him in real life?
Never, and I will never meet him in real life. I'm going to tell you. The nutsiest. I mean, and here's the thing. I know all the major politicians in Illinois, okay? We happen to have, my brother is pretty well connected, you know, and so at my parents' funeral was Brad Schneider, who's our congressman, and Bob Dole, who's a good friend, and Mark Kirk, who was our senator. We were all at my parents' funeral. So we knew all the politicians, and so was Susana Mendoza. She, you know, the Contra was at my father's funeral. So, you know, the inside track on him, you know, from like Darren LaHood and the other people. I mean, he cheats. He's such a crook. He's such a little, nothing he does is good. You know what I'm saying? You can't trust him. So he was kicked off the ballot because he round-tabled his signatures.
No, I did not.
I don't know that term in particular, but I definitely read the news articles that came out.
I was round-tabled against when I ran for committee person.
I did it.
They got the signatures overnight.
I did a very snarky Sora AI on him. Being, you know, the round table, John Kitover in the round table with the knights, but it meant that he had a few friends sit around the table and fake signatures. That's what round tabling is.
I got like one friend.
That makes sense.
You know how long it would have taken?
Inside track there. And so now he's saying he's running for Chicago, but I've also listened into so many of his live calls that it is. And I'm not talking him sitting on Clubhouse listening. I'm talking business calls. His boss, he had her on speaker. He had problems because he worked for, you know, the Internal Revenue, like maintenance, sort of overseeing stuff.
Who was a janitor at the IRS?
And he lost that job. But even at that moment, there was a conflict with another employee. Any surprise dealing with John? And then he tried to get money, you know, for
our next trial is June 25th.
Whatever, and he did not get the money.
No, I did. I will get the money, and I did get the money.
That because he was on the phone. And then election judge, you know, the judge when he was also writing a complaint about the other candidate or something, and one of the judges called him on the phone, and they might have even been Zooming, okay? Do you know he streamed that? You know, that's against the law. He streamed. I mean, he just gets away with so much stuff.
Got away with robbery.
Don't want anything to do with him because he will taint you. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, the tainter!
Except,
no, I don't mean you.
Yeah,
No. I didn't. Yeah. When I said you, I meant anyone on the app.
Okay,
you know,
sure.
you wouldn't want to have, is what I meant, any association with him, which boggles my mind because Max Rice and what's his face, Rice, they just think he's the cat's meow, and they're just as creepy as he is running for office in Chicago. Mark Rice and Max Rice, they're on there, or we're on there. Oh yeah, yeah, and they just love him. And Norm gets a kick out of him now, which I don't get. You know what I'm saying? And I am on his site. I've saved the links of where he streamed me, but I don't allow it anymore. I'm very careful. But they come to me, like Jeff and everybody always comes to me to find all his new accounts so they can block him out of rooms. They don't want him in rooms. Because he streams it all. It's all streamed. I mean, even if it's you're just joking around, all it takes is one wrong person to hear you say something, or somebody you don't like to hear it. They're going to use it against you. You know, it's dangerous. So
the thing is that no one listens to his streams, though.
Well,
like I think his like most viewed video has like 13 views or something.
I understand. Yes, yes and no. But just the point that you're out there in the universe, you know what I'm saying? And in the Clubhouse element, when the other Clubhouse folk know he streams and there's all this conflict going on, if they overhear you say something, you know, and they don't like you,
sure,
they could dox you or they could cause trouble, you know, and that just happened. So that was what made people very upset with him, because there's a lot of doxing and other things going on. But he's ended up doxing himself. Mm-hmm. He used different names, Edmund, but that's the street he lived on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know it all. You know, he's so idiotic. He was driving at night once, streaming live. Somebody told me, I went and looked. And I could see the street addresses as he's driving. And I said, oh, that's where his gym is. And he's in Jefferson Park. I knew right where he was living.
Right.
And he's used Jefferson Park or whatever. You know, he's used all the derivatives. And I know exactly the building he lives in.
Yeah, those are cassettes in the
Is
notes.
it a nice building?
It's an old, you know, flat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's a vintage building.
Mm-hmm.
So in Chicago, you know, one of the vintage buildings in Chicago. But, you know, he stacks himself. So now it's fair game. His name is all over the place now, because now all his websites now are pretty much his real name. All his YouTubes.
Right. Yeah, he's not a secret personality, right?
Not anymore. No, but he has what, and so his father died. And again, I know this with Facebook and everything. And he inherited something, and he might have bought that building or one of the buildings or invested in his apartment, whatever. He might own a couple apartments, whatever. So that's all he has is living off of, because he lost his job. So I don't quite understand what he does with himself at this point.
I'm live streaming at you on YouTube right now. That's what I'm doing.
He's a politician.
No, he's not. And he doesn't think what he really is. He thinks he's an entertainer. He visions himself as an entertainer. But it's like a one-trick pony. It's the same. He says the same kind of lines.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
Right? So he does the shtick, and it's not even good shtick. Oh, he's the lowest. So that's probably the worst person on the app. I'll take Pepe over him. It's pretty bad. Or Amir. It's pretty bad. I'll take Amir over John Kitover.
Yeah.
So
Once in a great while, he could hang out and be like somewhat normal, but that's the rare exception.
But the problem is he's hanging out and streaming you.
Right.
So
you have to be aware of that. Yeah.
Right, because you know, and someone like Monica, who could say some things sometimes that trigger people, you know what I mean? She's very clever. And, you know, but if I was her, I wouldn't want that to live on somewhere where later on somebody knowing that he does that will go and find something, you know what I mean? Because people have, you might think nobody watches, but I know in our crowd, many people have gone through a lot of them looking, because a lot of them have are the front page, right? This page on, you see this first, right? You see the little PTRs. So they go searching through those to see if there's one with them in it or somebody they're looking for. I've heard some people do some nasty things with it. Not John, but people who used it or wanted to see if they were talking about them. It becomes weird. So I just won't go on I generally won't go on stage if he's on because I don't want to be recorded.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, he's the other character on this. And how many times have people reported him to?
50, 100.
I think he said at one point he has 60 phones.
Oh, I have taken screenshots of all the pictures of his phones. A bunch of us were doing some a bunch of it. It wasn't just me. We had one night we were just goofing around, very clubhousey, and we pulled up all kinds of stuff to get screenshots of all these phones. It's mind-boggling. He spent a lot of money on phones, let me tell you.
Right, which is just, goes to show his mental state.
Yeah, and he even set it up in a second room in his house. So
4 rooms. I got 4 recording, 5 recording studios.
Everywhere. But he wasn't just on Clubhouse. He was on Instagram. It's also on Facebook. It's everywhere. It's on X.
Well, because you remember for a while he was saying that he's making a deal with Netflix to do a documentary about Clubhouse.
Oh my God. Such a talker. Yeah, have him give me a call when it's done, okay?
Yeah, well, you'll have to call his people.
Yeah, I'll call his people can call my people. That is so funny. Oh my God, Kitover. He's just, but his uncle was there's an interesting newspaper. Remember, I'm a genealogist.
Yeah, what kind of name is Kitover? I've never heard of you named Kitover.
Yeah. It's a derivative. But the trick is, the funny thing is, in those subscription programs like All Access, whatever, you get newspapers.com. And I looked up his family name in Illinois, and his uncle was really, the whole thing on him, really a character. Remind me to find it for you one day. I'll pull it up. It's really interesting read. His father has a Facebook page. He's deceased, but his mother, he's taken her to some political things. So we're on, a few of us in the room were on, and we opened up and there he is talking to his mom. He's streaming his mom. One night he was streaming some girl. He wanted to go over there, and she didn't want anything to do with him, so it was pretty hilarious. Another time, somebody, one of his rental properties or whatever, was reaching out, and can you imagine somebody doing business with him? He's streaming it live. So, see, those kind of things are really serious,
Fully transparent.
And I think in Illinois, I'm trying to remember the law. I can't remember right now. But certain states, he could really get in trouble if,
We don't like your podcast.
He just thinks it's all funny.
You're in big trouble, mister.
But he spends 24/7 sitting in his office there. So
it's too bad because his mayoral campaign website looks pretty professional until you get down to the very end, and his email address is a Gmail account. It's like, why would you go through all this trouble and not get a domain email?
It's such pretend. The politicians know him, and it's such a pretend thing.
The politicians know me.
He doesn't have a chance in heck, and if he gets 100 votes, you know what I'm saying? It's a joke. It's a joke. He's got all that campaign, but nobody's looking at any of it.
Right.
There's nobody watching it. It's
Nobody
just-
even looks
it's
at
in
the
his
real
own
politicians.
imagination, and that's sort of an illness. There's nothing legitimate about it.
Sort
so
of
it
an
makes it
illness.
very creepy.
Sort of an
Think
illness.
about it.
Yeah, I wonder like what he really gets out of it.
I don't know. It's in his own head. Do you know what I'm saying? He's like,
Projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated. I'm living rent free in your head.
how does he how does he perceive all this that he's doing?
Right.
My God, if you did it, your mother would freak. A parent or a family member, if they discovered you doing that, oh my God, it's just I can't believe I believe totally his mother has no clue that he has all this. You know what I'm saying? And that she gets recorded.
She's like on a flip phone.
I heard her on the phone. I mean, it's the weirdest thing. So it's not just recording Clubhouse. He's just records his whole life. It's very bizarre. And it goes back in time. If you really go look, there's some old stuff. So he's been phone charming for a long time. But I've done some. Wait, I think I have PTRs here that I never deleted, which I should delete. I have Kitover PTRs here. I have like 100 PTRs here, but let me see. You're gonna laugh. I made some obnoxious ones on him. Along here, ready? This is a PTR I made.
Mm-hmm.
Here. There you go.
Get over. That's funny.
Well, hey, I told you I'm pretty techie. So wait, I'll tell you I have another one. Wait. Let me find it for you. Hold on.
You know Joby.
Oh yeah.
You know she donated to his congressional campaign.
Shima Shugana? She's a little. I was just gonna say, I didn't mean is she? I think she is a little Shugana.
Yeah.
I noticed that. Okay, ready for this? This I created with AI. Ready? Look.
That's good. That's good.
I think she was
That's
the one.
on his hatch, by the way.
Oh, I didn't notice that at first. Yeah, you definitely made him look a lot older too.
You like that? I thought I did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Monica loves all this stuff. She loves it, because this is definitely up Monica's alley. She thought it was funny. But she used to always wait for my PTRs. Monica always liked my PTRs. So she was one of my biggest fans. But, Okay, ready? There you go.
Okay.
Wait. Okay.
Now this Frankenstein's monster.
That's Kitover doing his yoga.
Oh.
I had a little fun, but hey, wait, I got a couple more for you. Here he is. This is one of my favorite.
Okay, let's see. That's funny.
I'm telling you, we had some fun. I mean, this was, I posted them, but as you can imagine, it was a little Clubhouse conversation with a bunch of people,
Definitely captured the frumpiness.
Yeah, and here's the original. I just want to show you a picture from the Frankenstein there.
Wait, why do his arms look like that? What? Oh, never mind. It's his arm holding up his leg. I thought it was okay. That's really gross, actually.
I know. What kind of boomer am I? I'm a child. When it comes to Kitover, I'm sorry. He's like a play toy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's so easy to make fun of. He is so easy to make fun of. So now I've got to put I've got a PTR bunch of things just so that that's not showing. You know what I mean? I've got to change so that's far away. I leave them there because if you're not my friend, you can't see, you can't see those, but I don't want them to be up front now. Now they're up front. So I've got to just go do 1,000 PTRs. So just ignore them. I got to bury it now. I have to bury him a bit.
You got to bury the evidence of John Kitover's existence.
I'm burying him. He's almost buried. I thought you would get a kick out of that, though, because, he's so busy, recording everybody. He loves AI. He is like, did you see how many Sora videos and how many he's done?
No.
Oh, my God. He's like the AI king. He's totally AI. Totally AI. Anyways, I'm sure you want to go to bed. I probably should go to bed. And we've got Anan here. Hi, Anan. Welcome.
Anan, if you come on stage, we'll donate to John Kitover for mayor of Chicago.
There you go.
All right, well, I'm glad we got to
Good night. Yeah, it was
one-on-one,
fun.
Elena.
Yeah.
Have a great night. We'll
Absolutely.
see you next time.
All right, take care. Good night.
Bye-bye.
We're all going to vote for him. That is not what Black people did. And so to think that you can just run up to us and just throw anything at us, that's to me disrespectful and anti-Black.
But he's going to make an argument that that's exactly what Democrats do.
Well, no, that's not even. I'll make the actual argument I would make, right? So when it comes to, all right, so Shaw, let me ask you a question, right? And I ain't even really like trying to debate or go back and forth, just trying to have a convo, right? So do you feel like when Obama ran for president that we were already in a racist white supremacy type of America? Do you believe that to be true?
Is that a real question?
As a person who was a Muslim in 2001 and knew instinctively that when the Twin Towers got hit, that they would be automatically hunting us down if it were anybody who was identified as a Muslim involved? Absolutely. But as a person who grew up in the South, absolutely. Like, you don't get to run from the uncomfortable part of this country. There is no law that passed that made people change overnight. These people are passing their traditions down. We have traditions of cooking and, what we do as a family and this and that and the other. And we also pass down toxic behavior that is learned and passed on from generation to generation. And we're the ones that have to say, hey, and by we, I mean just a regular we, not a Black we, that we have to be the ones to say, well, my kids aren't going to have to, my kids aren't going to have to put up with this illogical behavior or this abusive behavior or this toxic thing. And so some people have worked to do that, and there's a lot of work to do. And in the case of race, there is still a ton of work to do because we also have to contend with the root of this place. And that's just a fact. It can be uncomfortable for everybody, but when our kids are getting shot and people are still making excuses as to why it's okay here and not okay here, and it's fine here when it happens to this one, but not okay when it happens to that one. Like,
That would mean that white supremacy. Let me just ask a question. I'm correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not trying to argue. So that would mean, in that sense, white supremacy isn't as powerful as we say it is.
Not true. One thing doesn't look the other. I mean, there were folks the same folks that came out and voted for Biden, the same folks that voted for Barack Obama and voted for
Every Republican voted twice for Barack Obama, and he still would have lost the election. This has nothing to do with black voter turnout. Sure. All right. White women voted in large numbers for Barack Obama. When Hillary ran against, oh my God. No, you can stress the Quinn. The brother asked you a direct question. Your direct answer had to do with black voter turnout. No, that's what you said. No, okay, man. You said nothing about white women. You said nothing about white women.
Because you jumped in before.
I jumped in before. The brother spoke. I'm speaking now. You gave a whole complete answer. You gave a whole complete answer. So, and the brother's asking you an excellent question.
And with white women and college-educated white men. That was why he won.
Keyword college-educated.
Right. Is that enough, Anthony, or did you want to expound a little more? I just said
how did he get in for 2 terms? In super racist.
The same people came out to vote for him.
The white racist people?
Pretty terrible.
But America's super
You
racist.
realize it's black folks that ain't racist, right?
Yeah,
you
just
realize
not
that?
every
They
white
exist,
person is
maybe not a lot, but enough. What's going on?
There were enough white people. There were enough white people who were voting for Obama that, and you can look this up.
Along with the historic turnout of black people.
They had Confederate flag buttons that was still, vote for Obama. These people were in a very dire economic situation, and things were not looking good for them. He got a turnout that was really interesting because, yes, even some of those, rednecks popped up and said, you know what, things are not looking good for us. And part of the reason why, I'm not saying a lot of them, but a good little number of them, to where their racism doesn't always supersede their material conditions. Some of them were really not doing well. And they said, well, let me do a shot in the dark, because this man is at least not gonna, kill us. He's not gonna kill us all.
And we can also I'm sorry, Jamie.
Give it a try.
We can also clear this up we can also clear this up because I think this is pivotal. When black folks refer to white folks as being racist, so we thought we didn't necessarily need to say this, but we'll say it just in case for the slow people in the room. We don't necessarily mean that all white people are racist. We don't mean that at all. We're smart enough to understand that there are a good number of white people in this country who are not racist.
But that's why I asked the question the way I did, and I said,
you're asking that question with the understanding that we don't know that.
Hold on.
So we understand that. There were enough white people who were not racist who came out to vote, and there were enough of them that stayed home, apparently, or not enough of them came out to vote. So whatever that mixture was, there were enough of those people that came out, along with a historic number of black people that can't be overlooked. And he also won independence in the middle. So there's also a lot of people and a number of other people that we don't need to. You can go and look up the exit polling. It's very easy to do for both 2008 and 2012.
Hey,
But the
Quinn,
bottom
I'm
line
not
is the most
disagreeing with
pivotal thing is we're talking about is that when we say that, because you seem to be trying to imply that along with your co-host Ed McMahon as well, that we are implying that all white people are racist, and how could Obama win 2 terms if the country was so racist? Well, there's a good swath of white people in this country who are extremely racist. That's who we're referring to. We're not talking about everyone. Just so that you can go forward with this conversation so that neither of you have to say no dumb shit like that again. Go right in.
Also, a fun fact about systemic racism is you don't actually need racist people to keep the system going. It's systemic. So unless you can have people who, vote for Obama, they're not racist, but, unless you're being actively anti-racist, you're still letting the system go as the system goes. So yeah, there was lots of non-racists voting for Obama, but the system's still gonna go.
They ain't ready for that part, Mike.
I heard a story when I was talking to some people, and they were doing canvassing. I think it was in West Virginia, and they knocked on the door. They were like, who are you voting for, in the election? And the woman was like, I don't know. My husband decides, and whatever. And he was like, is your husband home?
It was a cleaning stream for a moment.
And she was like, hey, who are we voting for? And the person heard from the other word.
It's a vibrator stream.
I just thought it was a good idea to lay that.
In a level, what's a level?
That's always.
Gotta level up. People keep telling me, Johnny, you need to level up your game.
If it's ignorant, why did most people agree and say it's a true fact on stage just now as we're having this conversation?
What agree to what?
That America is racist.
America is, but do you understand what people are saying? Michael just explained that to you. You understand what he meant when he said that?
No, but what you just said, you said it as if people on this stage didn't agree and say that's facts. Literally what you just said, as if people didn't agree.
It is 100% a fact that America is racist.
So because Obama won, there's no institutional or systemic racism. I know Ed McMahon doesn't agree with that.
I'm not saying that.
Ed McMahon?
I'm not saying that. I posed the question before I even got into what I was getting into.
America is 100% absolutely racist, structurally all oriented around the white man.
What's going on? We're trying to have a regular topic.
You don't say nothing when he calls me Ed McMahon, right, Patty? You got nothing.
Ed McMahon!
Different states. Guess what? I don't give a fuck. Okay?
Ooh, shit.
So Steve, why would you ask that question?
Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. You put a hammer with a nail.
Hold on, bro.
To some people, everything looks like a nail.
When Obama got in office, were we dealing with a white racist, white supremacy, were we dealing with that type of America? That was the question that I asked. And I was speaking to I don't get her name wrong, my bad, Rashad. And when I asked that question, she said yes. So I just followed up and just was curious, and I wanted to ask. That's the state of the nation. How did Obama serve 2 terms? I didn't apply nothing on nobody. I was just trying to just get some understanding. I'm not saying I'm right. Whatever the case is, I'm just listening to how the conversation is going, and I'm asking questions, trying to get understanding, and just doing my mind. And that's all.
You don't mind me asking home? Because it's relevant to the question.
I'm a grown adult.
You can tell me relevant.
I'm a grown adult. I got kids. I got a lot of.
Are you over 30?
He said 30 or you're 20.
Yeah, I'm over 30. Yeah.
Okay, so we're almost 20 years removed. from that time. So you may not, there may be some things you genuinely didn't understand. So I'm telling that, so, and listen, I apologize if you did.
I'm an analog. You voted me for the cassettes. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Vote time!
So you may not understand that people talking about.
I mean, to be honest, it's cool. I didn't reject me. You know, that's what I'm saying. I asked some questions. And I was trying to understand the small print. Check this out. You love them to go and look. You fuck all crazy to them right now. I'm not that 2026. Nigga from the 80s and 90s, even before I was born. You live this long and still talk that dumb shit. He got a woman. He went to that country. He got a good one. Now, only part why I step on him at or step on any black man, if you date outside you go crazy, I'm gonna fight you go crazy. That's the fuck part. I date outside my race. I love it. I get a white woman, this woman that I need in my life at that time is white women. They're fucking Chinese women. They're fucking Mexican women. They're just fucking women. You don't give me your fucking life. I got this knowledge of traveling. But I never disrespected the black woman because when I'm dating a white woman, I'm dating when I'm dating a Mexican woman, I'm dating I'm not dating a Mexican woman and seeing what she's not with the black woman. And I'm trying to make her that I'm out there with she woman. Eight black women love me unconditional. And it didn't work out, that's understandable. Shit happens. It's just too holy shit to be faking. You know, bad coke comes every country, comes from every country. Coke is bad, but ain't no good coke. I'm just talking to you. What you feel? The man found love in that place. And it's just like, no, can you give it some time? She probably fuck over him too. But he don't know that kind of his marriage lasts for a long time. But it can't happen. With a green card and rules. Oh, my goodness. I'm going back. Go ahead, Claire. Don't be wrong.
Yeah, I say this all the time. This is a hell of a hard diet. I got a whole thing. And the same thing I said to the man this weekend, I say, I gotta say to the man, if I think outside my race, and at the same time, I blame women for having to do. But you got to blame the women, you're dating outside your race because you're hurt. That's a hurt nigga. That's all it is. He's a hurt nigga. The same way when I had women talking about, I did white men, I don't date black men. Well, if you date white men, this is the bunch of date white men, fuck black men. If that's your thing, that's your thing. It becomes a problem when you're doing it because the black man ain't shit. That means you're not doing it because you want it. You're doing it because you got it. Because the mindset you created the way you chose to identify. Because if it was just about the, I just love this woman and she just so happened to be Chinese, why the fuck is you comparing it to a black woman? So it's a lot of, God damn it, like I can't even bring it from that position because if we're saying, look, like just find a good girl and this, that, and the third, regardless of what she is, as long as she's a good girl and cool, that's one thing. But if you're doing it under the impression you can't find no good black woman, that's a hurt nigga move. That's a soft nigga move. And the soft part is when you're willing to downplay the same black woman that give off this impression that that the woman you're dating from that other culture is better. But remember, when you do that, you're saying their cult better. And when you're saying their culture is better, when you knock your culture, you that culture too. You can't separate yourself. Nature told you that, regardless of how you feel. Nature told you you can't separate yourself. So as bad as you hate your gums because they black,
it doesn't erase you from being black. And that's the hard pill you gotta swallow at the end of the day. So I get it, and again, like I said, I tell a woman the same thing. If you dating out your race, and at the end of the day, you don't see race and all that good shit, then stand on. But the minute you start comparing, remember when you feel as though you shooting out in the head, you gotta turn around and put that gun in your mouth and pull the trigger, my man. Because again, you're taking both y'all down at the same time. To cancel one out, they cancel both out. And we was taught that it was individuality thing. And in this individuality thing, we believe no different than one black man saying, if I made it, we all made it. Fuck no. Don't no culture move like that.
I'm sacrificing my brain for Clown House. The founders of the app should be paying me for my sacrifice. Their gold scheme hasn't paid off, though. People keep sending me gold, but they keep deleting my accounts. I had to go through the whole Stripe Social Security verification system. Oh, stole all me gold. Goddamn murderer stole me gold and clothing house. I'm an angry leprechaun troll.
That was cute. I very much so appreciate your passion. The passion was wonderful, okay? I really did believe that performance, okay? I really did. So what I'm saying is, like, it's one of them situations where, unfortunately, when you're having conversations with people, you know, some of these people I've never been able to meet you. So, they've never, like, experienced certain things, right? And I can tell you for a fact, as a person who's been out the country quite a few times, right? Like, it's the whole environment is just different, right? This whole American culture is just fucked up. It's goofy at this point. It's just not it. Like,
Detection alert system has been activated. Notify all the leprechauns who stole me gold.
And that's just the reality. It's a fair process. Like, they done talk so many different things, so many different variables. It's convoluted love. Like, it's not really the love that
Convoluted love.
and actually trust.
It's also convoluted. It's just love. Mozart, this motherfucker. I got crepitus in my knee. It's called. I got arthritis in the knee. How do I get rid of that arthritis in my knee? Oh, you don't like my 30 streams of bullshit? Why are you here watching me? It sounds like a you problem. Generational trauma?
It's certain things you're speaking on that you're speaking on, but you don't want to own.
Oh, shit.
You meet these women and yeah, they embrace you, and that's because they come from a culture that was locked down, and they history of being groomed to understand what being feminine looks like. They're groomed from that position. That's why I literally said in my submission prior that we have to own that on average, when we talk about majority versus minority, on average, the average black woman today ain't groomed to be a white, bro. That's why I said that. You're talking about if you're groomed to be a white, the first thing you learn is to understand the patience and operating with men and playing a part in your femininity. When you go to these other countries where these women are groomed to be whites, of course they groomed to be fully in their femininity. And that's something men aren't used to. I say it all the time. When you get off that plane, it's almost like you got to recalibrate your brain to lock back into the bullshit. Absolutely. I get you. So good. So you know that feeling. So you know that feeling when you walking through the airport and you realize you're back in America and you almost feel like there's something like damn. Yeah, you know that feeling, bro. You know that feeling. And I like you don't know it, boy. I promise you. When you land back in Atlanta and you about to go back home and you see that loud ass, so angry ass black lady who had worked yelling at people and shit, and you realize like, damn, I'm back to rude ass entitled America. It's just a level of just entitlement and just rudeness and like I don't know, like you say, they was taught to be feminine about top, right? But I think some of these women have the capability to be feminine, but they choose not to be until you unlock certain things, till you do certain things, until you quote unquote prove yourself. That's when they go all of a sudden.
Now I can agree with that. I can respectfully.
Like some of these people are actually great women, but they just choose to be a piece of shit for a while. But they want you to be patient until they
Wait a minute. But again, even when you say they choose to be a piece of shit, and it's hurt, and as bad as it hurts me to say this, and I'm not going to lie to you, like when I've seen women that actually chose to be ignorant, think it's cute to be disrespectful and shit like that, the first thing they say is that the men like you. So I need that because again, if they're so ignorant, disrespectful, and rude, and we got their own like this is what the men that operate like boys get a pass at now because them the ones that actually keeping that shit alive. You understand what I'm saying? So if we had that conversation, because some women really think they encourage shit like that. Strike a master code. I never seen stand-up women or fake women that entertain that type of bullshit.
Well, clarity, how about? Well, clarity, how about? I think you got to broaden your mind. We're not the only group. It's the ones that you just focus on the more. Amari, when you go and next time you come,
Space for toxicity. You said we're not the only group that creates safe space for toxicity amongst each other.
No, we're not. We're not the only ones. There's other groups that do it too. You guys got to broaden your mind and look at others, but you choose not to look at those other groups. But I can rock with you when you say you think that's us. But my thing is, Amari, next time you fly to the Atlanta airport and you look at that loudmouth black woman, how about you look over across the next gate and look at that black woman sitting with her boyfriend holding her hand? They're at peace. There's one. How about the next time when you sit there and you see that black woman cussing or arguing, or that dude cussing or arguing? Why don't you turn away from that and look at the black woman that's getting hugged by her boyfriend while they're walking? Why don't you look at that one?
Unethical experiments. These are the 50 most insane and disturbing CIA facts you never knew. Number 50. The CIA Assassination Manual, drafted in 1952, states, Nazis for help.
In a wheelchair, and she had his baby. And he got a bang, he got a pee out of, but that black woman got back. Why don't you focus on that woman that struck him, whether he got shot or he needs surgery, or you old enough to know, or you seen a black woman that has been with her husband and he needs a kidney transplant, and she's still with him. She didn't leave him.
Okay, I can do that. I hear you. And I'm open to looking at other things. Don't get me wrong. I see other stuff. But my thing is, if we want to like really wake this up for real, I'm gonna say this right, and I'm gonna say this, and then you can respond. Why is it that our women are the only women that we look like samurai? They need a man that can handle it. Like I don't know if that makes sense. It's being a stick. Like that's a real stick for them. Like they need to be handled. And last time I checked, you handle animals, not humans.
That's why I said you gotta see it.
You ain't never heard a woman say he couldn't handle me.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I'm riding on the train in the UK, going from London to Liverpool. 3 women on the train in front of me. 3 women. One woman said, "Honey, I don't know. It's just something. Listen, if you can take on me and my attitude, we good. Only man that can handle me, I just found one." I said, "It's a white woman." I'm traveling. I talk to other races with me. It's something that you got going from day point. The same. Listen to
You all are just stuck in this room. The most secretive organization. It runs on a black budget, laundering power through offshore cash and shell companies. From overthrowing foreign leaders in the Cold War to deploying algorithms and drones in the war on Invocation of Satan Hail. It changes how elections are. In marriage, we don't know. It's like a ladder in the hen house. It's short and it's full of shit. You gotta deal with it. Simple. My skin is numb to this shit. Invocation of Satan Hail, Almighty One, ruler of the unseen. Hear y'all say that though, man. To hear you say Whitney Holy was Whitney Holy, that tells me like that you're this circle. You can talk to others. Right. And I'm not saying but I see the only one from the journey. That's now that's right in the room. So it's happening here. It's not on the majority. When I say it's happening in America, I say, the only ones I'm talking about for the majority. Maybe that means you can check. Because when I just like you gave him up, maybe turn around and look at that black woman holding hands and kid. That's not on average. The woman, I mean, you gave beautiful scenario. But if I placed it on a scale of majority versus minority, every man in here that would speak would expose that would be the minority of what you would see on average. Now we're talking about what we see on average. So it shifts the dynamic of the conversation. I'm not saying it's not happening everywhere, but when I say we create the safe space and we're the only ones that got the biggest group that create the safest space for the wildest toxicity. Facts. So again, I'm not disowning the fact that we're targeted. I'm not disowning the fact that we're manipulating and maneuvering. But at some point, if we can't own the major problems, then by default, speaking for the minority is not going to affect the majority. It's not. At some point, somebody's going to have to drop a ball that's going to send a shockwave mentally through this shit that's going to wake some shit up on some real shit, bro. But I'm not negating what you're saying when you say it's everybody. Yeah, but they're not as affected as we are. We're so affected, we're infected. That's how real that shit get with us. So we can play the game and be like, oh yeah, we can focus on a better and a more positive. But when you're the spokesperson for negativity, when your culture is the spoke people, when it's time for all types of bullshit, when they drop everything that ever goes left on your door at your door front, and majority of the time we accept it and start pointing the finger at each other, then by default you have to acknowledge the negativity from the majority level versus the minority, depending on what we place the situation at. Because we ain't gonna get. I hate when we get it. We're at an altar to a conversation where, well, it's only in the ghetto. No, the fuck it's not. It's just the more you climb that ladder, the more indirect it get. The more you drop down the ladder, the more direct it get. Are you willing to own it? That would be the question I would have to ask before I even build within that conversation. But I get where you're going. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just keep leaving the door open for us to understand. It's so many fucking variables for us to start trying to act like we can cancel out a variable. Nazis for help. Move on. Because there's too many variables we can pull from.
Everyone's making valid points, but I think the issue is everything that you say could be true on both sides. What are you doing to get the results that you want? And that's what I'm going to always lead with, because it's like, okay, this is true. This is true. So what's stopping you from getting what you want? And so PhD said, well, I'm not going to Africa. So I didn't say you had to go to Africa. You agreed that there's some good women in America. Why can't you be with them good women that you want?
So here in Chicago, where a fight just broke out, happens here all the time. People screaming at each other. I make it like a public show apparently over here, but I just pull like,
I chose before I met my wife.
Pierce Morgan.
I I'm not new to traveling. I'm not new to this. I've been traveling.
So I was on Pierce Morgan a couple of days ago with a panel. We're all talking about there was an ex-CIA agent.
When I first traveled out this country was to retire abroad. That came with reality as I've gotten older. And I've always wanted to live and relocate to Africa or Asia. I was planning on retiring in Asia, which I still may do, because I found a nice place. But obviously my family back in Africa, so I have to live in both places. So I think, you guys can have all the points you want, but unless you're not, if you're not getting results that you want, if you want to be single and you're saying, I don't want to get married, I want to stay single, then you should be happy with being single. If you're saying, I want to
I'm gonna be eviscerated by a machete here.
You're saying the reason why
he pulled the machete out of his sleeve and stabbed me through the stomach, and it went at an upward angle. So it went through my stomach, through all my intestines, through my left lung, stabbed me in the back, shot me in the chest. This is a shot. This is a stab. I'm stabbed and shot back to back. This is a stab. I have one in this arm. I have one in this side of my neck. I have a gunshot wound right here in the back of my head. I got fragmentation from a gunshot wound in my right eye. I thought Chicago was the rack in the field for the longest, and it took a team of surgeons to make me.
So we're hearing clap.
Friends, it's a little after 10 p.m. And I know what you're thinking. It's not about the Knicks, not the parade, not the ceremony, not first championship in 53 years. It's about the fact that tomorrow is the last Friday of early voting. And I know you're thinking,
Julian, when I was coming into the studio, it was
what is Hampton and why are you going
Yeah, I feel like honestly, y'all don't like the good girls. Like y'all look over the good girls, and y'all look for the what you call them PhD, the 7, the 8s, and the 10s, and y'all overlook it. Y'all for the 5, the 4, the 3, the 1. And I feel like those are the wives, the ones that aren't really worried about how they look and worried about the inside in turn. Y'all chase that. Y'all niggas who chase that.
We are here with Ryan today. Tell us, what is your favorite?
No, it's not message. Look, Grace, let me finish. Because some of them girls that y'all think 8, 10,
I have about 88
they not
clients.
really that. It's the maintenance that they keep up with, like the hair, the nails, the makeup. But you gotta keep up yourself to remain that number. Like most of the females don't wake up like that, my nigga. Like what the fuck?
Strike on my circle. Control the flaming sword.
The makeup is an asset to her life. That does not make her life. That is an add-on. But that's not a support to 8, 9, or 10.
Do you believe that black people are
naturally beautiful, naturally
inferior in
and you don't need no add-on. That's the way she wake up every day of her life. She was born facially blessed. Okay? So you can't do that.
Hold on. One second. With the attraction, it's not true. It's not. It has nothing to do with the 8, 9, and 10. The average dude does not marry a woman who's a quote unquote 8, 9, and 10. Average people marry average people, so it's not that. It's not.
Can you tell us what PhD that?
Average people, under people who are average or under average people get married every single day. Most people are average, and those are the people that are getting married the most. Most people are average. That's something that means it's not just the attraction. It's not. She's got to be an 8. That's what it is. It's not like this. It can be an 8. If she's not having sex with you in 48 hours.
matter what can you take that same energy. I want you to take that same energy. Show the father. You ever sit up there and look for fucking Superman and walk right past Clark Kent? So you take that same, so you use that same energy with the women. You see? Now, father,
I don't know.
I don't even want to use the word no more. Matter of fact, I haven't used it. You have to realize, first of all, race, you're not average. Now that you got your wife, you're her Superman.
Naveen is actually really good. I don't know if you know Naveen, but Naveen is very good, very aggressive, and has a lot of alternative perspectives and facts, which are always interesting. So I don't know if that's intellectual, but it's more like political in terms of like spiritual.
Unconditional. This is the one that I want. So that person sees them higher than average.
I'm not like
they see them higher than
I just
average.
have books, you know. It's not like a competition per se.
You're
But
sitting on my face.
there's a couple people that are very intuitive.
You're more than average.
Most intuitive people or self-aware people get off the app because they realize it's a waste of time.
I want to grow old with you now.
It's true. It is like talking with brain dead language monkeys.
You know, you're not rich. You're seeing skinny with the fattest man.
Not stupid people, but people who can't stop using language.
Tom Joyner, you looked at him.
It's English language and addicts.
Light skin.
It's a video game for these people.
His wife was not. She was married to him. He's not average. He is something to her. Superman. And his wife was went to the gym. If y'all follow Tom Joyner, his wife was beautiful. And people looked at him like, how in the fuck you get him?
Yeah, some money, bro.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't because they've been way together before. I knew, but he told his story. Tom Joyner was with his wife when he was not Tom Joyner. He was Tom.
Got you.
Yes, he was Tom before he was Tom Joyner. He told that story. And he said people looked at him like, man, how did you get that one? He said because she didn't want all that. She didn't pay attention to Superman. She played the Clark Kent. And look at her. You think Obama was average? He knew what direction he was going in. She knew what direction he was going. Michelle knew she had a winner. She knew he was not average before he got into politics. Because he had something that turned her on, a strong mindset in surviving and going to accomplish and get his goals. That turned her on and she rode with him. They had early pictures. Look at the clothes he was fucking wearing. Are you kidding me? I guess you could say that was average to her.
Yeah, they were both CIA agents working for Business International Corporation. It's on their Wikipedia page.
But make no difference. If a man turns a woman off mentally, yeah, you ain't average no more. She's done with you.
Yeah, but Michelle Obama is a man.
All right, now I'm gonna get ready and close this room, and I'm gonna start a new one. So, madam, be looking for the thing and come get the link. You hear me, madam?
Yeah, I was reading something. Yeah, I hear.
Oh, you read?
Not she read.
All women read. All black women read.
No, they don't, because they be misusing words like hell. No,
we gotta read because you niggas can't. We gotta be able to read because you niggas can't.
That's an absolute lie.
You seen that TikTok video? Most of them couldn't even read. That was crazy. I was shocked.
At Range, they still misusing narcissists.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. I think the reason why it comes off crazy.
Most of them men that be sitting on here and talking and using them words and using them wrong. Like,
have y'all ever been in RPO?
Yes, when they do the reading test.
Yeah. It's mostly men who fail that reading test.
Every time.
I bet you that.
RPO is the new exotical room.
Oh, so you must have failed the test, huh?
That's the new exotical room.
You must have failed the test. He probably failed the test.
I went to the room.
Most of them don't.
That's the exotical room.
He must have failed that test, Beauty. That's why he said that.
Definitely did. Definitely did. It was the you read. I should have punched that nigga in his face.
It was a good question.
And that's why we don't respect him. We don't even respect the PhD
was honorary.
How?
We don't respect the cornballs. You know what I'm saying? That don't uplift women. Like y'all would never get our respect. I'm sorry.
Well, a man can't uplift a woman. A woman has got to uplift herself.
It seems like when men are not large up women's asses and they're not female centered, then they're no good. Like, what the hell? Why do we
Hello?
constant validation?
But isn't that what y'all do when women aren't male centered?
I don't give a fuck about what a woman got going on.
Yeah, stay in your own lane, baby. Read a book. Go to the gym.
They hate men. They don't want to be married. They don't respect men. They don't want to be submissive. As soon as a woman is not male centered, y'all classify her under the same category.
To be honest with you, I don't give a fuck. You could be a misandrist, not want to get married. You could be a slut. I don't care. Just living your truth.
Yeah.
And I'm going to move the fuck around.
Real shit. Real shit.
With your dog and your rights. That's your prerogative.
Finally, we got some motherfucking truth.
I'm back now. As a person who works at the library and have read over 75 books, and I ain't nowhere in the world I was failed to read this hell. I read.
Did you say 75?
75 books over the past year.
Man, you don't get the fuck out of here.
Are we okay? Are we okay?
75. You mean your lifetime or as an adult?
No, I just at the library, fool. I ain't like you.
I'm asking. Do you mean in your lifetime 75 books or as an adult?
75 books in a lifetime is still pretty good.
Okay. Like, that's not what you said. You said 75 books.
I spoke very clearly in what I said.
No, you didn't say that. You didn't say within the year. You said as a person that works at the library.
Baby, 75 books even in a year or in a lifetime. That's pretty good, baby.
5, 4, 3, 2. Bye.
Let's talk about the books. What books did he read? And what did you learn?
Sometimes God. That's a whole conversation right there. What book do you want me to start with?
Start with your favorite book. They boom the broom, baby.
Currently, no.
That's what I'm asking. Don't interrupt, bro. Wait.
Hey, don't talk over me. I want to talk about gradation in the level and why all my picture frames keep adjusting without. There's no earthquake, but I don't understand why my.
Sorry, this is not your living room, okay?
My living room? Mother child, this was my living room. I would have you on the floor. You bunchot, you sultinas ho gaya kurte. My living room. Presumptuous assumptions.
And hence you move down. If you feel like having an intention to speak, please come up.
AI will not able to solve these idiots. I know. The thing is, there's no solution to these idiots. Even we don't have a solution. The thing is, if you
will just replace all of them.
That's okay, bro.
Same thing over and over again.
I know, but he did the same thing, and you didn't cut him off.
I'm not cutting you off. I'm just saying that you're
doing it right now. You're reminding me that I'm repeating myself. Why don't you remind him too? Because he went on and on, and I'm going on and on because. I just want to say, is that it's philosophical difference. You think government support is a good thing?
I never said that.
I can't finish my statement.
Can you let?
Why is it on my interject? Don't put words in my interject. I just not. Finish. Put words in my mouth.
Don't.
But you were putting words in my mouth. Let me finish my statement.
You can respond afterwards. Could you please hurry up and land, please?
I've been trying to. I wouldn't be. Y'all should pressure.
Just get to it.
Man. So, bro, it's a philosophical difference.
I'm sorry.
And you do it again. You could have laughed on mute.
I could have, but that was funny. You keep repeating yourself, dog.
Because I want to. That's my starting point, so I can end. And I'm going to go back to it.
4 times.
It's a philosophical difference. So it's a philosophical difference as it relates to conservative mindset, which says the government is inefficient and it's bloated, and we're going to right size it. So when you say, "Oh my God, the world is coming," I don't know what you just said. You said the world is basically coming to an end because he's cut. How are we going to get better as a society? Was your question? That's how we're going to get better as a society, by making these programs more efficient and making them remove the waste, fraud, and abuse. And also,
okay, so can I Joe, really quickly? Can I say this because this is very
Hold on. Yo, give me 1 second. Quinn, hold on. Patrick, have you spoken yet?
Yeah, you have. But it's okay.
Have you?
Yeah, he has, but it's okay. I don't need to speak that badly. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna just real quick. When it comes to the physical, the philosophy, and I understand where he's coming from. Big government, small government. The thing is, we're men. You can't say anything and not stand on it. You got to stand on it. We've never seen.
Holy shit, they kicked me? No way. How the hell did they know? Oh, it must have been my PTR.
And do you agree or disagree that our life will end? Meaning we come to death. Okay, please answer my question. Does a human being die? Yes or no?
No.
A human being does not. You say a human being does not die. I'm going to call you out.
My responses are kind of repeating themselves, but let me be back in like half an hour, just because I got to start this stuff. Sorry to keep cutting you off. No way. Every time I get wake up on your time, on your end. But good compliment.
Yeah. I'm not sure what part of the world you're in or what time zone you're in.
England. Sounds good.
England? Did he say England?
Yes.
Yeah, UK. Yeah. Military.
Wait, what is your accent?
No, we're in the military.
He's an imposter.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I thought at least English would rub off on him over there, but
no, we haven't even been here yet.
Okay, that explains it.
I have a question, Justin. How many angels can fit on the head of a pin?
Well, how big is the pin?
A couple of millimeters.
Couple of millimeters. I mean, I can't tell you, but
yes, this has been discussed before.
I mean, maybe there's an angel that has like Mr. Ant-Man technology. He could shrink himself.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't, your church doesn't feel the necessity to go as far as you're going. And you say a lot of your motivation is because, does the church predict aliens being, demons coming as aliens? Or is that
yes.
Yes, they do? Okay.
Yeah.
So, so that's your motivation for taking this physical thing as far as you have.
Well, independently. So in other words, I've been coming down this stream of thought myself without even consciously knowing that my church has been like talking about this in different ways. Oh. So every now and then, we have a prophet named Ellen G. White, writes a lot of stuff about the subject. But I don't come across all her writings. And when I do, it's something I've read maybe a decade ago and don't remember it. So I may be like, coming down this stream of thought thinking, oh shoot, this is the reason why we need to, I need to focus on this. Then I would look back and say, oh yeah, okay, this confirms it. Like my church actually agrees with this. Just not too many people like read in the church, because there's churches that have a lot of doctrine, but all they focus on is practical things like marriage, finances, God blessing you. They don't really get deep into the matters that I talk about.
Yeah. Okay. As I said before, I don't think you have to have this kind of theology or whatever you want to call this to be suspicious of aliens and to suspect that they could be demons.
Yeah, I'm already suspicious of aliens. I think they're pretty likely not friends, not good, and maybe not even natural beings. Like in the sense that just not a normal, just a different kind of species of animal. I think there might be something going on there that's pretty wild. But
I'm surprised how charming they may end up being. They can be very charming.
Well, it's interesting that Satan may come to you disguised as an angel of light.
Right.
And so I don't deny that. I think we could be deceived on all kinds of levels.
Like, can you imagine if there was some aliens that showed up and they look black? You know how many Hebrew Israelites will fall for it? You just imagine there was a lot of think tanks out there with the fallen angels. They have so many different ways to deceive us, and they have ways to deceive people just like me and just like you. So I think I'm doing this for all the Justins out there that can only be convinced by my views. Of course, there's the basic, there's Andrew evangelist that will win a bunch of Andrews, and so that's why I'm doing it. But out there, there's people like me that will save a person like me. So that's why I'm doing it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and you don't think somebody needs to have all of this theology the same? Like this is our all this kind of framework that we have. Most of it. I'm just wondering if you think that's something different. Because obviously, I think a lot of Christians would accept it. But I just wonder if they do you think Catholics are not
The church itself is not saying the church is lost, but the individuals, that's a different question.
Yeah. That's what you're talking about. Oh, there's that. Oh, no, it's cyclones. Oh, cyclones, you're not fighting the So what do we do? Okay. I'm not going to say that. Yeah, so, go ahead. All the way back to the early church, so this kind of thing has inconsistent. Right, so you know how stuff. There's a whole white topic where have a tendency to describe encounters extraterrestrial remain as big and similar. And what the explanation once again is that it's pop culture started out with extraterrestrials looking like this. Well, I'm not sure that's true. And this trans alien beings on the same naked like bodies as large as
Yo, shit! You gotta get
water, more real in this world. And everything was so much just about peace, and they have these cliches that most people would expect. And then with even, I don't know about warriors, like their people kind of inside, like if they ever had visions, and then like a normal person besides the prophet said, besides like your planet they go to, what's the planet they go to? Kitover. Hold on, yeah. Yeah, I gotta look into it. I don't know if you're talking about Mormon. Yeah, not Kolob. Kolob? Oh, yeah, Kolob. Kolob. They describe anything in it? Like, can it describe it all? Yeah.
This is ChicagoMayorVote.com. Go to ChicagoMayoral.com. Shutting her down, ladies and gentlemen. The network, the nodes. Go to Chicago Mayor.